Oh no. Oh no. Okay, guys. All right. Let's see what we got here. Today we're going to go on another treasure hunt. All right. We're going to go on another treasure hunt. Okay. We're going to go to a ruined portal, the Woodland Mansion, and the Jungle Temple. All right. I'm going to go to all these places. God damn, my double chin is crazy right now. It is poking. I gotta be like this.
Let's say he was killed by aliens. Maybe he was killed by Tyler Robinson. Irrespective of who killed him and pulled the trigger, that is totally independent from the fact that tens of thousands of Americans celebrated the killing. Do you understand the difference? It does matter who shot Charlie Kirk. It does matter that we get to the bottom of it. But irrespective of that conversation, tens of thousands of left-wing Americans celebrated regardless. They don't know who killed him. We don't know who killed him. The only person that knows at this point is maybe the FBI, maybe Utah police, and the killer himself or whoever did it. But the left wing celebrated regardless. And why did the left celebrate? They celebrated because they think that if you hold basic conservative opinions, and that's what Charlie Kirk was. Charlie Kirk was a moderate. He was, by definition, a moderate. His slogan was socialism sucks. His slogan was big government sucks. Up until a few years ago, his organization distributed stickers that said that gay people should defend their gay rights with the Second Amendment. That's who they shot. That's whose death they're celebrating because they think he was a fascist. So whoever killed Charlie Kirk, in some conversation, it is independent from the fact that tens of thousands of leftists thought this was deserved, this was earned, this is good, a moral good. Why? Because they believe the penalty for having moderate conservative opinions is death. Look at how they talk about it. Charlie Kirk was not a racist. He was not a sexist. He was not even really a transphobe or a homophobe. When trans and gay people went to debate him at the various campuses, he was nothing other than respectful, arguably even kind. He was not cruel. He was not vindictive. He was not actually even a mean guy. He was polemical, like everybody is. But this is as moderate as it gets. And for this, they said, oh, a fucking fascist choked. Oh, a racist Nazi McFucktard got shot. Well, who cares? Now think of this. I am way more radical than Charlie Kirk. You are probably way more radical than Charlie Kirk. If you're a traditional Catholic, if you're a white identitarian, if you're a white nationalist, if you are a fascist, God forbid, if you are against Israel, if you are against Jewish power, you are way more radical than Charlie Kirk. And the left thinks that he deserved to die. And by the way, once again, whoever killed Charlie Kirk, they didn't make all these pieces of shit celebrate. That was their reaction. All these dirtbags and scumbags and lowlifes and losers, their first gut reaction was to grin, smile, celebrate, and do it on camera and upload it because they thought that's acceptable. They did that of their own volition. Who told them to do that? Was that on order from Mossad? Was that on order from Palantir? Was that on order from whoever? No, they did that because they fucking hate us. They did that because And we all know there is a large population in this country that right beneath the surface, they harbor a seething hatred for Christians, conservatives, for America, for white people. And this was just an opportunity to show it. This was an opportunity to say it loud and say it proud for them. No one made them do it. That part wasn't coordinated, organized. That was not paid for. They did that. And if there are 100,000 left-wing people that celebrated it publicly, how many celebrated it privately? How many people were high-fiving, or when their husband or wife got home from work, hugged each other and poured a glass of champagne like some cringe Reddit faggots? How many people did that privately? How many people were silently relieved that Charlie Kirk was killed? It's probably in the millions. There are millions of Americans that celebrate the death of only one of the most famous and outspoken conservatives, moderate conservatives. What would they like to see visited upon you and your family? And Sam Hyde has been 100% correct about this from the beginning. He has that famous tweet from 10 years ago. These people want you broke, dead, your kids raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny. That's true. Everything that's happening in this country, the invasion by immigrants, the murder of white people by these barbarians in the inner cities, in every major city. Forget even about in Chicago, it's everywhere now. It's everywhere, all over the country. The indoctrination of your children. They like seeing that. They see that as a great victory. They like seeing our values trampled upon. They like seeing us get murdered. They like seeing our religion and our patriotism and our country and our heritage repudiated. They want to see whiteness destroyed. They want to see everything that we love fall, and they want it to be burned, and then they want to piss on the ashes of it. And this is a reminder. I've been saying this for the past week. This is a multi-front war. Yes, I understand that Israel is controlling the Republican Party. I understand it actually better than all of you. And yes, I understand that Palantir, which is embedded with Israeli intelligence, is looking to stir up all these cleavages and conflicts in our country to expand the surveillance state. I know it better than you. It does not make it any less real that there is a significant part of the population that feels this way. And those people actually have power in our country. These people that are celebrating and subsequently being fired, they are nurses, they are teachers. What does that say about our society? You send your white children to a public school. You send your beautiful white Christian children to a public school. They're being taught by these fucking monsters. You trust your white children with these public school teachers that are celebrating publicly that Charlie Kirk was killed? You entrust your children in their hands? How about your elderly? You're putting your elderly parents or relatives in a nursing home, in a hospital, and they're being taken care of by some black nurse that says, shit, I ain't care about Charlie Kirk's white kids, fuck them too. That's who you entrust your elderly to? A fucking nurse that would say that? A healer? A doctor? Really? We have a problem. And here's the thing. This is something maybe that conservatives don't understand. And when I say conservatives, I mean everybody on the right. I mean everybody normal. Everybody on the right, everybody that doesn't want to see what America is get destroyed and burned to the ground. Maybe you don't understand. That kind of hatred cannot be negotiated with. Do you get that? Charlie Kirk was a moderate. He's a relatively friendly guy. Yeah, he was, in some ways you could see how people might say he's a little fake, he's pretentious, whatever. But he's about as nice as they come. He was not some Hitler-esque figure, okay? He was a little edgy. Yeah, some people could say he fit a caricature as like a right-wing jerk or something. Relatively nice guy. When you have these liberal women, black people, Antifa types, black men like the guy in Texas, and they get up and they say, fuck that white guy, fuck that Nazi. Do you think that people like that can be debated into what exactly? Agreeing with us, voting for a Republican? What actually is the program for people like that? Are we going to shake their hand and embrace them and say we can all come together? That kind of hatred, you actually can't talk them out of that. If you're coming to the table saying, hi, put her there, maybe we could both learn and listen to each other, and they're saying, I want your kids dead, that's not gonna work. If they're going out there and voting for Brandon Johnson, they're going out there and voting for illegals to stay here, for criminals to be able to pillage and rampage, yeah, you actually can't negotiate with those people. The only thing you can do to those people is to defeat them. And by defeat them, I don't mean kill them. I don't mean harm them, because I don't think people deserve to be killed for harboring that kind of hatred. How you defeat them is make sure that they have no power over you or your children or over our lives. That's how you defeat them. Yes, there are a lot of hateful people in our country, and their hatred is theirs. There's a lot of hateful people. There's conservatives that hate liberals in our country. There's people that really hate trans people, that hate black people, that hate, and I don't like that either. And you know what? People are entitled to hate. People are entitled, that's actually their freedom of conscience. But they do not have a right to have power over you and your family and your children and your life. And it is our job to make sure that they never do. You want to hate me and my children? Get the fuck away from me. Get as far away from me as possible. And do not think for 1 second we will let you teach our children, take care of our sick or our elderly, or sit on a city council, or have any kind of authority over our lives. That's the difference. That's what it means to be serious, to disempower them. And I think that that's really the word that people need to get comfortable using, is power. Power. We want power. Why do we want power? To protect ourselves, to defend ourselves. We have interests. We as white Christian Americans have interests. And we are stakeholders in our society. We should fight for every inch. Someone is going to teach the kids. Someone is going to take care of the sick. Someone is going to write the laws, enforce the laws, interpret the laws. It should be people like us. It should be people that have our beliefs. That's how it's best for us. That's how we protect our interests, our lives, and our values. You have a right to think whatever you want. You have a right to say, for the most part, whatever you want. You do not have a right to have power over me and my family and my life. And for that, we should fight tooth and nail. For that, we should fight relentlessly. And now you have people on the right wing sticking up for them. They say, well, what about our principles? What about free speech, man? Let me tell you a little something about how that works. When the left was in power, they crushed us. They banned everybody for saying anything, racial slurs, even just uttering them. For saying that you believe men are men and women are women. If you misgendered a trans person, if you don't recognize transgenderism and you say that's still a man, you were not allowed to have social media. If you said you didn't believe the election was free and fair, they banned you. If you said I'm not going to get a vaccine, they banned you. If you said George Floyd died of an overdose, they banned you. And it's not just that, they tried to hurt you. They tried to actually hurt you, dox you, get you fired from your job, cancel you, and they made conservatives afraid. Conservatives were in fear. They begged for mercy. They said, please, I have a family. Don't cancel me. I'm sorry I said that. And you know what the left said? They said, look at them apologize. Too late. There was no clemency. There was no forgiveness. There was no mercy. Because the left understands that. When the left was crushing us, you know what Obama said? He said, go and win an election. And we did. And you know what they said then? They said, that's fake. You didn't win the election. That was Russia. And then when Trump ran again, they shot him in the head. And they tried to throw him in jail. And they fantasized about putting him in prison. And when Biden took power from Trump, they put all of us in jail. Or froze our bank accounts, or put us on a no-fly list. Censored us. This is very different. Now, a conservative gets murdered, and left-wing people are saying he deserved it. Good, it was his fault. He shouldn't have been so hateful. Congresswomen are saying this. People are celebrating and saying, get his kids next. They're saying, I don't care. He's white. I don't care. He's a Nazi. Yeah, you better believe you're going to lose your social media. You better believe you're losing your job. You better believe you're going in a database. And as long as we are in power, we will make sure that you are penalized for that in society. That's what winning looks like. There's no substitute for victory. What do you think winning looks like? You think winning looks like a compromise between us that wants what's best for everybody and them that want to murder us? You can't compromise or debate with that. You defeat those people. How do you defeat them? You have power over them rather than them having power over you. You take power from them. You make things the way you want them to be. That's winning. That's victory. There's no substitute for victory. And these are some of the stories. These are some of the big developments. First, Jimmy Kimmel lost his show temporarily. Trump designated Antifa a terrorist group. And maybe the best of all, the Charlie Kirk Data Foundation is compiling tens of thousands of names of left-wingers that celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. And this is the article about that. It says, quote, an online group known as the Charlie Kirk Data Foundation is crowdsourcing a database of social media users who purportedly criticized the late conservative activist or celebrated his death. The anonymous organizers say their goal is to clear out left-wing radicals and reshape the rank and file of America's institutions. Yes. Yes, please. Fill up my cup more. And another one. Another round of that. Yes, please. It says they claim to have identified over 60,000 people as of Sunday evening. The group said, quote, we will reshape the rank and file of America's institutions, academia, law enforcement, the military, finance, law, government, bureaucracy, medicine, and healthcare too. Yes, more of that. Raise your right hand. Dude, that is literally the motto. Raise your right hand. Reshape the rank and file of the institutions, academia, law enforcement, the military, finance, law, government. Yes, that is the motto. The foundation encourages people to submit data for Charlie. It sprung up shortly after posts went viral celebrating the Turning Point USA co-founder's killing at an event on a Utah college campus. It claims to be run by political operatives that represented major parties and candidates, according to its X account. The group says it is not doxing people or identifying people by their personal information, but is creating a database that will be searchable by location, employer, and industry type. It is perfectly legitimate to heavily criticize someone who has made callous remarks about the killing of Charlie Kirk. That's part and parcel of free speech. When you make a searchable database, that seems to be with the intention of essentially chilling speech by making sure there are punitive consequences for people who have said things the organizers don't like, said some expert. MSNBC political analyst Matthew Dowd lost his job after saying hateful words led to hateful actions in the network's coverage of Kirk's death. School board members, professors, teachers, and others across the country have also been placed on leave or fired for making insensitive comments. Good. And let them, while they're picking up the pieces, while they are enjoying the job search, let them sit and reflect. Let them think about their actions. Let them think about what they have said and who they have hurt and the violence they have incited, the violence they have caused. Let them sit and reflect and think about that. I'm all for it. And I've said from the very beginning, people are asking all the time, what can I do to get involved? How can I help the movement? America is controlled by its institutions, as listed by this foundation. Academia, the professors that teach, the best and brightest minds. Law, the lawyers that represent the biggest institutions or clients and become representatives, judges. Government, bureaucrats, people that actually enforce and interpret the laws and regulations. The politicians that write the laws, the judges that interpret them, the executive branch bureaucrats that interpret and enforce them. These are the people that are making the decisions that shape all of our lives. These are the people in the institutions that choose who gets to have power from one generation to the next. What does winning look like when there's more people like us in those institutions? With real power. When there are more Christians, patriots, white people, non-Jewish white people that are in those positions. That's what winning looks like, because only when we have those kinds of positions can we actually change how society is. That's what politics is. Never letting a crisis such as this one or any other go to waste. I am all for it. And I see a lot of people on the internet, they're saying, well, doesn't this open the door for something like Palantir? Doesn't this open the door for hate speech legislation? In the first place, I'll say this. I do not support hate speech legislation. I think that is ultimately something that works against our interests. But as long as private citizens are running this operation, I don't see anything wrong with it. The idea that this opens up the door for Palantir or some such other thing, I honestly don't see the connection. Palantir already has a database of millions of people. Palantir already maintains, with its software, a searchable database of everybody's records in healthcare, education, taxes, Social Security. That's happening regardless. And the people that are squealing the loudest about this, the Jackson Hinkles, the Max Blumenthals, they are leftists. And I want you to think about this another way. This is important to consider. I understand that there are powerful forces manipulating our country, Israel, Jewish power, Silicon Valley, etc. At the same time, our country has become extremely progressive and liberal. It has become downright hostile to the Christian religion. It has become downright hostile to white people. That's just true. The country is becoming majority minority. The white majority is shrinking. And with it, our way of life is receding and shrinking with it at the same exact time. Neighborhoods are being taken over by Hispanics, by Indians, by Chinese people, by Arabs. You know this is happening. You've seen it. It doesn't actually even matter where you are. It's happening everywhere. Neighborhoods that were formerly Italian or Scandinavian or Eastern European or just white are becoming Hispanic, they're becoming Vietnamese, they're becoming Somalian, they're becoming Arab, they're becoming Indian. At the same time, these people in our country are erecting statues to foreign and strange gods. They're building mosques. They're building Hindu temples, Sikh temples, statues to weird polytheistic deities. They're bringing their smelly food with them. They're bringing their foreign language. They're bringing their strange festivals and holidays. And it's becoming very uncomfortable for white people that might be living in these neighborhoods. We're losing our culture. We're losing our religion, our way of life. And what is making it this way ultimately is left-wing liberal ideology. Left-wing liberal blank slate ideology, which says we need the diversity, we need the immigration. These are the types of people that killed Charlie Kirk. Why did they call Charlie Kirk a Nazi? Well, what do you think a Nazi is? It's someone that's pro-white. Why did they call him a Nazi? It's because he's a white guy who doesn't want America to get buried in diversity. And they think that about anybody that doesn't want America to get buried in diversity. They think that about anybody that thinks that black crime has become a problem. It is a lot of white and brown and black liberals in our institutions in the cities that are promulgating this ideology and making the country this way. And they're teaching this ideology in the universities, in the public schools. They're pushing this ideology in city councils and state and local government at the federal level, in the media. These people have to be replaced in the institutions for this to stop. They see us as Nazis for wanting to fight this and repel this. They think that's why it's okay that we die. If you want to stop this process, you're a Nazi, and they think you should die. And those people happen to have all the power. Now, for all these people that are talking about it's only about the Jews, it's only about Israel, don't get me wrong, that may be the most important thing in politics. This is equally important also. There are white leftists, actually. There are black and brown radicals that fucking hate you. How about that black kid in Texas that got up on a statue and said, "Oh, I'm Charlie Kirk, I'm dying." That fucking piece of shit hates us and wants us dead. That guy should rot in a jail cell forever. I don't care how it's done. That guy hates you and your family. He has a right to go and mock and laugh that a white person died because he hates whites. Fuck that guy. Fuck that piece of shit. He got banished from university. Good. He should be banished to fucking Africa. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? Who do you think founded and built this country? Why do you think things are the way? You know, this fucking slime. He's wearing a hoodie with his headphones in and his iPhone. In a free country where we have law and order, he's making fun of white people. Oh, you don't like white people? Why don't you go live in Africa then, huh? Fucking loser. People defend that sack of shit. Well, he has a right to say it. No, you know, that if you entertain attacks to white people, if you entertain attacks to our civilization, pretty soon you don't have a civilization. I'm sorry, no, I don't have to justify myself to black people that hate me. Sorry, that's not part of the program. Oh, well, you know, we would be hypocrites. We'd be hypocrites. They don't believe in the foundation of our society that makes debate possible. They don't believe in the foundation of our society that made our society possible. We're going to sit there and debate the merits of the pillars that uphold our society, of the roots from where our society came. No, that's not up for debate. That must be outside debate. That must be outside our country. That must be outside the halls of power. You got Ilhan Omar. She, you know, God forgive me for my wrath. You got Ilhan Omar on TV and she says, well, you know, with her fucking accent, well, hatred breeds more hatred. You fucking sack of shit. Go back to Somalia. How dare you? We're going to sit there and debate this foreigner? I'm sorry, you don't even have a home country because it's all clan warfare. I'm sorry, which part of Somalia are you even from? Which warlord jurisdiction did you come from? She can barely speak English, wasn't born here. She's going to come here and say, well, he shouldn't have been so hateful. We're going to debate with this person. How about at the Oxford Student Union, where another piece of ghetto trash comes up in dreadlocks and sweatpants and says, whiteness must be eradicated? No, buddy, you got it twisted. We got to debate these people. We got to protect their right to hate us. We got to protect their right to undermine the foundations of our society. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we need to undertake whatever actions possible to make sure that person has no platform, no job, no power, and honestly, is not even in our country. This guy has a platform at the Oxford Student Union. He shouldn't even be in the United Kingdom. Ilhan Omar is in the U.S. Congress. She shouldn't even be in America. And people are saying, no, she has a right to say what's on her mind. No, I don't think so. And I'll tell you why. Because if they had it their way, there would be no white people. There would be no debate. People like Ilhan Omar and that guy and the guy in Texas, if they had it their way, if they won, there'd be no free speech. They would pass hate speech laws. These people that say that Charlie Kirk should be dead, they would be passing hate speech laws so that he could not speak at a university. It would be like South Africa. If people like Ilhan Omar and all these others that are being canceled, the whites, the browns, the blacks, the Jews, that are pushing that kind of radical progressive ideology, this kind of race communism, if they won, it would be like South Africa. Forget about a right to debate. They would take away your right to debate, your right to your property, and your right to your life. If they outnumbered us, if they won the racial head count that is an election, if they won the institutions with progressive organizing, and they have in many jurisdictions, they would make it so that their shock troops would be perfectly within their legal rights to take your house, kill your family, indoctrinate your children, murder you. And we're going to sit there and say we need to argue for why they shouldn't do that? No. People like that, you don't win a debate. You take them out of the seats of power in the country. Ideally, to the legal extent possible, you get as far away from them as possible, and that means removing them from the country. Humanely, with mercy, with benevolence, maybe with a smile on our faces. Charlie got killed in Utah. Maybe we could send some nice Mormons in a white shirt and a black tie, and they can knock on Ilhan Omar's door and say, hi, do you have a minute? So you're going back. They can knock on her door. Hi, Representative Omar. President Trump has terminated your citizenship in America. You're going home. Sorry. So if you'll just step right over here, and we'll do it humanely. We'll get nice seats. We're not going to cram you in like a sardine on a Spirit Airlines flight. We can make it nice. Nice seats. We'll give you a blanket. It's a long flight. We'll give you a blanket because we're not like them. We're better. We're kinder. We'll give you a blanket. We'll give you a hot meal. And then all your clans in Somalia, they can roll out the red carpet for you. They can roll out the red carpet. They can shoot their AK-47s in the air. Ilhan is home. Ilhan is home. Great. Back in our Muslim Republic of Somalia. But that's the only solution. We cannot let these people run our government, our universities, our schools, our hospitals, our lives. We cannot be at their mercy. We cannot let them have authority over us because if they celebrate when Kirk dies, these are the same people laughing at your elderly relatives seizing up in the hospital. They're the same caretakers that are hitting your children in daycare. They're the same people in the state's attorney's office or in the judicial system that are turning criminals loose because of the legacy of slavery or something. They're the same people that want to throw the book at the Proud Boys or the J6ers. They're the same people putting gay porn in your kids' books and calling them banned books. So, no, sorry. Charlie Kirk said, changed my mind. They shot him. Whoever shot him, on some level, doesn't matter, because regardless, millions of people celebrated that the conservative debate bro got shot for having the wrong opinions. Yeah, well, you know what? We have a problem, and unfortunately for you, we control the White House now. So, get your kids, get your wife, get your family, get the hell away from these people that want you dead. Go to someplace where people like you have the power. People like you are in charge. People that have affinity with you. And it's not to say that white people are perfect. It's not to say that conservatives are perfect. There are white people and conservatives that are evil too. But clearly we have a problem here with this progressive strain of ideology, with these militant foreigners that have a grievance against us, that have a grievance against America. For them, the revolution never ended. For them, the BLM, tear down the statues, the Howard's Inn, 1619, America's original sin, for them, that never ended. They're still out there. They still want you dead. They still think it's okay to murder your opponents. And now the revolution that Trump started, the counter-revolution, must be completed. And that means the cadre of institutional people must be replaced with people like us. People that think the way that we do, people that believe the same religion as we do. We have to take our own side. So don't tell me for 1 second banning these radical leftists is going to hurt the anti-Israel cause. What a ridiculous notion. And if you think that the radical right is going to join arms with the radical left against Israel, you're just naive. You're completely naive. It's never going to happen. Never going to happen. And trust me, because I've seen it firsthand. I've seen so many radical left-wing people, they say, well, just because Nick Fuentes is against Israel doesn't mean he's not a fucking Nazi. And so, get with the program or lose your job. Get with the program or lose your tenureship, lose your show, lose your whatever. You think when the left takes power next, they're going to say, well, the conservatives didn't ban us when they had the opportunity, so, we should take it easy on them. It doesn't work that way. Like, we're in a civil conflict. We're in the early stages of a civil conflict. And I have been a part of it in a sense that when I got doxxed last year, I had people trying to come and kill me. I had people try to come to my door and murder me with a gun. I'm supposed to open the door. Hey, man, could you put the gun down? Let's talk about it. If the cops didn't get there first, I would take my shotgun. I would have fucking blown him away right through the door. I was in the middle of my show. And I don't mean to sound like a tough guy, but point being is when you're in a situation like that, when you're in a situation where your enemy has a loaded gun pointed at your face, we're not compelled by our religion to say, hey man, don't shoot, let's talk about it. When the left has a loaded gun pointed at your head and a million people cheering behind them, yeah, kill him, do it, blood spurting out of your neck. You don't have any obligation to say, hey man, we don't have to put a fucking flower in the gun or give them a can of Pepsi. Like the Kardashian girl, like Kylie Jenner. No. And this is not a call for violence. This is to say, when the left is this way, they have to be disempowered. So the Charlie Kirk Data Foundation, it's like a momentous breakthrough in the history of conservatism that finally we have gotten wise. And that's when people say the right has gotten radicalized, that's what they're talking about. And I said this when Charlie Kirk died, we got pushed to this point. It didn't start this way. Conservatives were never like this. Conservatives would always say, limited government, no, we're not like them. We need to rise above, etc. And what has happened to conservatives over the years? We all got censored on the internet. Trump got shot. Trump got legally persecuted. Alex Jones, they sued him for a fucking $1 billion and they laugh about it. The Onion's trying to buy it. They think it's a big joke. They locked up the J6ers. They fantasized about Trump in an orange jumpsuit. They used every tool at their disposal to make our lives miserable, and they laughed about it. They took James Younger's kids away from him and forcibly trans them. Then they shot Charlie Kirk in the neck a few days after that Ukrainian refugee got stabbed in the throat for no reason. And finally, conservatives said, you know what? Fucking enough already. After Charlie Kirk is dead, that was the last opportunity, and I said it on Thursday, that was the last opportunity for the left to say, you know what, we disavow political violence. That was their last moment to beg for mercy, to do the right thing. And say, hey, this has shocked us to our senses. We know that this was wrong. They didn't do that. In the most callous, insensitive way, they crashed the vigils. They publicly celebrated. They laughed. They sold figurines of Charlie Kirk dead. Now you gone too far. Now you pushed us too far. You pushed everybody too far, and now you have to be penalized. Now, I'm sorry, you got to lose. Even, I'm sorry, no, we're not sorry. Now you have to stop. So, that's the message. I saw Cenk Uygur disavow destiny. He said, oh, we believe in free speech. Don't ban the left. Too little, too late, fat ass. Cenk Uygur wants to go up there. Cenk Uygur's been leading who do you think's been leading the vitriol against conservatives? It's his whole fucking network. The Young Turks, they've been at the forefront of this, vilifying Trump supporters. Anna Kasparian, now she wants to make that face of Destiny. Ew, Destiny's so evil. You know, and listen, Anna Kasparian, now she wants to be on the right wing. It's a little bit too late for that, girlfriend. Sorry. Too little, too late. You know, these people like Crystal Ball, like Kyle Kulinski, fuck them. Fuck them. I saw Crystal Ball on her show. She goes, Nick Fuentes' disgusting ideology. He's a neo-Nazi, blah, blah, blah. So flippant. Same with Kyle Kulinski. So the shooter's a conservative, this fucking douchebag. Sorry for the language. These people, they're so cocky, they're so arrogant, they're so flippant, they're so callous, so insensitive. It is time for a tune-up. It is time to ring their bell a little bit. People like Cenk. Cenk is smart. He's one of the smart ones. He sees the way the wind is blowing, and he says, now he wants to put his hands up. Oh, no, please. Let's remember we're in favor of free speech. Yeah, that's nice. It's too little too late. You, fat boy, have been leading the charge with that vitriolic hatred against Trump supporters and Republicans and Christians for the past 10 years. Now you want to throw up the white flag? Where were all the disavowals of the radical left over the past 10 years? Were they pumping the brakes when that was going on 10 years ago? I don't think so. So, it's time for the right to just win. Buckle up. This is going to be a long journey. Maybe not for me, maybe not for you, but for this movement that must go on for generations, buckle up. Because there's one outcome that is acceptable: victory. Nothing less than victory. We win or we die. We win this battle or they kill us and our loved ones and everything that we love. There is no substitute for victory. Nothing less than victory is acceptable. They win, and unlike even the communists in Russia, if these race communists win, they will kill you, they will kill your family, they will burn everything we love to the ground. And there will be no more white people. There will be no more decency. We'll all be gone. There will be no America. and we're not going to compromise our morals. The only code that I recognize is God's law. So we won't be killing anybody, won't be and by that I mean we're not going to be murdering anybody. I don't believe you should go and murder liberals or something like that. I think that would be evil. But we should, within the bounds of our morality, fight back as hard as possible, take political power from them, and treat them humanely with the dignity of any sinner, any person that's full of vitriol. But we have to win. Anyway, so that's that. But I do want to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say. That's the truth. So, you know what? It's like I said, the most important distinction, I just want to reiterate, for everybody that's saying, you know, Israel did it, so they had accomplices, it does not make a lick of a difference that all these liberals celebrated. I mean, think about that really. Think about that logically. Think about who celebrated. They did that of their own volition, and that's a problem. And it wasn't a small problem. It wasn't, they were celebrating on CNN, man. Jimmy Kimmel was practically celebrating. CNN was celebrating. Doctors, nurses, teachers, professors were celebrating, okay? That's not a marginal element. Like, think about that. We're not, and by the way, we're not saying you don't like look, I didn't like Charlie Kirk. I didn't agree with Charlie Kirk. We're not saying if you don't like us, if you disagree with us, if you're a Democrat, even if you're trans for that matter, if you're gay, if you're, who the fuck cares? We're talking about this radical element. And understand, I don't want anybody to think, because I'm not like a polemical right-wing guy, at least I'm trying not to be as I get older. This message is not directed at regular liberals. This message is not directed at regular people, decent people that felt bad. And there are a lot of them. There are a lot of liberal women, liberal men, liberal blacks, liberal gays and trans that they were affected by this in a profound way. This is not directed at all of them. If it needs to be said. I do not want to instigate a race war. I do not want to instigate partisan violence at all. At all. It is not my intention. I am venting my anger a little bit. And, you know, so I'm passionate. I'm emotional. Absolutely. This is in no way directed at the just general political opposition. This is directed against these radicals. True radicals. It's just like unconscionable. Think of the gravity of it. It's not people that said, I didn't like Charlie Kirk. It's not people that said Charlie Kirk had bad opinions. It's people that literally crashed vigils. People were praying, crying, showing humanity to someone who was publicly executed, and their instinct was to show up and make a mockery of it, to show up and say, fuck all of you. That's evil. And if we can't agree that's evil, then we have a problem. We're talking about mainstream people with power that said, get his kids, get his wife, people that said, F white people. That's unacceptable in any political discourse. It's no different than if you celebrated Dylan Roof. It's no difference than if Dylan Roof shoots up a church full of black people, and the day that it happened, could you imagine? Could you imagine if the day that Dylan Roof shot up a church of innocent black people, and someone on Fox News got up and said, well, you know, those black people shouldn't be committing crimes. Could you fucking imagine? Could you imagine if a late night show host said, oh, well, whatever? Or if people celebrated and expected to keep their jobs? It would be unconscionable. And we need to make it unconscionable for the radical left to celebrate something like that. And while they're looking for another job, they can think about that. While they are, looking for another college or trying to figure out what to do, make rent or whatever, they can think about their actions and what it means to be a human being, actually. So, and the reason I say that is like, and like I said, there is no love lost between me and Charlie Kirk at all. But as we all know, what happened to him is horrendous. Horrendous. I can't stop thinking about the video, and I can't stop thinking about the video of him and his daughter. And I'm not a sensitive person like that. I mean, we see violence all the time. I'm not trying to be like his white knight or anything like that, but it easily could have been any one of us. Anyone. It happened to be him. And the way that they have no humanity towards them, it's like, it's sickening. So. And I would say the same, by the way, if it was anybody else, for that matter. So. But that's that. We're going to move on. We'll take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you have to say. So do not listen to these arguments. Get these people fired. No violence, no violence. I believe in redemption. Some of these people certainly will grow up and they will regret what they've said. And we have to give them that opportunity, actually. I think that's merciful. So I don't think we should kill them. I don't think we should answer their mockery with violence. I don't believe in that. But I do believe that we should take power from them so that they can't hurt us, hurt our family, get the idea that this is okay. It's not okay. And if you can't agree on the basic principle that murder is wrong, then you can't be a part of our society. You can exist, you can have your life, but you can't be part of our society. You're not welcome here. You're not welcome in America. You're not welcome in our institutions. You can't come to the block party. If you for 1 second think that murder is okay, killing your political opponents is okay because of what they say or believe, the message must be clear. You're not welcome. We don't want you here. That's just not acceptable. That's not what we do. We are human beings. So that kind of vile political ideology, that fucking poison, it just has to be excised from society completely. Anyway. We are going to move on. All right, let's take a look at these super chats. We'll see what you have to say about all this. Let's see.
Atlas sent $15. Hey Nick, I'm 18. I'm a Russian U.S. citizen. I was born in Illinois and moved back to the U.S. about 4 years ago now. Live in Minnesota's Honoran, and it low-key sucks.
Sorry to hear that. How are you a Russian citizen if you were born in Illinois? That's a weird story, but anyway.
Low IQ grower percent $29. I really admire your prudence in your coverage of the Kirk assassination. I'm creeped out by his wife's speech, which focused on fundraising for PUSA, between awkward whispers and a strange photo ops for Instagram. I don't understand why or how she's being so public.
I didn't like that either. I didn't like it one bit. And the fundraising thing is a little bit sick. I get it. Obviously, everybody gets it, but is that really appropriate? The constant fundraising texts and emails. I mean, I'm signed up for all that stuff. It's like, Erica Kirk here. I said in my speech that this is a battle cry. Here's the link. Make a one-time donation. Really? It's in very poor taste. I didn't even promote anything on my show until yesterday. I didn't read super chats on my show on Thursday. I skipped 2 shows last week. Yesterday, I didn't promote, or on Monday, I didn't promote my hats or my subscriptions. So I literally did not make money almost a week until after he had died. But Turning Point was right there with the fundraisers, and they're doing like a political rally. I thought that was in poor taste. On some level, I get it. Charlie Kirk was this mission-oriented individual. He gave his life for Turning Point, and for the rest of it, So on some level, I get the argument for it, but is it ever an appropriate moment to stop the machine? It's actually kind of disturbing. Because let's be honest about Charlie Kirk's legacy. He was part of this Republican machine. He was part of this self-perpetuating Republican grift. endless fundraisers to fund more fundraisers. $140 million per year. Selling endorsements, selling access to the president. And just like, it's just like this juggernaut, like this tank that just crushes everything. More money, more events, more fundraisers, making the brand bigger, more whatever. And even in death, it just gets bigger. Even after he dies, more text messages, more emails, more one-time donation, more event, a memorial, and then a funeral. A memorial, a speech, a round robin hosting his show. Well, we're going to leave his chair empty. How long's the funeral going to go? Like, it's kind of disturbing. That's just my outside. It's up to them. It's her husband. It's the father of her children. It's her prerogative. I really have no place to judge or criticize. I don't even have a family, so it's not my place to criticize or judge. But yeah, it seems like a little gratuitous at this point. You know? It'd be one thing if, I don't know. But it's like, there's a GoFundMe, it's fundraising text messages, make a donation, we're going to do a memorial, then a funeral, we're going to, like, okay, I mean, can we let the guy fucking rest for a minute? Can we let the guy rest for like literally a week? Before we kick it into high gear all over again? Like, holy smokes. And I know maybe that sounds insensitive to say, but I can't be the only one thinking it. I know a lot of people felt the same way, and everyone's afraid to say it because we're now in, heavy mourning or whatever. And don't get me wrong, I've said my piece on Charlie Kirk and his passing, but holy, when is enough enough? When is enough enough? So, but you know what? You live by that, and even in death, that's just, you get more of it. So, I don't know if I died, I don't know if I'd want all of that. I probably would. So, I'm sure Charlie Kirk, honestly, knowing Charlie Kirk, he would have wanted it that way. I don't think, knowing him, does he seem like a guy who would say, don't ask for any more money? Would he be the type of guy that would say, no, I don't want it to be like he would want it actually this way. So maybe it's the most respectful thing they could do. And you can say that in a cynical way. You could say that in an earnest way. You know that Charlie would have wanted the mission to go on. Like, he gave his life to that. That's probably what he would have wanted. And you could say it in another context. It's kind of like, is nothing sacred? But whatever. Not my place to judge. Not my place to comment on that. I'm fully aware. And you know what? And God bless her and her children. I can't even imagine what she's going through. The last thing I want is to give her any guff. From where I'm sitting, in my opinion, and I have no leg to stand on here, as his adversary, seems a little gratuitous and excessive, but you know what? It's her loss. It's her husband. So I just hope that she's taken care of. She now has 2 children without a father. So whatever she thinks is necessary, that is honestly, that is her decision. So don't mean to step on any toes or anything. I'm just saying, it's like, I'm just giving him some of my thoughts on it.
Big Sleazy sent $15. Over the last 2 months, I've been attending most streams and slowly been pushing my wife further to the right. As two 23-year-olds, how do we continue to make sure we're safe in our daily lives without continuously parrying? DLDR constantly surrounded by African Americans that have no problem killing.
Move away from them. Well, here's what I would say. Carry a gun. Here's like my survival guide, okay? Nick's declassified nigger survival guide. Okay, we had to say it there because for the joke, okay? Ned's declassified school survival, if you like that. So, okay, we can't make jokes like that. That's not appropriate. That's racist. I get that. I disavow. I apologize. It's terrible. Nick's Declassified Negro Survival Guide. Here's some tips, okay? Rule number 1, carry a gun at all times. Now, rule number 2, about carrying a gun. This is what they'll tell you at a concealed carry class. You take any kind of class on firearms, and you should. This is what they will tell you. The biggest problem with carrying a gun, the way that it can make you less safe, is that it gives you a false sense of security. Any firearms expert will tell you the same thing. The best way to survive a deadly encounter is to escape one, is to never find yourself in one. And if you find yourself in one, to de-escalate, to escape, to get away. Okay? So a lot of people think, oh, I got a gun, and then they go looking for trouble. Then they turn off their radar. They turn off their situational awareness. So act as though you're not carrying. Carry at all times, act as though you're not carrying. And by that I mean avoid dangerous situations. What's dangerous? Certain neighborhoods, certain major thoroughfares and intersections, certain times a day, certain days of the week. So like here in Chicago, we all know Labor Day and Memorial Day weekend are so violent. So you don't want to find yourself out and about after dark, Labor Day and Memorial weekend. Friday, Saturday, just forget about it. Avoid. We all know in Chicago, when you're on 290, do not get off in the west side. Basically from Austin until maybe Damon or Western, do not get off the highway. No-go zone. South side, forget it, other than maybe Hyde Park. So know the no-go zones. Be aware of your surroundings. Try to avoid being out past midnight in the problem areas. That situational awareness. Just be alert. When you're in your car at a red light, in traffic, be on high alert. Don't be on your phone. Be aware of your surroundings. When you're walking by yourself or with a group, don't have your headphones in. Don't be looking at your phone. Keep your head on a swivel. If you see something that doesn't make you feel good, get out of Dodge. Your gut is probably right. Trust your gut. So if you see a character that you don't like, keep your eyes on them and try and peel out of there as quickly as you can. If you're in traffic, leave a little room in front of your car in case you need to make an exit. If a homeless person approaches you, do not engage. That's the biggest mistake I see people make, people that aren't from the city. A homeless person will come up to them and they will turn, make eye contact. They'll say, oh, I'm sorry, I don't. Nope, stick and move, stick and move. You see them coming at you, don't, keep them in your peripheral vision, but don't make eye contact and just bolt. Ignore, turn up the volume, get the fuck away. But your long-term play, your short-term to long-term play is to move to a neighborhood where you don't have to deal with that. Move to a safe white neighborhood. If you have a family, just get away. That's my advice to you. But it's not easy, but it's simple. Simple rules. Thank God I've never been in a confrontation like that, altercation. And I credit that to the fact that I'm just lucky, but also I make my own luck. Because it's a game of odds. If you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, something bad can happen. But if you avoid the wrong places at the wrong times, you don't have to roll the dice as much. And so that's how you make your own luck. You don't find yourself rolling for your life every time. So I don't go out late at night. I don't go to certain parts of the city. I pay attention. I look around. I have no shame about sticking and moving. You see somebody you don't like, get away from them. It doesn't matter if it's obvious. Just get away. Hastily. Don't panic. That's the other thing. Do not panic ever. But get away. Anyway, that's my advice to you. But how to make sure you're safe without carrying? Well, you should carry. And how do you make sure you're safe? Just know your surroundings. Be smart. Anyone would tell you, any expert would tell you the exact same thing. When you walk into a place, know the exits. You know, be aware of your surroundings. Do a check every few minutes, you know. Keep your head on a swivel. I see so many people just have their head up their ass. They're just not paying attention. In traffic, in a restaurant, walking down the street, they're like, la, la, la. I remember I was out not too long ago for dinner and a movie in the city. It wasn't a date, but I was with, I was actually third wheeling. Not going to say with who. It's kind of a funny story, actually. But I was with some people in the city. We got dinner. We saw a movie. It was, I think it was literally Memorial Day weekend. And we were downtown. And we were actually, I think, in River North, which is not a safe place. And I'm with these people. They're not from the city. They don't hang out in the city. We get out of the movie. It's like 1 a.m. on fucking Memorial Day weekend in River North on like a Friday or Saturday night. And I'm walking with these people and they're like, la, 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 la. They're just like talking and chatting. They're like, mm-hmm. And me, I'm like literally like, I wasn't even talking because I was just in like Jack Bauer mode. I was in straight up Jack Bauer. I'm like looking around. I'm walking quickly. I'm like, let's just get out of here. This is like an extraction mission. This is like a video game mission, like defend the package. Escort this person to the safe house. It was literally like a video game. There's like 2 dots on my screen. Red dots everywhere. I'm looking around. So people just don't pay attention. That's why people get victimized, because they don't pay attention. You have to pay attention.
John Wick sent $10. Did you see the judge's reasoning for dropping Luigi's terrorism charge? According to his logic, essentially nothing is terrorism as long as you write beforehand that you're just trying to bring awareness and not incite anything with your violent, politically motivated attack.
I didn't read the ruling, no. But yeah, so ridiculous. So he may walk one day. It's just insane.
Stephen Kiss sent $25. Ben Shapiro said on his show last week that the US and Saudi Arabia secretly wanted Israel to bomb Qatar, and that's proven by Saudi Arabia not immediately shooting the Israeli jets out of the sky when they violated Saudi's airspace. Wild take considering they condemned it right after, which he essentially called pretend.
Well, and it came out that Israel launched a strike from the Red Sea. So that's not true. That's such a brazen lie. I thought they violated Saudi airspace. But then it came out shortly thereafter that Israel flew into the Red Sea. And with a high vertical trajectory, they launched the strike over Saudi Arabia into Qatar. So that's ridiculous. The United States was not happy about that. Saudi Arabia was not happy about that. But they will lie. They will say anything.
Louis Simonet sent $25. Independent data by Alex Nawaros to show far-right extremists have caused more politically motivated murders in the U.S. than far-left extremists. What is your view of that evidence, and how should conservatives work to reduce the violence? Also, love your show, Nick. Any book recommendations for someone trying to be you?
Okay, so that's bait, judging by the book rec question. But they cooked the books on that. I saw that. And they cooked the books. If you basically don't count BLM, if you don't count Antifa, if you don't count all of the left-wing political violence that there is, then yeah, you'll find more right-wing stuff. They do that the same way with like Muslim terrorism. For years, they would say from 2002 until 2025, right-wing extremists have killed way more people than Muslims. It's like, really? So why'd you start in 2002? So they cook the books like they always do with the data.
Elements 1985 sent $20. I just disagree with the entire framing of Kirk's death by the right. He wasn't killed for speech on campus, but effectiveness in grassroots organization, young men, low propensity voters. By making the operational piece secondary/tertiary, it whitewashes what could be a legit political assassination for just a rogue nut.
That's not true, though. By all appearances, he was killed by some liberal gay guy who was triggered by the social media stuff. Like, that seems to be... Clearly, this 22-year-old dipshit did not have any kind of political expertise. Charlie's registering too many voters. No, this guy saw TikToks of Charlie dunking on liberals and it burned up inside. He's like, I have to kill him for my trans boyfriend. So I think the guy was just some radical that saw too many Charlie Kirk TikToks. So no, I think you're wrong. I don't think there's any evidence that he killed him because he was wanted to take a piece off the chessboard. It's like, no, I think he was mad about the TikToks.
Pretty fly white guy sent $10. Niggas will clown black women for believing lynchings are happening across America, then proceed to post that Charlie Kirk's security was Mossad and killed him with a palm pistol.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or like a Tariq Nasheed saying that all the black people committing violence are just white people in like 3D printed realistic masks. Yeah.
E-Girls Forever sent $10. How do you debunk the melanin argument that liberals say that race is not biological? It's a social construct and we all just have different variations of melanin.
Are we doing this? Do we really need to work through all that? It's not true because race is genetic. Everything about our appearances, our bones. You can identify a white and black person based on the skull shape. And people say it's about the skin. It's literally in the DNA. You can identify based on someone's DNA, whether they're European, black, Ashkenazi, Jewish. What do you think a 23andMe is? Do you think you take the melanin? When you submit a 23andMe and they tell you literally what ancestry you have, where you're from, do you cut a piece of your skin off and they put it under some kind of color analyzer? A spectrometer or something? You cut off a piece of your skin and they analyze how much, they hit it with light and they analyze how much melanin is in there. How white this person is so black that they're from West Africa. No. You spit in it and they look at your DNA and then they say, you're from this city. Two, they can locate it to a particular village. I go on my 23andMe and it says, your Italian ancestors are from South Naples, the south coast of Naples, Bari, and from the mountains of Calabria in this village. How do they tell that from my melanin? How do they tell that from my skin color? Race is only skin deep. Clearly not. Clearly where the village you're from is in your genetic code. So, yeah, so no, that's clearly not the case.
Chicagoland Grow Wiper sent $25. The shooter clearly comes from the Kyle Kulinski wing of the vulgar edgelord left. No wonder he and Crystal Ball were trying to deflect the Grow Wipers. Should be investigated.
They should be. Kyle Kulinski should be investigated. Jackson Hinkle should be put under the jail. He should be protected anyway, because if Jackson Hinkle went to prison, it'd be a rough time for him, man. He's like 3 feet tall, so, I mean, he looks like a girl, so that's going to get ugly for him. So for his own sake, he should be put in solitary confinement forever, in my opinion.
Big B Wolf sent $300.
That's my opinion.
Teacher here. Our public schools are overrun. We need strong Christian men in power, and you've inspired me to become a principal and a board member rather than just retire as a teacher.
Good,
Principals
good.
hire teachers, and most principals are liberal, emotional women who hire those that are most like them. Politics are important, but our educational community needs to hire good people to steward our kids too. Christus Rex and God bless.
Loved it. Good. God bless you, man. Thank you for the huge super chat. A lot of ordinary people ask, what can I do to get involved? If you're like just you have no political aspirations or connections or money, and maybe that sounds shitty, but that's a lot of people. If you are just an ordinary family guy, what happened to those good old-fashioned values? If you're just some regular family guy, you must volunteer for your local school board. That's probably the best thing that you can do. At the lowest, most local level, if you don't have any kind of opportunities to run for higher office or anything like that, get on the school board. If you are just a young guy with a wife and kids, don't have a lot of aspirations or anything for higher office, for becoming a senator, excel in your profession, become a pillar of your community, and then get on the local school board. That's something institutional you could do immediately. Or maybe not immediately, but imminently. Because I know there's a lot of younger guys who are like, hey, I'm 27, I'm I'm 25, I'm 32, I'm just some guy with a wife and kids. I don't have a political job. Best thing you could do, become a pillar of your community, go to community events, church events, volunteer at your school, become a pillar of your community, be a leader. Leadership starts with you. Don't be a weirdo on the internet. Don't be broadcasting all your politics everywhere. Keep it to yourself if this is what you want to do. There are some young guys that want to be clippers. Good. Keep it anonymous, keep it private. But if you want to be a real leader and you don't necessarily want to move to DC or run for a higher office or whatever, you don't want to climb the ladder, you're not going to be a billionaire, let's say, then excel at your job, be a pillar of your community, volunteer for community stuff, for your school stuff, be normal, be sociable, learn how to get along with people, learn how to be diplomatic, and then run for school board. That is a very fine plan. Good for you. I love to hear that. That is tangible. That is how you make a difference. And then you can influence other people. If you're in a position of leadership, people look up to you. You can influence other people. Mentor younger people. You know, look for conservatives, empower them too. You see another young conservative guy, mentor and empower them. You know, that's where you subtly red pill. Now, don't put anything in writing that you wouldn't want in the local paper or whatever, but like, that is how we raise each other up. That is how a rising tide can lift all the boats for us, for our side. That's how we do it.
Milk drinking Groy percent $20. God's armor always, but luck favors the prepared. God bless.
If you want peace, prepare for war. That's the other part of it. Become unkillable or hard to kill. You should be training physically. You should be learning about firearms. Do what you can to keep your family safe. Be smart. That doesn't mean, learn these skills to hurt people. You should not want to hurt people, but people do want to hurt your family, so you got to protect yourself.
Matthew P. sent $20. Who moderates the moderators?
Who mods the mods? Good question.
Thomas Cruz sent $100. Bro, you might not be able to ever date or marry at this rate. Any potential W-men may be deployed assets. Have you considered they might be your handler? What's your screening protocol? Not that I'm trying to date you or anything. Unless,
Okay.
eyes
Thank
emoji.
you for the big super chat.
Bugman sent $20.
Great
I did
stuff
not mean,
as
but I played
always.
Candace's
Love
game
it.
with her and the words vehicle and retrieval were used more than a couple of times in my messages. Am I on track to becoming a transgender patsy?
I love how that's the new line they're going with. No one says vehicle. No one says retrieve. It's like, yeah, there's some things about it that are suspicious, but by no means is that definitive. I mean, come on.
Salukis 2020 sent $25. Loved your message about people being Catholic because of their political ideology. If you have to post on your Instagram story that you're at church every Sunday just feels like a LARP to me. I guess it's better than not going at all, but very unauthentic.
Yeah, I agree.
Dreadhead with Hellcat sent $15. New fan here. Listen to your speech at University of Iowa a few years back on immigration. Impressive how you remain poised during all the yelling and uproar. Big fan of your work and stay safe. If you need a new book, The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt. Stay safe and prayers for your safety.
Thank you for that. Oh, Jonathan Haidt. Oh, I've never heard of him before. Well, what else should I read? Nassim Taleb, Malcolm Gladwell? What other book should I pick up while I'm educating myself? Should I go and pick up another Ezra Klein's latest book? I mean, what else? Jonathan Haidt. What else? Yuval Harari and man, I'm gonna fill up my shopping cart at Barnes & Noble with $29.99 bestsellers reviewed by the New York Times. Yeah, that sounds like a good rec. But thank you, man. I appreciate it.
$25.
Thanks for the rec.
I'm excited for my third OCA meeting this week. I will be forever grateful for how much you've changed my thought process, my outlook, and my life in general. God bless you, Nick.
Thank you, man. Love to hear it. God
LEF
bless.
sent $15. Kirk assassinated. Epstein files blocked. Pauline Luna pushes pro-Israel Pentagon bill. Pam Bondi warns anti-Semitic speech will bring prosecution. Rubio tries bill to revoke passports over Israel criticism. 250 U.S. officials pose in Israel with flags. Netanyahu visits U.S. for fourth time. Checks out.
Thank
Emily
you
sent
for
$50.
that. True.
Hey Nick,
All
another
true.
huge female fan. Sorry, not sorry. Fun fact, we went to LT together. Love everything you do.
We did? Who are you? We went to LT together. Were you in my grade? Wow, it's always crazy when an LT alum, because you know, I'm a little bitter about it. When I was at high school, I was already famous, okay? I have always been famous in my community. Not tooting my own horn, but when I was in grade school, when I was in like 5th grade, I wrote for the school paper, and I was practically famous. I was the president of student council in 6th grade. I wrote for the school paper, and everybody in the community loved me. When I was in middle school, I was the student council president in 8th grade. And I wrote for the school paper there. And when I got elected, I gave a speech. I gave a speech at graduation, and everyone loved it. I brought down the house. And when I was in high school, I had a radio show. I was student council president, and I gave a speech at graduation, and everybody loved me. I was actually very polarizing. I was very popular on Yik Yak, on Street Chat. I wasn't popular. I didn't have like a ton of friends, but I was known. It was a school of like 4,000 people, and I was known. And anyway, not saying that to toot my own horn, but like, I was always Nick Fuentes. But then, here's the rub. Then I graduate, and I become super political, super pro-Trump, all that. And then they burn the memory that I ever existed. Then I am besmirched. I am hated on. Everybody says, fuck Nick Fuentes. He went and became a racist and this and that. I belong in the hall at the Reber Center, assholes. My plaque should be there right next to David Hasselhoff. But they want to pretend like I never went there. They buried the memory. They took down my statue. They want to pretend like I never existed there. And the community, too. Now they reject me. They repudiate me. But that is until, like, this year. Now this year, everybody wants to say, oh, I'm a big fan. I'm from LT. Oh, I'm in Burr Ridge. Oh, I'm at Hinsdale. How times change. The public is fickle. The public is so fickle. How fickle you are, the Lyons Township School District, LaGrange Park, Western Springs, Brookfield, how fickle you are. Highland Park, or I guess it's the LaGrange Highlands, not Highland Park. Countryside. How fickle you people are. My mom just texted me. Dude, Mom, chill. My mom said, she said, Emily, Mom, relax. You know, my mom's on top of it. She just texted me. She said, Emily, Mom, relax. Okay, that's all. You saw the same super chat I did. Okay, I have no other info. I know when this show ends, who do you think that is? Nicholas, who do you think that is? I saw the same super chat you did. I just read it in real time, and so did you. I have as much information as you do. Isn't that so funny, though? So, yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for my plaque. I'm waiting for the lion to interview me. I'm waiting for my close-up. Yeah, now they repudiate my legacy. It's so funny because that's too bitter. I'm not going to say that. That's maybe too bitter. Look, all I'm going to say is this. I shouldn't say it. I'm not going to say it. That's shitty. That's a shitty thing to say. I'm not going to say that. What I was going to say is this. You know, there was somebody that I went to high school with that everybody thought would be famous. And she was a nice girl. I liked her and everything. Emily, you know who I'm talking about, I'm sure. If you're in the same grade as me or the grade above me. There was this one girl I went to high school with, and everyone thought she would be famous. She had them eating out of the palm of her hands, and she was nice. She was always nice to me. You know, and it's like, let's just say, I definitely made it. And now that I got nothing to say about that. You know, for her, oh, remember us when you're famous. Oh, remember us. You're the greatest. You're on top. You know, and now here we are. I think the wrong person became famous. I don't know. Should I remember you now that I'm famous? I don't know. No one ever told me that. Everybody was just motherfucking me the whole time I was there. You know, the head of student council was screaming at me. The head of Model UN was screaming at me. They took the general secretary position from me. Or excuse me. Secretary General. They had it out for me from the beginning. I could tell you, man, at Student Council, they had it out for me. At Model UN, they had it out for me. They didn't want me to shine. Oh, I guess the wrong person became famous. Now what? So, I'm a little... Yeah, I've got some misgivings about that. I'm only human after all. I'm only human. No, but she was nice. It's just it's a little ironic. Those things are a little ironic, aren't they?
Black Israelite Groy percent 20.
Not that for you guys, this doesn't mean anything, but it's just kind of funny for me. But an old
Black
LT
Israelite Groy percent
had,
$20.
very good.
I've never witnessed someone more obsessed with another person than Candace is with you. Every time I read her schizophrenic
I
Photoshop
know.
conspiracy takes, my brain explodes. I don't know how anyone takes her seriously. Anyway, smiley face emoji, crying face emoji, love you Nick. I hope to see you and Jimmy Dore rescheduled at collab. Keep telling the truth.
I don't know if we ever will. He totally canceled on me. He said he needed to do more research. Okay, bro. Well, I don't know Jimmy Dore, but that kind of lowered my opinion of him immensely. I don't know him. Terrible first impression. Terrible first impression. I heard a lot of good things about him. A lot of people have spoken very highly of him, people that I respect. And I was willing to sit with him and kind of give him a chance. And he texts me the morning of and says, oh, I got to do more research. Isn't that what the interview's all about? Isn't that how you learn information? You know, talk to people, get information. You need to do research before you talk to a person. Isn't that what an interview is for? You know, you sort of ask them questions, get the information. We got to do a preliminary investigation before we can chat. So that whole, I just don't like that whole mindset. I don't like that whole mentality. You know, and he's heard of me, I'm sure. I don't know how much he knows about me, but isn't that sort of the whole point? It doesn't need to be an interview. I mean, and maybe ask some obvious questions. So what? Now, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe, you know, because he was apologetic. He was very apologetic about it. And he said, you know, I want to do the interview justice. And okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe that's the reason. But that seems like more of this nonsense where it's like, I need to provide ample pushback against your vile opinions. It's like, okay, man. It's just not like free thinker energy. Me, I like to talk to somebody myself. If somebody says, oh, so-and-so is really evil, I like to talk to that person myself. I don't trust anybody when it comes to that. You know? I go in with an open mind, with a blank slate, and I say, I want to get the measure of the man myself. Or woman. I'll take her measurement. But I want to get the measure of the man myself. I don't need to do my a preliminary investigation before I talk to a person. Talk to a person. It gets to a point. But anyway, yeah, maybe we'll do the Jimmy Dore thing. Yeah, the Candace, she is obsessed with me, though. Barbershop haircut that cost a quarter. Talk about... This woman has gone insane.
Mr. Nug3T 15 cent $15. Well, my grandma thinks I'm a weird Satan worshiper now, and my mom somewhat from the fear-mongering of my grandma. She found what you said about being 30 and marrying a 16-year-old or whatever. I know you're not a pedophile, obviously, but what was going through that head of yours when you said that?
Shut the fuck up. You think I need to justify me to you? You sound like an idiot.
Groy percent $20. After watching
What was
Candace's...
going through your head? Why don't you watch the show? Why don't you watch the show? I'm so over that game where it's like, you need to explain yourself. I don't got to explain anything, okay? You know, what a ridiculous... You have these faggots that go, we took clips from Nick's show over a 10-year period and we put them all together. Now what do you think about him? Fuck off with that. If you believe in that kind of stuff, you're not a free thinker.
Groy percent $20. After watching Candace's show, it's hard to tell if she's being disingenuous when she says, I never said the Israelis killed Charlie Kirk, or if she's just that dumb and does not understand the implications of her own framing.
Nah, she's cynical. That's a cynical manipulation.
First time super chat Groy percent $50. Ian Carroll putting it all on the line in his most recent YouTube video. Protect this man at all costs. True American patriot. Saluting face emoji. Title, Creating Israel. Terror in the Middle East. Fantastic film from him / Ryan Mott.
I haven't seen it yet. I'll have to take a look. I like Ian Carroll a lot. I really respect him. He's very honest. And he got a lot of criticism over the years at various times, and especially after this Israel thing, he got some heat from some people, but I really like him a lot. I think he's a truth teller.
Aaron Gilbert sent $30. I was a bit of a sucker for the Jim Bro style, Christian, motivational videos. Watching your stream yesterday, I realized you're right. It's not Christian and also retarded. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. My bad and God bless.
Well, I mean, look, the propaganda is what it is, but I think that we really need to be focused on Christ above all else. Rather than trying to reframe Jesus as like a motivational, like, lifter. People say, you need to lift for Jesus. It's like, well, why don't we work on our soul, actually? Like, you should lift. You should lift for... There's many reasons to lift, but I think that might be missing the point a little bit.
White Boys Up sent $20. Dude, I love you, but can we please get a new name? The Grow Ivers just doesn't pass the name test.
I love people, they come up, you know, what were you? You've been a groiper for 10 minutes? I think we need to change the name. Who's we?
D sent $25. Was Benny Polacek the first scalp of your career? Anyways, love burning little Zaz and Ogaz and listening to your trippy political takes as I know you'd appreciate. Don't worry, I'll keep the F-Pack blood circles with me, you and Rob Smith on the DL. Pause. God bless.
Very good. Benny Polacek, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. That was a Paul Town scalp. That was Paul Town. So...
Chris Grossexo
Not
sent
me.
$20. Hi Nick. I know you're gay, but your high-functioning autism has captivated me so. I would challenge Candace to a psychic duel for a date with you less than 3. I am not a fed.
Is this a woman or is this a man saying? Is this a man saying that you know I'm gay and you want to date, or a woman saying in spite of that? Either way, not really a great... I don't know if that's the best one-liner. I don't know if that's the best pickup line you
Tyler
could
Lee sent
use.
$50. Hi Nick. I was curious to know your thoughts as to why this administration is only
But
worried about
thanks.
optics instead of using their accessibility to crack down on domestic terrorist groups, etc. Also, I'm glad these pundits on the right have defended you and your fan base, but what is your opinion about weeding out the bad faith actors within us Grow Ivers?
Thoughts on why this administration's only worried about optics? Yeah, I mean, they need to take additional action. I agree with that. Bad faith actors within us groypers, I don't know who you're talking about, and I don't know what you mean by that.
Citizen Stern sent $15. Nick, would you ever consider debating or discussing the Israel influence issue with Neturei Karta, who are vehemently anti-Zionist Jews? I 100% agree with your Israel critiques. America is Zog, but some of your claims about Judaism are factually incorrect and deserve pushback from practitioners.
Oh, please, no. What am I incorrect about? Please tell me. And no, because I think Jews lie about their beliefs all the time. That's part of it. They lie, they openly lie about it. They downplay things. They've been doing it for thousands of years. So, no, I don't believe in that at all.
Alejandro Zamora sent $20. Little Village listener. All the real niggas are from Chicago. Love the show, keep doing your thing. Christ alone saves. USA emoji. Frog
Hey,
emoji.
Little Village! Shout out Little Village! Dude, we love the Latinos. We love the Latino groypers on the right wing. Based Mexican groypers in Little Village in Pilsen? That's so true. This is a real nigga city. We are the salt of the earth. If you are from Chicago, you are a real nigga. All day.
Snow White sent $20. Nikki Poo, we love you. We love editing you to Lena. Women love you.
Please stop. Please don't.
Tyler Lee sent $20. I ran out of characters, but I just wanted to say God bless you, brother. I know it's probably very hard for you to trust anyone after being burned by what was considered a friend group at the beginning. But have you considered expanding your reach by letting others that are genuine, committed representatives of yours speak for you?
Okay. I don't know who is writing that. This is the first guy that said, weed out bad faith actors. When are you going to let us speak for you? Okay, I don't know who you are, but you're freaking me out.
SD Grow sent $20. Chicago food sucks. When are you going to come to a real American city like Sioux Falls, South Dakota? I'll take you pheasant hunting and we can snuggle like penguins for a warmth.
Okay, thank you for that.
Dylan sent $20. Thank you for being the voice of American youth, Nick. Please be safe and continue to do what you do.
I
David
will.
Alserja sent $30. You need to comfort Candace, she needs you right now. When you become emperor, could I work for you? Royal servant? Jester? I could start now and fetch your Godslop Culvers for you every day?
Ugh.
No more usurpation, thank you, sent $20. Glad to be here, Nick. I know many of your viewers may not believe in Christ. This is for them. I'm praying for Jesus Christ's intercession in your lives, that his sacred heart and his blood will wash away all our iniquities. In Christ we become
Love
level-headed,
it.
humble, charitable, strong and courageous. Christ
Thank
Latin
you for
cross emoji, infinity
bypassing
sign.
me. Thank you for bypassing me and talking to my followers. Yeah, thanks, Nick. I got it from here. This is a message to all your viewers and fans. Thank you for that.
Girl sent $20. My fiance and I love America first and you crack us up. We are Christian and I wanted you to know that I pray that you find real biblical love for when you decide to get out in the dating world one day. It is the best gift ever and you deserve it. The world stinks but a happy relationship is the sweetest. Be safe.
Okay, I'm praying for you to not be annoying.
Callie
Thank
Gloy for
you,
sent
though.
$100. When I'm finished with middle school I will defeat the Jews. For now I'll red pill my teachers.
Very good. Thank you for the big super chat. Based middle schoolers. Based middle schoolers are our strongest soldier. Based middle schoolers are earning $30,000 a month drop shipping, and basically you are fucking cooked. Did you see that? I actually saw what I think was like a middle schooler on TikTok posted a picture of him watching America First in school. And it looked like a middle school or like freshman in high school classroom. This guy had like an energy drink. He had like a Monster, I think it was, and his school laptop, and bro was watching America First, dude. 2, 3? No. 4, 5? No. 6, 7. Dude, middle schoolers that are red-pilled are our strongest soldiers. Raise your right hand. I'll send the army. I will send the army. Dude, I'm with it. Middle schoolers, high schoolers, pause. Strongest soldiers. Don't listen to your teachers. Do not listen to your teachers. Do not even listen to your parents if they're blue-pilled. If your parents are blue-pilled, don't even listen to them. Hide your power level, okay? Keep it close to the chest. Hide your power level. You can read books online, Internet Archive. You don't even need to order them, okay? Internet Archive. For all of our base, middle, and high schoolers, Internet Archive is your friend. Z Library is your friend. Your parents do not want you to read Culture of Critique. Your parents do not want you to read. No, I'm kidding. Kidding, of course, but that's true.
Sent $100. You should sue all the Jews for saying we killed Charlie.
Oh, good idea. Didn't think of that. Thanks for the big super chat. Super
In enemy
simple.
territory sent $25. Liberal woman here. Sorry. Not chopper a blue hair stereotype him normal I promise. I find you to be morally gray which I like in creators. I disagree a lot but your delivery is hypnotic. My algo shoved you in my face and I can't look away. You're talented and fascinating. Plus are super cute. Must be a forbidden fruit thing.
Stop. Okay, please stop sexualizing me. If you sexualize me on the show, there's something wrong with you. It cringes me out. This is not a sexual present. What is sexual about this show? If you're sexualizing this show, you've got some problems. I hate to tell you that. The idea, like, when I hear Nick Fuentes of the show is being sexualized, it's like, what is wrong with you? That makes me cringe. The idea that someone is watching the Nick Fuentes show and is like into it, it's like, yikes. But thanks. I don't think I'm morally gray. I think I'm pretty morally black and white. But thanks, I guess.
Urbiabi sent $35. You said SMTH interesting last night regarding Catholic converts who converted for political reasons over actually belief. Do you think that such people are of concern in church communities? LARPers who wear suit/veil for show, or is it better they have converted even if for the wrong reasons? W-Man supporters free and praying for you.
I don't really know what you mean by that.
Michael sent $20. Saw a video of you throwing a punch. It made me sick. Learn how to fight, lil nigga.
You never been in a fight. You're a pussy.
Bloodbringer sent $20. Hi, Nick. I watched multiple videos today from the left side of the Charlie Kirk assassination. The slow-mo footage captured a muzzle blast and an incoming projectile coming from his right. What's your take on this?
If you believe in that, I think you're an idiot.
Average guy sent $15. What do you do before stream that leaves us blue balled for 40 minutes waiting for you? Smile at yourself in the mirror? Rehearse? It's almost past my bedtime. Love the show. God bless.
Why don't you just be patient?
LG sent $20. Nick. Hey guys, they run America and every elite institution in the US. Guys, they are responsible for a majority of the major wars. Guys, they are massacring the children in Gaza. Retards. WTH man, why would you say there is no evidence that they killed Kirk? We was looking for a reason to hate them. Bruh. Berserk Centipede sent $25. I'm a new watcher and very inspired. You're a great example of what it means to love like Christ, walking the walk and knowing your values. I'm looking forward to supporting and hopefully hearing more Jesus rants less than 3.
Thank you. Great.
Viv sent $20. Hi Nick. 26 female Leo like you. You might roast me for that, but that's okay. Sorry if I missed it, but what do you think of the 50 states one is real thing? Message me back on Twitter. Love you, bye.
This has got it. Dude, please stop. Why is this happening to me? Why is this happening now? I do look through my Twitter DMs and it's a lot of girls that are like, date me. And I think it's like a honeypot thing. The level of honeypotting has gone up to like 1,000. Because I got very few DMs like that for the past 7 years. And now all of a sudden, all my DM requests are like, hey, we should go out. We should date. Hey, I'm from wherever. I'm 23. Bruh. Yeah, I don't know. I can't. This is why I have to be a loner, because you have to know that there are forces out there that are putting women up to do this so that they can kill me, so that I will lower my guard and that they will hurt me. So I have to be a stone cold incel driving around late at night, listening to the Drive soundtrack. I have to do this. This is my burden. So unless I have my moment, you know, this moment I've talked about where I've talked about it before, unless I have a true rom-com moment, I'm in a coffee shop, they call our order, we reach for it at the same time. Unless I have a moment like that, I will not believe it. I will not believe in it. Then again, they might arrange that. Israel might arrange that. They're going to have the barista on the on a headset. All right, he ordered a chai latte. He ordered a pumpkin spice latte. She's like, I'm going in. Oops, I spilled my pumpkin spice latte on you. I'm so sorry. Can I get your number? So I don't even know. Who can you trust? Who can you trust? I have to go to a foreign country and just do something random. I have to just go to like Argentina. I can't wait for Argentina to collapse.
Guys, like the video. Appreciate it. Please like the video. Get me through the algorithm. I need the likes. Like the video.
Because when it does, I will go there and I will just literally at random, I will make a convoluted route. I will get in a car. I will make it completely random. I'll drive 7 hours in one direction and then in another direction, and I'll just find one. And I'll rescue them. I'll rescue her from poverty, and I'll take her home. I'll take her back to my cave. And that's the only way I could do it, because I feel like they're setting me up. Otherwise, it's going to be a setup. And by the way, it does happen. I'm sort of joking, but there are so many women. There's so many guys in politics where their wife is their handler. Have you ever noticed that all of these famous guys, their wives are from like countries that America's at war with? Like Spencer's wife was from Georgia. Cernovich's wife is from Iran. This kind of thing happens all the time. Peter Sweden, who's an Israel shill, his fiance was a British spy from MI5. So, I don't know about all that, but it's
Ignacio
sus.
Olivera sent $50. God bless you, Nick. Welcome to the show, new viewers. Galatians 6:9. Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Isaiah 41:10. So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand.
Thank you so much.
Stein
Appreciate
Can't
it.
Stop sent $20. Money moves people to do strange things, yea, this we can tell.
Yeah, exactly.
Cole sent $15. Hi, your thumbs are insanely shaped. Postman sent
know.
$40. Regardless of who pulled the trigger, the evil was enacted by the same force, Satan. The answer to all of this is a nation of prayer. 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people, who are called by my name, will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I
Very
will hear from
true.
heaven and I will forgive their sin and heal their land.
Very true. All very true.
Slot Monkey sent $50. The other week at Mass there was a retarded guy visiting, not me, and he sang every song. He belted them out. He was so happy. And he made sure his family that brought him sang too. Heck, I started singing along, and I never sing. It was a domino effect. It was beautiful hearing not just the women. It honestly teared me up. Do you sing at Mass, Nick?
I love that. No, I do not sing. I do not sing. I don't have a good singing voice, and I don't know, I get kind of self-conscious about it. So no, I'm not a singer.
T100.9 sent $30.
Thank you. And also, I'm not in love with the singing in general.
Callie Groy sent $100. Did Pontius Pilate know Jesus was divine?
Thank you for the big super chat. I don't know. I think it's inconclusive. I don't think he knew one way or the other. But he obviously respected Jesus. He knew that Jesus Christ was a noble and virtuous person. I don't know that he knew he was God, though. But he clearly had immense respect for his stoicism in the face of death.
Superscaler sent $20, saying hi from Algeria. Big fan of the show.
Hey, Algeria, huh? Hey, what's going on?
Moves like Jagger sent $20. Recently began listening after the publicity. Gotta say, the amount of free marketing you're getting is fucking phenomenal. I was convinced you were arranged. Curiosity brought me here, and you have Rizzy, straddled and groped me into becoming a big follower. Recently began attending a nearby Catholic church. Thank you, Nick.
Well, that was a real journey, that super chat. Well, I'm glad to hear you're back in church. I don't know if it's free advertising. I don't want people saying I motivated a killing. That I don't know that I would accept that as advertising, but I'm glad
sent $15.
to hear that.
Shout
I
out the
guess.
Bullwipers clan on Clash Royale. Also, where the fuck is my hat, Mr. Hatman?
Brother, we can't
Ray
be
Army sent
doing
$30.
this.
Hey Nick, I'm a Mexican who grew up Jehovah's Witness and most of my family, including my mom, still are. Do you have any advice on how to deal with the pressure of being forced to be a part of a religion I have so many doubts about? I still believe in Jesus and I do believe he died for our sins.
Well, you have to make a decision for yourself. You're going to have to answer. It's your life. It's your spirit. They are your moral words and deeds. You have to be accountable for them, especially as a man. So I would say you have to resist all pressure and emancipate yourself to God alone. What does Jesus say? He says, let the dead lay with the dead. Join me. Let the spiritually dead lay with the dead. So Jesus is very clear about this in the gospel. It doesn't say, well, you know, if your parents say, no, you have to make a decision.
Americana Politica sent $20. Everyone on Twitter is giving their 2 cents. I feel like I can't trust most of them and many may have ulterior motives. My version of trust the plan is trusting you. RKT4NJF, Heart Suit emoji, Latin cross emoji, USA emoji.
You know, in light of everything that's happening, we might want to retire that one, but thank you. I appreciate it.
The zookeeper of Silverback Gorillas sent $25. I bet you eat crab legs out of a trash bag with your bare hands like a real nigga. Christian Anarchist sent
No,
$40.
I don't.
Nick, what's the ideal woman? Fuck you, Tunkle.
Are we really going to do this? No. Well, my dream girl, she's all about the personality. Or I'm not going to do this. We're not going to bro down talking about our type. What's your type, bro? Is that all you people think about? I think it is. I'm in a group chat with a bunch of like disgusting millennials, and I go on their timeline, and every one of their posts, it's all just about women. It's all just about their ex. It's all about sex. It's all about. Do you people think about anything other than that?
Nip sent $35. The Republicans that voted to not censure Ilhan Omar are a disgrace. Corey Mills is a weak little man. Hail Jim Bozumer.
Totally agree.
Curious
Totally
Lord for
agree.
$70. Nick big fan. Just curious you don't think Harrison Smith's tweet preceding Kirk's murder gives any credence to beverage box emoji involvement? The timeline adds up. Event Megyn Kelly interview Smith tweet. Pattern?
No, because that's not evidence. That's not a connection. Many people, the idea that secondhand somebody said Charlie didn't want to upset the Jews, nobody wants to upset the Jews. Nobody wants to upset the Jews. And the reason why is because their Jews are powerful. So, did Charlie fear the fallout of upsetting Netanyahu or the Jews? I'm sure he did. I'm sure he was afraid. Does that mean that they killed him? That is a complete non sequitur. Because there has to be evidence, actually. I perfectly believe that Charlie Kirk had disagreements with some things pertaining to Israel, and he was under pressure. I don't think that had anything to do with him being killed. I think that that was happening at the same time that he happened to be killed, because that's the same thing that everyone was going through. Tucker went through that. Candace went through that. Trump went through that. Everyone in America is going through the same thing. So was Charlie. And by that, I mean they were questioning their preconceived notions about Israel. But no, that is not actually evidence or a connection. Well, some other person said secondhand that Charlie felt afraid because, you know, he said some things that Jewish donors weren't happy about. That does not make a case, actually.
Liam CG sent $15. I checked the profile pics of the Groyper girls in chat and I can confirm they're all trot. Francesco sent $100. How about this Malawa? Seems to be no limit to how low this little fairy will stoop. Between his spreading of your talks, his fed allegations. It's cute though it is you killed a nice guy. I guess you get me. Yeah, sure thing bud. He should stick to whatever he was doing in retirement with his little boyfriend there.
Thank you for the big super chat. Well, the thing is about him, I have full confidence in him that he will mess everything up because he is an idiot. So that's the thing. I have full absolute confidence that he will find a way to once again snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, because that's just who he is. So, but thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. He is what he is. So, we don't need to get mad about it. He just is what he is. And what he is a gay Jewish pedophile. So, he really is like a sad, pathetic person. And I pray for him. I genuinely feel sorry for him. I think he's a wounded, lonely, weak person. And I think he knows that. And it's honestly me clocking that, which is why he hates me. Because I never really did anything to him. He hates me really because I did a show and I said, you know, I think his whole thing is he created this persona because he hates himself. He's a small, sad person with no real friends, and he's never had friends. And that's why he feels the need to impress everybody all the time. That's why his credit cards decline. That's why his Louis Vuitton clothes are stained and old. That's why he steals money, yet brags about being rich. That's why he exaggerates and embellishes and lies. That's why he has this super cringe, like supervillain persona. And what's sad is if he were just himself, people would be friends with him. People would genuinely like him, maybe. But everyone hates him secretly. All his friends, they all talk to me. They all secretly hate him. He has no real friends. He only has people that he has embellished and lied to, people that are threatened by him for some reason. That's all he has. All he has are people that eventually will turn on him and that then he will crash out on. People like Laura Loomer, people like somebody I'm not at liberty to say, many people actually. Everybody at Church Militant, everybody at True News, everybody at Compound Media, everybody on Marjorie Greene's team. The list is endless. Everybody at Breitbart, Alan Bakari, literally everybody. And it's like a weird, like, cringe movie moment where it's like, dude, just be yourself. If you would just be yourself, people might actually like you, but you want to create this detachment and create this persona. It's like a weird coping mechanism, like a defense mechanism. So when I never actually had a real moment with him, and that's why I never trusted him. I never told him the truth. I never trusted him. And he knew that, and it frustrated him deeply. He would always say, do you trust me now? Do you trust me now? And I would say, I don't trust you as far as I could throw you, you fat faggot. I do not trust you as far as I could throw your big fat faggot ass, because you're a wounded person. And, so I could count maybe one or two times when he actually let his guard down and we had a real moment. But for the most part, it was just ceaseless lies, embellishment, weird persona, weird, like, this, he was always bragging about how, he would say, this was the funniest shit ever. He would say, darling, I have 25 properties in different countries. And then we would go to a Courtyard Marriott and his credit card would decline. Oh, really? It was a running joke. He would book a flight for us. I have never seen this happen in my life. He booked flights. We got to the airport and we couldn't get our boarding pass because his card declined after the fact. And he said, oh, this has never happened to me. And I had to pay for the flight. And then we got to the hotel. Oh, my credit card declined again. Oh, that's just because, my gay husband controls my account and he knows I have a spending problem, so that my checking account is Buddy, please don't embarrass yourself any further. It's fine. Really, it's fine. I'll put my card on file. Really, it's fine. And then I got the bill, and dude, this guy at the hotel was bottles of wine, frozen food. This guy was bigging out. It's like, brother, talk about like nigger rich. Like, I put my card down on the hotel rooms and he's getting wine, he's getting frozen mac and cheese, ice cream. I have the fucking receipt. It's like, dude, yeah, hey, knock yourself out, I guess. But that was always the persona. I have houses in France and Switzerland. Really? This is a $200 a night Courtyard Marriott. I don't know. I guess we got to go and collect on those, Got to call your butler. Got to call your 15 butlers. Why is my account lacking $500 for 3 nights at a Courtyard Marriott? We pulled up to the airport and he's got like Louis Vuitton luggage from 10 years ago. It was like falling apart at the seams. It was like that meme of the guy with the Louis Vuitton backpack hanging by a thread. Like, brother, let it go. His shit was dirty. His luggage was falling apart. My net worth is $28 million. Look at the screenshot from Bank of America. It's like, dude, I have the Bank of America mobile app too, and I know that you can manually enter in your assets. I know what you did. I know how you made that screenshot. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Oh, $28 million, but we're flying coach and checking into the Courtyard Marriott and our credit card's declining. You know, something's not adding up there, actually. You're couch surfing with Laura Loomer and Lauren Witzke. Something's not adding up there. You're bunking with Joe Enders in Detroit on a sleeping bag. I'm sure he was doing that. He's like Elon Musk. You know how Elon Musk is homeless? I'm sure it's like that. So it's like, dude, you know, it's almost like he never watched Disney Channel. It's like, you know, you don't need to buy my friendship. Like, just be real. You know, it's like, did he never watch one Nickelodeon show or like a Disney Channel show? So, anyway. So, no, I feel sorry for him. But I have faith that one day he'll see the light. One day he'll see the light. One day he will learn what it's like to be a good person. Only after everything is taken from him again, though. To the extent that, you know, Brad Parscale's helping him, or there's other people in the Trump circles that are helping him. He may gain some traction only when it's taken from him all over again, which it almost certainly will he then be humbled. And then maybe he'll be a good person. But until then, he's as sick as they come.
Size sent $15.
Mentally
If
ill.
you celebrate Kirk's death, you're okay with killing people that disagree with you. That means you don't believe in the First Amendment, which is the center of our American identity. If you don't believe in the First Amendment, you're not American and you need to get out of our country. End of story.
100%. 100%
Silence
true.
at $25. Out of respect to Charlie, we need to examine all of the evidence out there. I saw an angle of the shooting that I don't think should be ignored. At the time of the gunshot, you can see an obvious muzzle flash from a building behind him, and in the next frame, you can see a speck between him and the muzzle flash and impact.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Tosti sent $15. Please be careful out there. Let your fans know if you receive threats from any high-profile people or groups. Stay clear of public outside rallies. It's for your own protection. If Charlie got murdered in cold blood for having moderate views, then you're in even bigger danger. Stay safe.
Oh, thank you for telling me. I didn't know that. You're telling me for the first time. Thanks a lot.
Robert of Fixham sent $25. I knew that Israel didn't do the shooting because there wasn't a Mud Club exclusive saying so. Ryan Patterson
Very
sent
good.
$20. You believe 4 Republicans sold out and chose to protect that animal Ilhan? A woman who mocked the cold-blooded assassination of an innocent American husband and father, who has openly supported ISIS and the Muslim Brotherhood, and who has repeatedly incited political violence. What the fuck is wrong, these people?
Sadly, I do believe it, because that's just what we are.
Curious Roy percent $50. Nick big fan. Just curious you don't think Harrison Smith's tweet preceding Kirk's murder gives any credence to beverage box emoji involvement?
It's a duplicate.
Polka Dot sent $20. At this point it won't surprise me if Candace tries to link the Charlie Kirk assassination with Brigitte Macron and Frankist.
Dude, no joke. It's like, when is she going to say Emmanuel Macron killed him? You know, how far off are we from that? Brigitte Macron ordered the hit. The killer's dad was at the Stanford prison experiment. Do you know that Tyler Robinson's grandfather was in the Stanford prison experiment? Did you know that Tyler Robinson's home address is the code that Brigitte Macron's ancestors used when they did their Frankist rituals? I'm surprised it hasn't gone that far yet.
Bloodbringer sent $30. Hey Nick, second duper chat of the night. First one was about the slow-mo video. But also remember that someone face matched the man on Kirk's right side was a part of Netanyahu's personal security detail. You needs to look into these two details. With that video you can see the literal smoking gun on the right side.
Yeah, that's just mental illness.
Prescott sent $100. Nick, are we really going to pretend like Israel didn't kill him when Netanyahu was the first to post his condolences, even before Trump? The man's got a whole war to fight right now. That was the first thing he thought he had to do at that time. Besides that, really like the show of you and God bless.
Yeah, see, that's not evidence. That's not actually evidence or a connection. He posted that at the exact same time that Trump did. Thank you for the big super chat. We're going to pretend. First of all, no one's pretending anything. Okay? There's no evidence that Israel killed him. So to say we're pretending otherwise, there is no evidence. You're saying we know Israel killed him because Netanyahu gave condolences? In what world is that evidence? Everybody gave condolences. Obama gave condolences. George Bush gave condolences.
Doctrines of Grace
Seriously,
92
I
sent
gave
$50. Many Christians wrongly
condolences.
see modern Israel as biblical. But God judged Israel in AD 70 through Rome's destruction of Jerusalem and the temple, as Christ foretold, ending the old covenant. In Christ the church is the true Israel, fulfilling the Abrahamic covenant of grace through the new covenant in his blood. New listener here.
I
God
didn't
bless
know
you.
that. You're
Nick.
telling me for the first time. Thank you.
Gabagool Groy percent $20. Did you see that Candace admitted on her live stream to being invited to somewhere else besides Israel? 1657 timestamp.
No, I didn't see that. Interesting, though.
Bro Hypercon sent $25. I don't know if you heard about this or not, but Israeli company called Cyberwell now working with major tech companies in the US to, wait for it, combat anti-Semitism if them boys were worried about the people questioning the JQ. This sure one.
I did see
Nuclear
that.
warming
Yeah,
sent
it's
$20.
crazy.
Just listen to Dave Smith's show today. Even he is, kind of, falling for Candace's Israel conspiracy theory. I like him. Sad. Great show as always, Nick. Entertaining and informative. God bless.
He definitely isn't. I talked to him.
Joanna
earlier
Camarillo
in
sent
the
$20. Latina fan from Chicago. You're awesome and keep doing what you're doing. I pray for your safety and well-being always. I love you, baby. Read this slide,
Let's
like your attention.
go! Thank you! Another Latina fan. Dude, we gotta have a fiesta. We gotta have a fiesta in like Little Village. I know it'll be safe there because Mexicans don't play like that. We gotta have a fiesta for all the Hispanic America First fans. That would be fun, actually.
Obedient Roy sent $20. If I see one more sickle at Hammer Magog communist Twitter account post an AI picture of you wearing an IDF uniform with an Israel flag in the background, I might crash out. And they all just repost each other like robots. It's so weird. Love the
No,
show. Generational run continues.
Don't crash out. Just remind them they're going to prison. Just remind them they're going to jail. So they can post whatever they want. They're going
I
to
reported
prison.
my own brother to his boss for celebrating Charlie's death on Facebook. He's the definition of a shitlib. Completely insufferable. His boss actually called me back, but I missed the call. Having a hard time deciding whether or not I should call her back. He's got a wife and kid. Anyway, God
Yeah.
bless you, Nick.
Call her back. Do it. Call her back.
Slop using a real snake
Pick
sent
up the
$20.
phone.
Max Blumenthal's book on Israeli society, Goliath, is very comprehensive, a great read, and highly recommended. It's been out over a decade, ahead of its time. And no, I'm not promoting him personally. It's an objective comment. Just like I wasn't promoting suicide, which you misrepresented and went off on an incoherent rant.
Okay, well, I don't know who you are, so I don't remember that. But I'll check out the book, but I don't trust him.
I don't go that way sent $20. Leniency with the left is surrender. Power unused is power wasted. Time to use their rules against them. New Bro Hyper 24 cent $50.
Yep.
I used to work as an LGBT activist before I became right-wing and converted to Catholicism. The messages from the accused shooter seem so off. The justification for violence from the far left is supposed defense of their lives not getting tired of the hatred. The right-wing hatred feeds their victim mentality and gives their lives meaning.
That's just stupid.
Ed World Jewelry sent $20. Cenk Uyghur is so ignorant and naive it's honestly sad. What do you mean you won't stand side by side who will shoot you in the face and laugh at it? Never forget how much him and Anna Kasparian attack the right wing as they do this unity bullshit.
Very
Hope
true.
Urban II sent $125. Another problem for blaming Israel for Charlie without evidence is that it lets the radical left off the hook and takes the spotlight off of them. This is a chance to red pill millions about the radical left and why we need to take action.
True. All right, you know what? I'm gonna have to filter these a little bit more. We have like 80 more to go here, so I'm gonna have to filter them a little bit.
Freedom with Authority sent $100. Do you have a take on reasons why you think left liberals lean into hedonistic, almost satanic takes regarding Israel conspiracy Kirk theories? I don't see how this is a result of genuine values taken. You have limited evidence and high polarization, etc. But I haven't seen you explain your personal take on this, just on what is happening, which is besides the point for many.
Thank you for the big super chat. Reasons why left liberals lean into hedonistic, satanic takes regarding Israel conspiracy Kirk theories. I honestly don't know what you mean by that. Hedonistic, satanic takes regarding the Israel. What is their satanic take on the Israel conspiracy? I don't see how this is genuine values. You have limited evidence and high polarization. I have no idea what you mean. They have a hedonistic and satanic take on the Israel conspiracy. How is this a result of genuine values when you have what are you taught? Like, none of this makes sense. I haven't seen your personal take on what? What does any of that mean? What is their take on I haven't seen the satanic left-wing take on the conspiracy that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. I haven't seen that. I don't know what that means.
Hey, Nick, I appreciate what you said about Israel tonight. I truly thought they were behind the assassination as soon as I saw there was a school shooting around the same time, and it was only amplified after seeing how Charlie Kirk had started to say more anti-Zionist things as of late. Just don't discredit those who thought it was plausible.
Why would I not it is discrediting. If you rush to judgment, that is discrediting. I didn't discredit that. You discredited yourself.
Diamond 2 sent $50. I just want to contribute to the movement. Heil victory.
Thank you.
Jamal Kickin sent $100. Love you, Nick. Lead us to victory.
Thank you for the
KD
big
sent
super
$65.
chat.
Have a fantasy football league with a few liberal/normie friends. Was trying to make my team name NJF. The fantasy league is through ESPN. They have your name/initials completely banned on their app. I know you hate African American ball. Figured you'd get a kick out of it though.
Is that... Are my initials banned because it's my name, or is there some other reason? I find that hard to believe.
Tyler sent $100. What do you think about people who deface George Floyd memorials? Also should be ostracized?
That doesn't matter. That was 5 years ago. I love when people say, well, what about this? What about that? There's no room for whataboutism. There's no room for whataboutism. That was 5 years. That's like saying, should we go after people that were celebrating Kennedy's death? I don't know. What was that, 100 years ago? What we know now is that the country's on the brink of a civil war. Charlie Kirk was actually murdered, and this is happening. So I don't care about that. That is in the past. I don't care about that. That was a different situation. So forget about that.
City Boy Farmer said $100. Carrying a gun should feel as normal as wearing a watch. If it isn't, you haven't trained enough. Don't drink alcohol, park in lit areas, and avoid all blacks.
Okay, thank you for that.
Aussie 4492 sent $50. I don't fully agree with your overall message tonight. I agree that we shouldn't cry wolf that Kirk being killed is a false flag by Israel, but you've acknowledged the narrative doesn't add up, and that's something that needs to not fall to the wayside. How do we move forward reconciling our differences with the left to keep pressure on the powers that be?
We don't disagree, and if you think we do, you're an idiot.
T. Hollow Wookman sent $50. Canadian. We're cooked here because we...
I disagree overall, because we shouldn't let all this fall to the wayside. No one's saying that we should investigate it. Whatever. You know what? You're hopeless.
T. Hollow Wookman sent $50. Canadian. We're cooked here because we have no identity to build on. As a former colony of the British Empire, we didn't know who we were when we got independence in '82, so we imported endless immigrants, the worst of American culture, and became liberal faggots. Appreciate what you're doing. Born Protestant but starting our CIA tomorrow. Christ is king.
Glad to hear it. Love it. Thank you.
Callie Groy sent $100. I will become your billionaire.
Oh, yeah? Let's see it. Thank you.
Zionism sent $100. You can blame Israel for everything bad that happens, and you'd probably be right 80% of the time. But when you do it without evidence, and you end up being wrong, it destroys your credibility. People are warming up to the idea that Israel has a tremendous amount of power. We don't need to drive people away from the truth by sounding like crazy conspiracy theorists.
100% right. Thank you for the big super chat.
Who's
Very true.
2003 sent $50. Thoughts on Naperville?
I love it. Love Naperville.
Tricky Ben sent $100. Thoughts on Roger Stone? Do a collab.
He's an idiot. He's a shill. He's a whore for money. Roger Stone is a total LARPer. He's a role player. He is a nobody. He is a nothing. He plays pretend like he's some political operator. He is a role player. He is a fake, a hack, and he's a whore for money. He will literally do anything for a paycheck. He would do anything for $10,000. So I have about had it with that freak. Guys in my replies every week saying, you're crazy, you don't know what you're talking about. You're a fucking GOP hack, you loser. You fucking gross, craven loser. Dance for me, Roger. I'd love to hire Roger. Does he do birthday parties? I'd love to hire Roger for a birthday party. I'll throw $100 bills on him. Dance for me, Roger. Dance for me. Do the line again. Do the Stones rules again. Dance for me, whore. You fucking disgusting loser. So I think he's a fucking hack.
Callie Groy sent $100. Gang Dance needs a spanking, and someone needs to give it to her.
That is absolutely true, but it's her husband's job. It's her husband's job.
Gamer Grow Real sent $50. Hey Nick, I grew up in Lyle in a Catholic community and learned early from my neighbors that Christ is king. Do you think suburban conservatism will ever win over Democrat state control? Colligo sent $55.
Will suburban conservatism win the...
Colligo
what are
sent
you
$55.
talking about?
Some of my liberal friends are freaking out saying it's fascist what happened today with the FCC comments, but the Biden admin/Obama was weaponizing the state long ago. I hope experiencing consequences will keep them in line in the future. Others think normies are really red-pilled by Charlie Kirk's assassination. Fixing institutions is a must.
Well, and look at what Obama did. Look at how Obama weaponized the climate agenda to take away guns. Look at how he weaponized the government to go after conservative nonprofits. Look at how they used SEIU union thugs to intimidate voters. This is just what they do. They started this game. The Democrats started this. They started the arms race. And now Republicans, I mean, I'm not a Republican, but I think that our side broadly needs to finish it. And by that, I mean we need to be in it to win it and finish what they started by taking power. Otherwise, they'll do it first.
Thomas Cruz sent $100. I told you the W men were a honeypot, bro. Vindicated.
Yeah, you're the only one that ever thought
Thomas
that.
Cruz sent $100. Now you're saying they're all handlers like I didn't give you that idea. Crazy.
Okay, that's
Kyle Ice Fired sent $300. Last time I sent a super chat you had 50K live viewers and it was a big deal. Congrats on the continued and growing success. We're repping you in South Mississippi.
Thank you for the big super. Whoa, thanks for the huge super chat. South Mississippi, huh? W Mississippi. I've never been there, but seems cool. I appreciate
Eccentric
it.
Ape sent $100. Nuclear energy.
True.
VP sent $50. Are you hiring? 32. Live in NW Burbs and Old Coast Chi. Bad Krennikov back in the day if it helps me get hired. Will work for free.
Yeah, sounds like you're super useful. Sounds great. I'll read some more. I'll lower the filter. I'll read some more. And then we'll get out of here.
88 Films sent $30. 21-year-old from Elmwood Park. Thank you for saying everything that Chicagoans have been internally thinking for decades. Chicago is America. By the way, my GF is Irish/Italian.
Oh.
Flexed biceps emoji.
Congrats. Yeah, it is true. Chicago is America. Absolutely.
American Industrialist sent $40. I have been an on and off viewer. Not 100% with you on everything, but I really like how you have matured in the past few years and your takes have become more refined and less troll-like. Good shit. Makes your arguments far more palatable. Especially comparing you to Candace. You. Keep up the good work.
Like the video, guys. Please like the video. I appreciate it.
My favorite podcaster should be president.
Like the video.
I like Joe Rogan should be
I'm
president.
giving you Minecraft.
Listen, I love Dave Smith, but
and
Can
red
we
pill.
stop with the like?
Okay?
I like
Come on.
Thomas Massey. Massey for I like Nick Fuentes. You should be Like, are we for real with that? How old are you? Are you like 13? SpongeBob for president. Like, really? Yeah, but I appreciate the compliment that I've matured a lot. Thank you for
Snail Farmer
that.
sent $33. Nick, I preached girls' prayer request that you find love gets rejected. Instead, may just God's will be done. Single is a vocation and allows for other pursuits to happen. Just think what we all keep repeating
Okay,
about Charlie.
it's
He was a
really not your business though. Like, why does... Whatever. I'm just not even...
Snail Farmer sent $33. P.S. That being said, I met my wife at a bus stop in Medjugorje where Our Lady appears. I was praying the rosary with the intention that God send me my wife. He sent me a girl from Italy. She was on her final day of a 30-day St. Joseph Novena for a good husband. As folks tell you what to do, just pray and leave it up to him.
Thanks. Thank you for the advice. Yeah, you think... Okay. I'm gonna crash the fuck out. I'm gonna crash out. Yeah. I'll just say you're not gonna find me at a bus stop begging God for a wife anytime soon. Let's just put it that way. And that's not me being cocky towards God. It's this idea that like, why are people wishing this upon me? I can't wait for you to get... It's like, why do you care? This is a political show. Why is it of your concern? I can't wait for you to get a girlfriend that really loves you. It's like, have I ever expressed any... Some people say, oh, he's never... Well, I am about the mish. Okay? Let me do the show. You like the show. I like doing the show. Let's just leave it at that, okay?
Soapy Boy sent $40. What's your opinion on the Great Replacement Theory? I hate those soap bar lampshade larpers.
Ugh, okay. Thank
Soapy
you.
Boy sent $30. Wang forever.
So true.
Ryan K sent $40. What happened to the screwdriver in the indictment?
I don't know. I have not been following that detail. Israel took... The Mossad took it. Mossad used an energy weapon to transport it back to Israel, and then the Israel-controlled security forces threw it in the SUV, which was also teleported to Tel Aviv. I think that's what happened to it, actually. I'm not sure, though.
KCH Caro sent $20. Hello Nick, you talk borders and identity. Look at Kurdistan. A people without a state, surrounded by enemies, yet still unbroken. If you want to see true resilience, don't just look west, look to Kurdistan.
Okay.
Penis Grow Viper sent $20. Hey Nick, when is Sarah Stock gonna bounce that ass for the movement?
All right, hey,
Alicia
all
Lopez
right
sent
now.
$25. Hey
She's
Nick, I'm a new
married.
listener and how long until I can claim I'm a groiper? And also, do you support freedom of speech and do you believe words can cause physical harm?
Ugh,
Decerto Groiper sent $20. Did you see what Richard Spencer said about Charlie Kirk being killed as a martyr? Love you, King.
I did not.
Herbie Ivy sent $20. Does Giordano's have the best pizza in Chicago, Sir Nick?
No.
B. Riel sent $20. Hi Nick, just wanted to ask you why Christians believe they need to protect the Jews when the Jews believe that Jesus, peace be upon him, is burning in human shit, but hate Muslims who love and respect Jesus but get
Oh, get the fuck out of here with that Muslim trash. I love when Muslims come in and they ask these leading questions. It's like, look, we are Christians, not Muslims. Why do we need to love the Jews? Because unlike you, we are called to love everybody. So, okay, Towelhead, unlike you with your pointy swords and suicide bombs, we actually believe we're called to love everybody because we believe in the true and living God, unlike you, who believes in Allah, some slave-mongering desert pagan god. We believe in Jesus. That's the difference.
Dylan Sherlock sent $20.
That's the same reason that we're not going to kill all of you, okay? When a Muslim says, why would you love the Jews and protect them? It's the same reason we're holding back on you guys. We have nuclear bombs. You should thank Allah on your knees that Christians love everybody unconditionally, because if we didn't, it would have been over a long time ago. Muslims say, why do you love the Jew? This is the same reason we love all people, everyone. And you should be grateful that the West is Christian because we found the bomb first. And it would have been a different story. What do you think would have happened if Saudi Arabia got the bomb first? What do you think would have happened if the Caliphate got the nuclear bomb? You think they would have hesitated to use it on us? That's the difference.
Dylan Sherlock sent $20. Been converting my coworkers, family, and most recently my girlfriend to grow eyebrows. God bless.
Love to hear it. Good.
Snail Farmer sent $33.
That's a duplicate.
Joe Bogan sent $20. Nick, what do you recommend to guys like date?
We got
We
two
like
more,
relationships with
then that's
submissive women
it.
and being dominant, but if things go sour, they can claim abuse even if they stated during the relationship that they liked when the man was in charge. Being red-pilled on women has drawbacks, so what can you do to prevent trouble?
I have no personal experience on the matter, so I don't know what to tell you. You just got to marry the right woman, I guess.
Angie sent $35. You got a new Latina fan. I got muted by your mom for being a woman, but just found out about you and I'm a fan. You say
Let's
most of the things I'm
go.
afraid to say. People who said you are a Nazi are wrong, by the way. God bless.
Let's go. Thank you. I don't know if he got muted for being a woman. Must have been something else, but I appreciate it. Okay, all right. That's our last super chat. That's going to do it for me. Some of these were rough tonight, I'm not going to lie. I don't know how much of that is bait, but damn. All right, but that's our last super chat. That's going to do it for me. As always, remember to smash the follow button, smash the like button, leave a comment. Remember to check out the hat store, Fuentes.store. You want to express that you're an America First groiper, that victory is the only acceptable option. Get a hat, made in America, free shipping. Subscribe to the archive, $15 a month. You get access to all my content at americafirst.plus. $100 a month. You get to hang out with me in a group chat. I'm in there all the time. Check it out, americafirst.plus. I'm on the air Monday through Friday around 9 o'clock. Time zone not specified. Thank you to our top super chatters. Big thank you to Callie Groiper, Big B Wolf, Thomas Cruz, Kyle is fired, Zion isn't, Pope Urban II, Curious Groiper, Caligo, Francesco Prescott, Freedom with Authority, Jamal Chicken. Nice. Jamal Chicken. Well done. Tyler, City Boy Farmer, Tricky Ben, and Eccentric Ape. Thanks to all of them, all our super chatters, everybody that watches the show. We love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, have a great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo. It's going to be only America first. America first. The American people will come first once again. With respect, the respect that we deserve. From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
Like the video, like the video, like the video. Like the video. Put me out there in an algorithm. You like the video, good things happening. Not a lie. Alright, let's see what we can do here. You guys can see that. Oh shit. Let's move that over here. Okay. Can we grant this? We're gonna start. Put that there. Let's do. We need to put a chest here. Just for this. Put a chest there. Why can't I make a chest? I should have enough. I don't have enough wood for that. Like the video, guys. Thank you for liking the video. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Helps out a lot. Oh shit, efficiency 4. We can do that. We can do that. I want to see what the fuck that gives too. Alright, so that's good. Efficiency 4. Fortune 1. Oh shit. Efficiency 4, sharpness, might. So if I do it with 1, it does it with all of it. That's pretty good. That has to be a new update. That's pretty good. Okay, alright. We'll be right back with 30. Let's get 5 more levels out here. Thank you for liking the video. Like the video, guys. Like the video. Put me out there in the algorithm. I'll put like another red pill video on for you guys. Just like the video, please. 100% engagement. Let's do it. No, this is slowly climbing up. I like it. Oh shit. All right. Damn. All that did not give me what I wanted. I need lava somewhere around here. I'm not even gonna load you, dog. I'm not even gonna load you. I need lava somewhere. There's lava over there. I need to dump some of this shit on. I could get efficiency 5 by a villager, but I don't feel like grabbing another villager right now. I'll do it in a little bit. I'm not ashamed of slavery. I'll get some slavery done, but it's getting a fucking villager such a hassle. Where am all my buckets at? There you are. Let's go grab some lava. Cause I need another pit. Actually, you know what I can do? I just realized this. I can put another chest in there, can't I? Where it fills up. I have so many fucking pouches, bro. Let me see, bro. You know what? I like this lava idea. I'm gonna chase it down. Let's go grab that lava that's out there. Cause bro, we need to protect from the break-in. See, all this is useless. All this armor bullshit is useless. All I really need is string, bones and arrows. But all this other shit is useless. Like, dog, why do I don't need none of that shit. I'm just gonna throw it off the beach. It's useless, man. Like the video. Please like the video. Comment. Write some comments if you like on the chat. No, my sticks! Throw everything off the edge. Even the pillow. Did I throw anything important? No, right? I don't think so. Bro, we need more. I think I need to expand the space a little bit. If I do like one block wider, maybe. Yeah, you see all this bullshit? All these bows and arrows. I mean, all these bows and... See this? I can sell it to the guy. Most of the stuff I can sell and get emerald for, but... Yeah, like these iron... I don't need none of that shit, dude. Like the video, guys. Like the video. Good things will happen to you. Happen for you if you like the video. 2. That's not bad. Useless. Even power 2 is really good. I need to do the farm. I think I should upgrade the boots. I think I should upgrade the boots. Not gonna lie. I'm starting to think, fuck the thing and just say, you know what, man, let's do the boots. Might as well enchant those. You know what I mean? You know, enchant these. I would like to have protection 5 on the boots though. I think we should wait for protection 5. We get protection 5 on all 4 items, on all our armor. Oh my god. We'd be fucking invincible. Like the video, guys. Like the video. Let's get to 10 live viewers. We're gonna go to the Woodland Mansion in a little bit. Like the video, guys. Like the video. I appreciate you.
So you found an awesome job post, but your resume is outdated? No worries. With Adobe Acrobat Pro's super easy editing tools, you can
My diamond soul will never break. Diamond soul never breaks. Damn, I need all of it. Three. Oof. I need 43 villagers. To get every single... Oh no, we gotta travel. Okay. We're gonna travel by ocean. And by ocean... Travel by ocean. Gonna have to down a little bit. I'll do it again. Where am I again? There's a shipwreck right there? There's about 3 or 4 around there. We'll check it. We'll check it out. We'll check it out. We'll check out the shipwrecks and shit that are by our area. Shipwrecks. Go to the Woodland Mansion. There's a vicinity. I think I'm gonna check one more time. One right here by the edge. Okay. I did. Yeah, we got a few shipwrecks around here. We're gonna look those up. We're pretty much gonna clear out our whole entire area and vicinity. Alright, let's go level up some shit. We're gonna level up our boots and our diamond hoe. Because we're about to do farming right now. Damn, only efficiency. It's so tragic. That is so tragic, bro. What would I get for this? Protection 3. Feather falling on top of that. Oh. Alright, let's go gamble. I don't like gambling, but we're gonna gamble it. Let's get one more level. And we're gonna gamble to get this protection 3 and get the protection 3 and hopefully it adds feather falling to it. If it does, that'll be awesome. Like the video, guys. Like the video. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. I promise good things will happen to you. Like the video, guys. Like the video.
Let's take
Sorry
a look
about
at the
that.
unstoppable performance by the LSU Tigers. Last week, LSU beat
Mike, can you like stop? Bro, stop. Jesus Christ, I can't see. 184. We got all of it. Okay. We have a shipwreck that's around us at 216. We gotta go up. Right around here. 216, 344. Right around here. Oh, I think I see it. Alright, boys. Yeah. It's pretty much nothing. Nothing too important. Alright, that's one side. Is there another one here? Looks like it. Yeah, it's nothing. Nothing too important in this chest, man. Just some moss block, paper, potatoes, coal. I'll take the coal. Alright, 216 is done. Now, the next one closest to us, it is the 568. That way. I need night vision. Oh fuck, I forgot to take out. What was it for? 344, 568. Should be around here. I just can't see a goddamn thing. What was it? 344, 568. Okay. Oh, there it is. Found it. The sun is out. Still. Oh, there's the chest. Paper. And a treasure map. Let's go. That's important. See where this treasure goes to. Oh man, I don't even know if that's north or south or west or what. I don't know where that is. Okay. Is the treasure map the buried treasure that I already know where it is? Or it's probably treasure I already know. Because it looks like it's nowhere near on a peninsula. It doesn't even tell me. Bullshit. There's no chest there. We have 3 more shipwrecks to go to, and hopefully they're a lot better than the last 2, and some of them have some type of diamond in there. Let's go. One is really out there. Let's go to the furthest one. Since we're already that far. Nope. This way. Yeah, we gotta go like another 200 blocks out into the sea. Let's go. Like the video, guys. Like the video. Like the video. 536, and then north at 872. Another treasure map. Oh. Well, that sucked. Okay, we took out the furthest one. There's one even further. No, I'm not doing it. Alright, now let's close it in. Alright, we're gonna go to the last two. Last two shipwrecks. No. Gotta go south. There's a ruined portal nearby. 2248, let's go. Let's see where it is. It's at 1016. Bro, these ruined portals are mostly in the middle of the ocean. And they're always like shit. And they don't have a chest. Like I've been to like 5 already. Some of them, they're not even there, or they're probably underground or something. Like, see, there's one right here. Bro, I can't see nothing, bro. Is that it right there? Yeah, man, these ruined portals are pretty shit, dude. Let's just fucking go. I want to go to a ruined portal that's on land. Land ruined portals, please. That's a lot of chests over there. That's a lot of buried treasure. Holy shit. go to the last 2 shipwrecks and go home in disappointment. At least we got 3 diamonds out of it. Like the video. Like the video. Oh shit. It's here? Shit. Did I get the trident at least? No? Yo, dolphins, I don't see no shipwreck. I don't see no... I don't see nothing. Jesus Christ. Get a life. Bro, nothing? Yo, these ships are hit and miss. Bro. Dude. I'm running out of here now. Oh shit, a trident. And I can't collect it. Oh, nice. Bro, leave me the fuck alone, dude. Bro, I demand. This is bullshit, dude. It shouldn't be like this. Yeah, this place is empty, bro. Yeah, this place is empty. Oh my god. Oh! No! Where'd it go? Oh my god, no. Might. Oh, might. Oh no. Is that it? Oh, thank god, it's still here. I just gathered a whole bunch of bullshit. Alright, 18. We're going home, lads. We're going home. Yeah, we pretty much got everything off the coast. Everything we needed. There's a few trial chambers around here. But we're gonna go to that Woodland mansion. I really want to see what type of shit we can get from a Woodland mansion. We could get a Woodland mansion and pillage that bitch. Oh my god, I feel like we should get a lot of things. Alright, this is a fire ass house, bro. Look at this shit's fire, bro. Holy, this is a fire ass house, bro. I don't give a fuck. My house is fire, bro. Look at that. Leave a like, bro. We got a good amount of practice sniff, man. We got a good amount. All my viewers are gone.
I'm Dr. Jeff, and today...
it looks like it gave me the saturation, which is cool. What can we make with 3 diamonds? Nothing. Yeah. All right. Woodland Mansion, here we go. We're going to the Woodland Mansion, bros. And since no one's here, we're going to listen either to Nick Fuentes or...
A great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Tuesday. We have a lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into. Big show. Our featured story tonight, we're going to be talking once again all about the Charlie Kirk assassination from last week. And we have a couple of big things that we still need to sort out here. I actually intended to get into a lot of this last night, but ran out of time. Our featured story tonight, we're going to be talking all about the left-wing conspiracy to frame the Groypers for Charlie Kirk's murder. And I'm sure you've heard this, seen it on social media. Maybe your boomer parents asked you about it. I can't tell you how many people texted me over the weekend and said, my mom just asked me if I'm a Groyper and did I know the killer? Did that happen to you? Did it happen to you? I got at least a dozen text messages over the weekend that went exactly like that. And that is because it seems that there was a concerted effort. I don't think this was organic. Something is up here. to implicate or frame the Groypers for the murder. And at first, I thought the narrative was completely ridiculous. It is ridiculous. I guess I should say I thought it was so ridiculous that the idea that it would gain any currency or traction anywhere among any demographic seemed equally as far-fetched. And yet, this narrative has exploded.
Oh, shit.
And it's everywhere.
It died.
And a poll came out the other day. It said that a quarter of Generation Z believed that Charlie Kirk's assassin was a Republican. And that is due to a deliberate disinformation campaign to obfuscate the facts of the case, particularly concerning the messages inscribed on the cartridges or the bullet casings, and to mischaracterize those messages as deriving from the right wing, which is absurd on its face. And so we'll talk all about it tonight. We'll get into the conspiracy theory, the narrative. We'll talk about why they said what they said. We'll debunk it.
Oh,
and
shit.
we'll get into why
My
it
camera
is
died. I
that
didn't even notice.
there's such a deliberate effort to do this. I have a very bad feeling about all of it. And I have to tell you, ever since the events that took place last Wednesday, I've had a very bad feeling about all of it. It is possible, and it might even be likely at this stage, that Charlie Kirk was murdered by one or a group of radical left-wing activists. I think that's possible. I think it's likely. But I feel like there's something more to the story here. I just can't shake the feeling. And you know, we're in the middle of a very interesting time right now in the whole world order. There's a lot of weirdness about this year in particular. I can't be the only one that feels this way. And this is concerning the situation in the Middle East, of course, this new Trump administration, which something is not right with this president and something is not right with this administration. And something just feels off about this one. Every single day since, and every development, every new revelation, it just, something feels wrong. Can't place it, can't put my finger on it, and we have to deal with the evidence that we have. But something doesn't feel right about it. So we'll talk all about that conspiracy. We're also going to talk tonight about the Charlie Kirk Data Foundation. This is actually some good news. Now for some good news. I think this is incredible. On my show last week, I told everybody watching that we should not retaliate against the left, at least not with violence. I said that would be wrong, that would be sinful, it would be destabilizing for America. That being said, I said that the left has to have some penalty. And by the left, I don't mean every Democrat voter, I don't mean every liberal, I don't mean every leftist for that matter, every transgender person. I said in particular, it is the people that believe it is okay to celebrate political violence because they think political violence is okay. Those people have to be identified, isolated, and ostracized. And understand what I'm saying. This is not a war on the left. It's not a war on the political left per se in itself. It is a war on the radicals that are effectively inciting further terrorism, because that's what this is. That term is thrown around all the time now, but a public execution of a high-profile political figure for a political end, I mean, that's the definition of terrorism, if there is one. People that are egging on or celebrating terrorism in a sensitive time like this, on some level, I believe that is an inciting action. Not legally, but I think politically we can all understand that rewarding that behavior encourages more of it. And politically, that has to be deterred. the violence and the incitement of it. Now, in response to the killing on Wednesday, there has been this unbelievable effort by the right. A lot of people have said it feels like Sisyphus finally rolled the boulder on top of the hill. To get the right wing to take advantage, and I don't think that's a dirty word, to be opportunistic, to take a crisis and to wield power effectively, to disempower our enemies. And by enemies, I mean, people that want to kill us, people that see someone that shares our opinions murdered and celebrate it, who would plausibly equally celebrate our murder. I never thought I'd see the day that the right wing would be willing or able to do that. They're willing and able to do it against anti-Semites, against Muslims, against many other groups, but to see it wielded effectively against our real adversaries, or one group of our real adversaries, I think is incredible. And in particular, there's an effort to create a database with, I think it's up to 80,000 names. 80,000 names with the posts, what they said, what they did, of presumably mostly left-wing people that were cheering on and celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. And I think it's necessary. Enough is enough. It is necessary. If anything, it's long overdue. And I know that's controversial. We're going to talk about it tonight. I've gotten some criticism. Dan Bilzerian disagreed with this. He texted me today. He said, "You want Palantir to come after us?" And I love Dan. We agree on so much. We disagree on this. Maybe we'll talk about it sometime. And I know a lot of people, I saw Kim Iverson said the same thing. She's incredible also, but I do disagree with her on this. I think it's a good thing. And I'll explain my position on that. Feel free to disagree, but we're going to get into that tonight as well. Also, we will talk about the transcript of the messages between the suspected killer of Charlie Kirk and his transgender boyfriend. They're very weird. And a lot of people have pointed out that the messages are strange. They're stilted. The tone, the vocabulary, there's something off. The prosecutors, or I actually don't know which official released them, but we've gotten some more information about the actual suspected killer. As I said, we got the full transcript of the final conversation he had over social media with his boyfriend. And I'm sure you've all read it. Everybody seems to be on top of this stuff, but I'll read it for you tonight. Conversation, it comes across very strange. And I'll read through it for you tonight, and we'll discuss that. Some people are pointing out that it sounds maybe like a complete fabrication, scripted. Other people are pointing out that it might have been written with the intention of being discovered by law enforcement, maybe to exonerate the partner. But there are some details here that don't sit right with people. So we'll talk about that too. Should be a pretty good show. We're going to get into all of that. Before we do, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. One other thing briefly before we get into all of it, I have to say, there is this phenomenon. People are blaming Israel for Charlie Kirk's death. And last night, I laid out the case. I laid out the case in rigorous detail for the official narrative from the FBI that it was Tyler Robinson, this 22-year-old leftist with a transgender boyfriend. And I pointed out the strengths and the weaknesses or discrepancies in that narrative. I also laid out the circumstantial evidence surrounding this argument that Israel played some role. And I laid out rigorously the strengths and weaknesses of that case too. To the extent that there are strengths, I laid out the possible motivation, the timeline, Charlie Kirk's drift. And it confused a lot of people, I could tell. I saw in the replies to some of the clips, people said, Nick said he doesn't believe it's Israel, but then he made a case as though he believed it was. And I said last night, we don't really have the information we need. We have an official narrative from the FBI, but we can't trust the FBI. I don't trust the FBI. So we can't take that for granted. What's more, there's discrepancies in the official narrative. We need to get those ironed out. There have been some tall claims made about Charlie Kirk and his state of mind concerning the Israel issue at the time of his death. These claims have not been fully substantiated by evidence. Now, we can create a narrative based on hearsay and based on maybe a subjective interpretation of things that he said. And there is private testimony that counts in the record. But I have not seen a ton of receipts, or any for that matter. I actually don't see a direct connection in that narrative either. We have a motive, maybe. We have some circumstantial thoughts about it. We don't have much in the way of concrete hard evidence. We've got some claims, secondhand anonymous sources. We've got this piece from Max Blumenthal. That does not make the case for me. It's not doing it. And I got to tell you the truth just really quickly before we get into it tonight. I think that case is blowing up right now. And we talked about it last night. Max Blumenthal seems to be the source of this idea. Max Blumenthal, who is a Jewish leftist who smeared yours truly, Max Blumenthal, the Jewish leftist, created this article with unnamed sources, anonymous sources, that create this narrative that Charlie Kirk was on the verge of flipping on Israel and is effectively implying that the donors wanted him dead. That seems to be the insinuation. And they'll run from that and they'll hide from that, but that's obviously the insinuation. Let's not be obtuse. And to make that case, they told this story about Bill Ackman, which we went over last night, and they insinuated that Charlie Kirk walked away from this meeting with Bill Ackman, a Jewish billionaire, in August, feeling blackmailed, feeling afraid. And we now have receipts and testimony and names about that meeting, but from the pro-Israel side, from Xavier DeRusso, from Bill Ackman, from Seth Dillon. And they all claim that Charlie Kirk arranged that meeting and that it was basically a run-of-the-mill influencer retreat, that Charlie helped organize, plan, set out the invitations. They have the receipts for it. And it blows up. If that was supposed to be a piece of evidence in the Israel conspiracy, the evidence that has been provided by Ackman and the other attendees with receipts, which has not been refuted by Blumenthal or Candace Owens, who promoted the story, it just blows up their narrative. And their response to the receipts has not been to refute one thing that they've said, but to say, well, we never claimed that Charlie Kirk was blackmailed. This was what Blumenthal said tonight. In the original piece, Blumenthal said Charlie felt blackmailed after that meeting where he was screamed at and it seemed like there was an intervention. He was ambushed. Bill Ackman said, no, Charlie organized the event and it was fine. Blumenthal comes out and says, well, what we meant was that Charlie felt morally blackmailed because one of the attendees was mad at him. Okay, so that's pretty disingenuous. I don't trust Max Blumenthal. I do not trust him. I don't trust his father, Sidney Blumenthal. I do not trust this guy. This guy is another Nebish. This guy's a left-wing Jew. And you know who's implicated in this killing? The left. The left, so far, is implicated in the killing. And, you know, for all these people that are hopped up on the Palantir, that sort of thing, look, the radical left still exists. Go to Portland. Go to Seattle. Take it from someone who's been there, done that. I was at Charlottesville. The radical left is real. And no doubt the radical left is deeply in bed with institutional forces to a disturbing degree. But these piece of shit communist progressive types, they are out there. And they are violent, and they do hate you. They do think you're a Nazi. They thought Charlie Kirk was a Nazi. Palantir and the powers that be, they exacerbate these tensions, but they don't create them. They exacerbate tensions between whites and blacks, conservatives and progressives, but they don't create them. They don't create conservatives and progressives. So let us not fall into the trap of locking arms with communists that hate God and hate America and want us dead. Let us not fall into the trap of thinking for 1 second that there is not a radical element in the country that wants you and your family murdered for being basic bitch conservatives, let alone far-right nationalists. Do not kid yourself, and don't be suckered into thinking that. I said it last night, we're in a multi-front war. And we're sort of committing the same fallacy. It's sort of like how we used to say, conservatives used to tell us, oh, it's the powers that be that want whites and blacks to fight each other. The rich want whites and blacks to fight. That's like, really? Well, go to the south side of Chicago and tell them that. Tell them that yourself in person. Why don't you get a really nice car? Why don't you get a, I don't know what cars they're stealing these days. A Hellcat. I think those are really popular to steal. Get in a really nice souped up Hellcat, drive to the south side of Chicago, and why don't you tell those black people, hey man, the rich are trying to divide us. You and me, we got to stick together. Similarly, go to Portland and pull up on one of these Antifa communes and tell them, hey man, look, I think Hitler did nothing wrong, but you know, people like us, we got to unite. It's Palantir they'll kill you. So don't kid yourself. And yes, Jewish rightists, Jewish Zionists on the right, yes, they will scaremonger about Antifa to rally us to the side of the pro-Israel right. It doesn't mean that is not a real faction.
I see the mansion right there.
And anyway.
Oh shit,
So
my camera
the other
is
people
dead.
that I saw, which
Make
was
sure you like the video.
So I covered this on my show last night, and I saw all the clips on Twitter were getting bombarded by the American Communist Party, which is run by Jackson Hinkle and Infrared Haas, who is some brownoid from Michigan, some mudslime brownoid. And so my posts were being brigaded. They said, oh, you're pro-Israel. You are with the Israelis because you don't. Did you know that after this murder last Wednesday, the American Communist Party wiped its Discord server? I wonder why that is. Could it be that maybe Tyler Robinson and the people he was involved in, maybe they were in the ACP Discord server? Maybe they were involved in that, you know, John Brown Gun Club or one of those tranny gun clubs out there in Utah. Now, did Jackson Hinkle's group, did they wipe their Discord out of an abundance of caution? Seems like a guilty conscience, maybe. Seems like they're afraid of what's in there. And if you don't come and say, oh, Israel killed Charlie Kirk, their top goy, if you're not all in on that conspiracy, they say you're a shill. Well, I don't know. It seems like they're trying to save their own asses. I don't think it was Israel this time. I think it was the left. And I think that people like Blumenthal and Jackson Hinkle and others, I think they'd love for you to think this is an Israel operation to divide the right and left because this came from the left. Anyway, I just saw that. I saw some of these things. It seemed to be coordinated, and every account I tapped on, it was all communists, all ACP, Hammer and Sickle and Bio. They're all subscribed to this communist group. That's just what they are. I normally don't like to talk about communists. I think that's retarded. But that's what they are. They call themselves MAGA communists, the American Communist Party. That's what they call themselves. So anyway, I think the Israel thing is totally falling apart. And the reason it's falling apart is because Charlie Kirk was pro-Israel. You know it. I know it. We all know it. It's been a week. We can be a little bit more candid now. Charlie Kirk was pro-Israel until the day that he died. And for all these people that want to pull up the private text messages and conversations, I understand that Charlie Kirk didn't want America to fight a ground war in Iran. That doesn't mean he wasn't pro-Israel. I'll give you one example, then we'll get into the newest stuff. The day before he died, Israel bombed Qatar. Huge. That's a huge deal. It's unprecedented. Israel bombed yet another country. Added it to the list. They've bombed Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Iran, Tunisia, or the territorial waters of Tunisia. They bombed, there was an infographic out recently. They bombed like a dozen countries. They bombed another one. They bombed Qatar. Do you know who Charlie Kirk brought on to discuss this? Ben Shapiro. And people said, well, but he asked Ben Shapiro these tough questions. Okay, but if you're bringing on Ben Shapiro as the expert on the Middle East, what does that tell you? If I brought on some Chinese national to talk about the war in China, what am I doing? If I brought on some Russian national to talk about the war in Russia, what am I doing? Josh Hammer, a mouthpiece for the Israeli government. He works at Newsweek, used to work for Shapiro. Josh Hammer said in a podcast that he talked to Charlie the week he died, and they went over talking points for how to defend Israel on the campus tour. Charlie's rabbi said the morning of the day he was killed, they talked about strategies to defend Israel. So, time to wake up, guys. Some of this, I'll be the first one to say, the conspiratard schizo thing, it's getting a little out of control. And that's coming from me. I mean, it's like we are truly through the looking glass. When Charlie Kirk is assassinated, people blame Israel. I, who fought Charlie Kirk because he was pro-Israel, am being said to, I'm being said to be covering up that he was killed for this miraculous conversion. If Ben Shapiro was taken out next, and God forbid, would Israel be behind that too? I mean, that would be equally ridiculous. If it was Ben Shapiro on Wednesday, people would be saying, Israel did it. Shapiro was about to become a National Socialist. Like, what? It's crazy. Anyway, so that, I mean, that just needs to be said. Like, people talk about, and we talked about it last night. Did Netanyahu give Charlie Kirk $150 million or offer it up? I've heard that claimed. I don't know if that's the dollar amount. I've had friends of mine tell me that, yes, Charlie refused an infusion of cash. I have not heard any receipts that it was $150 million, although that's what's being claimed. And if there is any evidence, I would implore Candace Owens to produce it. Candace Owens, Max Blumenthal, you are insinuating that Israel had a hand in Charlie Kirk's murder. That's what you're doing. If you have evidence, you must produce it. I saw Candace on her show today. She said, if you keep pushing me, then I will name more names. No, it doesn't work like that. You don't get to insinuate that a foreign government killed a high-profile American citizen and then say, I'm going to release the evidence under these conditions. Nah, you need to release the evidence now. She says that she has a copy of the letter that Charlie Kirk sent to Netanyahu. You need to produce that letter. Sorry. You can't drag it out on your show for clicks. Oh, more receipts tomorrow, more receipts behind the paywall, more receipts any day. No, sorry, you got it. Put up or shut up now. It's getting, Charlie Kirk's own pastor, Turning Point USA, is saying it's getting to be offensive almost. So, you know, for someone that wants to get to the bottom of everything and overturn every rock and produce all the receipts, she's not being very forthcoming. Stop with the games. Show us the evidence you have, or stop. Stop insinuating that there are things out there that the public doesn't know. You need to disclose what you have. If you have something that would implicate Israel, everyone needs to see that. Everyone needs to know that. Why withhold it? I saw that clip this evening. She said, if they don't stop coming for me, I'm going to name more names. And so if they stop coming for you, you're going to sit on them forever? You're going to withhold the information indefinitely? What is that? I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. I don't like her whole deal. So, you know, the Max Blumenthal thing, I thought maybe there was something there, but his credibility is in shambles after Bill Ackman put out, and I don't even like Bill Ackman. I mean, I've been talking about Bill Ackman for the past year and a half. Until I'm blue in the face, I've been talking about Bill Ackman, how he shifted to the right after October 7th. He took out Claudine Gay. I mean, we've been all over that guy. Not a fan. But I was also not a fan of Charlie Kirk. And they are mischaracterizing that meeting. They lost credibility on that. It was disingenuous. If there's anything else that they have, now would be the time. Because otherwise, it's just making everybody that has ever criticized Israel look like an asshole right now. And by the way, last thing I'll say on this, I don't doubt that Charlie Kirk was chafing with his Israeli donors. I don't even doubt that at all. I think that's 100% true. The idea that Charlie was becoming defiant, that he was chafing, I mean, that's just a fact. That has been demonstrated. He said that when he was alive. He said that with Megyn Kelly. That's not even in dispute. Were they trying to bribe him? I think that's probably 99% true. I think that's almost a certainty. But the idea that they took him out, that's the part I'm not buying. Was Charlie chafing with them a little bit? So is Trump. So was Biden, so was Obama, so is every president since Reagan. But you know what? There's all the difference in the world between somebody that gets up and says, Israel is our adversary. We need to be against Israel. Israel itself is the issue here. And somebody that says, oh, well, I'm just against the forever wars. I love Israel, I'm pro-Israel, but I'm against the forever wars. I don't love Israel at all. To the extent that I love all people, I love everyone in the world, but Israel as a country is hurting America, and I don't love that. And it's not just the wars. It is a truly global Jewish community of which Israel is just a part that is controlling America. And so I even saw Tucker Carlson's show tonight, and this is how Tucker characterized it. He said Charlie loved Israel. Charlie wasn't anti-Israel. He said Charlie wasn't criticizing Israel in a creepy or weird way. He said Charlie just didn't like Netanyahu. Okay, see, something's not right there. And that's the same line that Max Blumenthal, the Jewish leftist, uses. Max Blumenthal doesn't hate Israel. Max Blumenthal's Jewish. Max Blumenthal, as a leftist, doesn't like Israel's right-wing government. Tucker is pro-Israel. He just doesn't like the neocons that support Israel's wars. And Charlie Kirk was no different. So let's just stop pretending now. Let's just cut the shit and let's stop pretending that the top goy, and I don't say that in any way other than that is just descriptive. Let's stop, we could say a lot of nice things. Charlie Kirk was a hard worker. He was courageous. He was talented. I think all of that is true. I think he was a true believing Christian. All of that can be true. At the same time, we all know what he was. And I don't say this to be hurtful, but we all know, why is the whole Trump government going to his funeral? Because he was a partisan for the GOP. Okay, this was a party man. He towed the line on Israel as well as everything else. Let's not, there's a fine line there. Hard worker, talented, sharp, future president, pious, ultimately gunned down, I think, for his Christian convictions on the transgender issue. I think they martyred him for his Christian position. I think a left-wing dirtbag killed him because of his conviction on a matter of faith and morals, and that by itself makes him a martyr, strictly speaking. With all that being said, let us not mythologize and pretend like he was something other than what he was. Seriously. It's just gotten to a point where for the past 6 days, we have had on September 7th, and listen, I'm not saying this to be a jerk. I like Ian Carroll a lot, and I have respect for him. But on September 7th, Ian Carroll said to Charlie Kirk, "You're working for the Jews that killed Christ." On September 11th, we're supposed to believe Charlie Kirk was on the verge of becoming what? He fought the bankers now? Seriously? And we all know that, and listen, and we all know that's true. On September 9th, we would have said he's a shill for Israel. But on September 11th, because he was tragically murdered, now we're going to pretend like he was the second coming of Hitler. That's how they're making it sound. And I think that could not be further from the truth. So, and I say that for no reason other than let's just be honest here about what's going on. Let's just be absolutely truthful. It doesn't take away from, the kind words I have to say about him. It doesn't take away from the fact that he didn't deserve to die. It wasn't a tragedy that happened last week. But it is to say it's getting a little ridiculous now. It's getting a little ridiculous. He was chafing against the same forces that everybody seems to be. I mean, look at this administration. They're leaking they're planting stories in the Washington Post every other week that Donald Trump is calling out Netanyahu on the phone about Qatar, about Iran, about you name it. I mean, everybody in the whole world is frustrated with Israel. Charlie Kirk was no different. But Charlie Kirk towed the line until that tragic day. And the idea that this would be beneficial for Israel in any way, I think, is absurd. If anybody is going to fill the vacuum that is left by Kirk or Turning Point, it's going to be people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, who are far more outspoken and explicit in their criticism of the Jews in Israel than Kirk ever was. That's a fact. Anyway, so I just wanted to put that out there, it gets to a point where it really does feel like there's a low IQ element that really is just blaming the Jews for everything, blaming Israel. This one, I think we could safely rule out. And that's not to say that he wasn't under pressure. It's not to say that he didn't have a change of heart on some issues. It's not to say that he wasn't grappling with that or wrestling with that in private. As I said, I think that's all true. But the idea that Mossad assassinated him on American soil, as some people seem to be suggesting, with a palm pistol and other ridiculous things, I mean, come on now. There's just no proof of this. There's no proof. There's no motive. I just don't see it. Unless Candace Owens has extraordinary evidence to the contrary, which she is withholding. In that case, she needs to produce it. That's all I have to say on that. We're going to move on, though. We're going to get into the facts. And like I said, our first story, I actually want to work through the transcript of the conversation between the killer and his lover. I'm sure you've all seen it by now. And we'll talk about some of these conversations. Every day we're learning a little bit more about the suspected assassin, Tyler Robinson, the 22-year-old. And the profile that we have of him so far, it's incomplete, to say the least. And we talked about this last night. The FBI has given us a killer. They've given us a suspect. He's this 22-year-old, extremely online, apparently left-wing, Redditor, gamer. He's apparently gay. He's got a boyfriend. This is the extent of our knowledge of this person. And the reason I say the picture is incomplete is because we're missing a couple of things here. One is the digital footprint. There does not seem to be any kind of digital record of this person's politics or any kind of social profile of this person. We don't have a YouTube channel. We don't have an Instagram, a Twitter. We don't have a Discord profile. We don't have private messages, notwithstanding the ones that were published today. And that's curious because you would expect that a political radical that goes and murders a high-profile political target, you'd expect a young, extremely online person of that sort to leave behind a trail. And we don't have anything like that. And we should. At this point in time, the internet sleuths should have been able to find this. You're able to find it with all the other ones, all the other school shooters, all the other mass killers of the past 5 or 6 years. Within hours of the apprehension of the suspect, whether dead or alive, you've seen this movie play out. Internet sleuths on 4chan or Twitter are able to locate the person's forum posts, their Twitter, their YouTube. We're able to see who they're following, what they said, what their politics were. Not with Thomas Crooks last year, not with this guy, which is interesting. Here's the other piece of the story we're missing. We're missing the story of how a seemingly normal 22-year-old, no history of mental illness, no criminal record, and as I said, no digital footprint. How does a mild-mannered 22-year-old, apparently a bright kid, like I said, with no history of transgressive, asocial, antisocial behavior from a good, intact family, we don't have any clue of how that person becomes so deranged they plot a high-profile political assassination. And that begs a secondary question, which is, if this person did not go down that path alone, did someone else send him down that path? A group, an accomplice, maybe, and it is a possibility, an intelligence agency. I'm not going to say that that's likely, but I'm not going to rule that out either. That's not impossible. It's implausible. I think stretches maybe belief, but it's not impossible. So we have an incomplete profile of who this person is. It's actually raising more questions than answering at this point. But one thing we're learning is apparently about a conversation that was had in the moments before he turned himself over to the police. And this is a story from NBC. It says, quote, "The day conservative activist Charlie Kirk was gunned down while debating students on a Utah college campus, the man eventually charged with his murder sent his roommate a text message. Tyler Robinson wrote, 'Stop what you're doing, look under my keyboard.' The roommate, whom Robinson referred to as my love, who we now know as Lance Twiggs, his transgender boyfriend, he uncovered the note, and it said, 'I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk. I am going to take it.' And this, by the way, is the note that Kash Patel has been referring to. Kash Patel, the FBI director, intimated that the FBI had encountered evidence that a note was left behind, which contained a confession. They said, however, the note was destroyed. And a lot of people said, well, how can this be? How does the FBI know about a note and the contents of that note, which apparently contained an all-important confession, if that note had also been destroyed and was not in the possession of the FBI? People said, how's that possible? The note doesn't exist, and yet you know it exists and what's in it? How is that possible? Well, we now know that the killer texted the roommate, hey, look under my keyboard. I left you a note. And the roommate took a picture of it and then discarded it. And I would imagine that law enforcement digitally retrieved the message. Maybe the roommate kept the picture and they discovered it on the roommate's device. Maybe the roommate attempted to delete it, but they recovered it later. I imagine that is how that happened. But they also discovered private messages between the suspected killer and his roommate. I will read you the transcript. This is alleged. This is the conversation. After reading the note, the roommate replied and said, "What? You're joking, right?" "You're joking." Robinson replied, "I am still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet." Fucking LARPer. Why? It really sucks that Charlie Kirk got killed by this guy, because this guy's the biggest loser, it seems like, on Earth, if any of this is even real. He writes, "Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle. To be honest, I had hoped to keep the secret till I died of old age. Sorry to involve you." The roommate replied, "You weren't the one who did it, right?" He replied, "I am. I'm sorry." The roommate replied, "I thought they caught the person." He said, "No, they grabbed some crazy old dude that interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering." The roommate replied, "Why? Why did I do it? Yeah. I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence other than the written confession that you left behind that you're in the process of writing. Other than the weapon, I'll have left no evidence of the crime other than the handwritten confession I left under my keyboard and the conversation where I'm confessing still right now in writing on the internet as we speak, because that makes sense." He writes, "Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it." The roommate replies, "How long have you been planning this?" He says, "A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it." Robinson replies, or he goes on rather. He says, "I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't even know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with." It's interesting the way that he's kind of narrating his escape. Because if you review the timeline as we understand it so far, the discrepancies in the timeline are concerning his escape. Specifically the change of clothes, because he's wearing a different outfit when he's captured on the Ring doorbell camera walking up to the venue than the outfit he's wearing when he escapes and leaves the venue. So one of the discrepancies in the official story is the change of clothes. Another discrepancy is the planted weapon. How did the weapon get from concealed on his person to constructed on the roof, potentially deconstructed on the way down and reconstructed in the woods? All of the questions and discrepancies about the official narrative are concerning these details. And inside this conversation, he seems to be narrating all the details almost as if to explain them to us. But how could he know that we would be reading them? It seems like he's narrating the events and connecting one event to the next and resolving all of the inconsistencies and discrepancies and questions, basically tying it up in a neat little bow. Because up until this point, those are the questions people are asking. Why did he change clothes? How did the weapon get in the woods? Conveniently, now we have this little narration, this expository narration from the killer, as if to wash away any doubts. That's a lot of detail. Why is he confessing all of this? Does that sound natural to you? You've just committed the most high-profile assassination of the 21st century in America. You evaded law enforcement. You think you got away with it. I'm going to get online. I'm going to get on my phone, and I'm going to text the whole narrative. I'm going to text where the evidence is. I'm going to confess that I did it again and again. I'm going to say how I did it. I'm going to talk about my escape plan. Here's where I am. Here's where I'll be. This is how I did it. This is where I left the gun. This is where I left my clothes. Maybe. He is an amateur after all. He's a 22-year-old young man. I assume this is his first high-profile assassination. Just a guess. Maybe he's nervous. Maybe he thinks he got away with it. Doesn't need to be careful. But that's the part that sticks out to me. The way that it's, and everyone else has commented the same thing, it seems expository. That's the tone. Anyway, he goes on, he writes, I didn't have the ability or time to bring the weapon with me. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints, which of course they did. Didn't wear gloves. How the fuck will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Only thing I left, I hope there's no fingerprints on the rifle I left in the woods inside a, what color was it again, officer? Blue? The blue towel I left it in. He writes, remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge, ooh woo on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. I think that was a $2,000 scope. Delete this exchange. Nice OPSEC. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me right now. I'm not answering. Since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. You are all I worry about, love. I'm much more worried about you. Don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. So this is the exchange that we got today. And, you know, look, here's the thing. If we are reading a conspiracy into it, there's a lot about this that doesn't make a ton of sense. People have pointed these things out. It appears like the language is stilted. The word choice, the detail that's provided, the level of detail. People are saying that the way that the conversation reads, it doesn't read like an organic conversation. He says, my vehicle instead of my car. He launches into all these specifics about the weapon, where it is, about his escape, about all these things that would he retrieve those pieces of information for the purpose of this conversation organically? Now, the question is, what would be the purpose of fabricating a conversation like this? Either law enforcement had him write this under duress, or maybe he fabricated the conversation for law enforcement to discover. People are saying that maybe the conversation was effectively a performance, that maybe they were sitting next to each other, or maybe they talked about it over the phone and this was his way of exonerating the partner, or his way of exonerating any other accomplices, as if to say, hey, attention everyone, I acted alone. If law enforcement is reading this message in the future, I acted alone. Don't arrest the love of my life. Don't arrest my accomplices. To a conspiratorial mind, maybe that is how this sounds. We also must give a fair hearing to Occam's razor, the most simple explanation. He's a nervous amateur. And maybe this is just a big self-report. I mean, certainly that is possible. We have to say, I would say that some of the things going against the conspiratorial idea is that he asked the partner, remember you saw me engraving the bullets? Now, if the purpose of this dialogue, of the script, was to exonerate the partner, why would he ask the partner, do you remember when you saw me engraving bullets? Because that sentence, that phrase alone is going to warrant attention and interest from law enforcement. So, Lance Twiggs, you saw your boyfriend writing messages in bullets like the other infamous assassin from a year ago? You didn't know he was going to use him to kill a high-profile person? Why or why not? What did you know and when did you know it? If it was scripted, then it's got to be perfect. If it was scripted either by Tyler Robinson, the suspected killer, or by law enforcement, then it's got to be airtight, because that's what a script is. It's intentional. But if, on the other hand, it was nervous and sloppy, then you could say maybe he was just spilling his guts. He's being hunted by law enforcement. He can confide in no one, tell no one. He's under duress. They're talking about the death penalty. And people say, well, he evaded law enforcement. He's a professional. I would say that one of the major things that we have to consider about this killing is that there was nothing really professional about it. They shot Charlie in the neck. Now, if you're shooting someone from a long distance, you aim for the center of mass. You aim for the chest, the torso. So if he got hit in the neck, it seems like the killer did not account for the bullet drop and was maybe aiming for the head, which is not what a professional would probably do. And if they were aiming for the head, they would hit the head. The neck is a strange place to strike. But it's hard to say. I'm not a ballistics expert. What's more, there was DNA evidence found on the gun. He did not, contrary to what we initially thought, evade all security cameras. He was captured on security footage from the perch where he took the shot and walking up to and leaving the venue. So this is clearly not a professional job. It was an amateur job. The roof was accessible by a pedestrian walkway. The event had no security checkpoint, no perimeter established. And as we've all witnessed, the law enforcement response was sloppy. They arrested the wrong guy. Then they arrested a second wrong guy. Then they announced they had no idea who did it, and they asked everybody to turn the person in. So is it possible that the same guy that didn't use gloves, the same guy that walked right in front of the cameras, that same guy might also think that if he just deleted his Discord messages that he might get away with it? I mean, it's possible. We don't know. We just don't know. We don't have all the information. And I assume we'll learn more as time goes on. To me, as it stands right now, where I'm sitting, to the extent that there is a conspiracy, it seems like it might be a larger plot involving Tyler Robinson's peers. I think that probably Tyler Robinson was the trigger man. I think he pulled the trigger. It was his gun. To the extent that there is a conspiracy, I think it involves probably a larger social circle surrounding him. I think potentially the partner who witnessed him engraving the bullets. I think potentially the people that were in his driveway or parkway with out-of-state license plates in the days leading up to the attack, the recipients of the message he sent on Discord. And of course, there is the nugget of evidence. They said that he was on the phone shortly after he pulled the trigger. Who was he on the phone with? Was he in a voice chat? With how many people? With whom? And the FBI says that there are more than 20 people that are persons of interest that the FBI is looking into and investigating. I'd be very curious to see what this social circle looks like. Who were the recipients of the message? Which Discord servers was he in? Who is this partner? What's his story? And who are the other people that might be involved or might have had advanced knowledge of it? To me, that is interesting. And you have to think about in terms of a conspiracy, clearly the bullet was fired from that perch. I don't buy into these theories that it was a palm pistol from the side. That is insane to me. Some people are saying the camera was a gun. I mean, get real. Some people are saying that the video camera recording the event looked like a giant gun. Come on now. So I believe he was the trigger man. That was the murder weapon. That was the perch. The question is then, did he act alone? And I think the answer to that is probably no. That's a transcript. But I do want to move on. I want to get into some of these other aspects of it. That's just the latest on his killing by itself. I don't know how much of this we'll get into tonight because it's just so much material all the time. But I want to talk a little bit now about this Groyper angle. We didn't get a chance to talk about it last night, but this was extremely distressing to me and very shocking. Of course, the question, which is unresolved still, is who actually killed Charlie Kirk? And as we've talked about so far tonight, there are those that blame the state of Israel. They say the killer's motivation had something to do with the foreign state of Israel. Some are saying that it is this Tyler Robinson figure, and there's much debate about who he was and what his politics were. Over the weekend, though, there seemed to be a concerted effort to push the narrative that the killer, Tyler Robinson, the suspected killer, was actually a Groyper, a follower of mine, and motivated by far-right ideology. He was the gunman, but he didn't kill Charlie Kirk over transgenders or some left-wing ideology, but because of a far-right ideology that saw Charlie Kirk as too radical. And on its face, this is completely ridiculous. First of all, because the Groypers, the far right, our life's mission practically for the past 7 years has been to debate Charlie Kirk. Groypers are showing up to Turning Point events to ask him to debate me. That's literally what they have done for 6 years. And that is all that they have done, is attend Charlie Kirk's events in disguises, wearing MAGA hats, pretending to be Jews, leftists, Republicans, to, at the last minute on the microphone, say, debate Nick Fuentes, debate, why won't you debate Nick Fuentes? For 6, 7 years. That's not the meme, but literally that's the duration of time. And we're going to be respectful about it. We're not going to say 6, 7. But for literally 6 or 7 years, that is all that Groypers have ever done, is ask about our differences of opinion on Israel, on immigration, on social issues. Right up until a few weeks ago, there was a recent Turning Point event where one of my followers got to the front of the Q&A line and said that exact same thing. Will you debate Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes? So that's in the first place. Second of all, you have the only evidence about the killer's ideology so far, which is the markings on the bullets. We knew about this on, I believe, Thursday or Friday at the latest. And the markings on the bullet, the engravings, there were 4. 2 of them were furry memes. They were Reddit furry transgender memes about a bulge. That's the bulge that a person's penis makes, a cross-dresser's penis would make. That is a furry transgender meme on Reddit. There were 2 political memes, and they could not be more unambiguous. One said, "Catch this, fascist," presumably saying, "Catch this bullet, you fascist." And the second said, "Ciao Bella." Well, who would call Charlie Kirk a fascist? Who would even be dumb enough to think Charlie Kirk was a fascist? To the far right, Charlie Kirk is a lot of things. He's not a fascist. To the people further to the right than Charlie Kirk, well, by its very definition, Charlie Kirk is too moderate, too liberal, too progressive. What were our criticisms of Charlie Kirk? That he was too pro-gay, that he was too pro-immigration, that he was too pro-Israel. Those were our critiques of Charlie Kirk. Not that he was a fascist or a racist or a Nazi. Who would consider Charlie Kirk to be too far right? The people further to his right or the people far to his left? Who wouldn't consider Charlie Kirk to be a fascist? Obviously, the far left. And it should be said, Charlie Kirk was not a fascist at all. He was a ballot chaser. He was an electioneer. He was running Turning Point students. He would go to college campuses and debate leftists. That's not what fascists do. The fascist brown shirts or black shirts, they fight communists in the streets. That is what they're known for. Anybody that idolizes the fascists of the 30s or 40s, brown shirts and black shirts, they seize power. They beat communists up in the streets. They use the government to make society the way they want it to be. Charlie Kirk's motto was, big government sucks. That's your fascist? Socialism sucks. Big government sucks. Free market, free enterprise. That's not a fascist at all. And anyway, we're farther to the right. We identify as farther to the right. Our criticisms of him is that he's too moderate. So who considers him a fascist? Antifa, communists. They consider Ben Shapiro a Nazi, and he's a Jew. They consider Charlie Kirk a fascist, and he's effectively a center-right liberal. So it could not be more on it. Who's calling Charlie Kirk a fascist? Anti-fascists. What did the second political inscription read? It said Ciao Bella. What is that? An anti-fascist anthem. Which, by the way, I have never heard of until that was made public last week. I know this is hard to believe, but, you know, Groypers, the far right, we're not really into anti-fascist European LARPing. Like, apparently that's an Antifa song from Italy from the 1960s. It's an obscure Antifa communist rally song, a very important one for the left, from Italy in the 60s. You think that far-right nationalists, Christian nationalists, are into the Antifa lore like that? So, go figure. The two political messages are calling Charlie Kirk a fascist and an anti-fascist song from Italy in the 1960s. People saw these inscriptions and said, he's a far-right Groyper. How does that even begin to make sense? Well, they said that the shooter was a gamer like the Groypers, okay? They said that in 2018, he dressed up as the Squatting Slav. Squatting Slav is a meme that Slavic people wear an Adidas tracksuit and they squat and smoke cigarettes and drink vodka. Well, idiot boomer leftists found an iteration of the Squatting Slav meme where a Pepe frog is dressed up like the Squatting Slav, and they confused Pepe for Groyper and said that that's a Groyper meme. Wearing an Adidas tracksuit and squatting is a Groyper. And, you know, El Reeve explained this on CNN. It was explained in Axios. These are three separate memes. They're three different things. There's a Squatting Slav, which has nothing to do with politics or Groyper or Pepe. It's its own thing, and it's like 10 years old. Squatting Slav is the meme that Slavic people squat on their heels with vodka and cigarettes with a newsboy hat, whatever you call those stupid hats. That's its own thing. There's a YouTube channel called Squatting Slav. It's a joke about Slavic people. Then there's Pepe. There's Pepe the Frog. That happens to be the most popular emote on Twitch. It is a ubiquitous meme. For a time, it meant the far right, but it's just one of the central memes now. Like Wojak, like other things, Trollface. Pepe is its own thing. And Pepe is different from Groyper. Groyper is its own thing, and we didn't appropriate Groyper until 2019. Now, they took him dressed as Squatting Slav. They saw Pepe mixed with Squatting Slav and said, oh, that's the mascot of the Groypers. Not understanding that these are three different things from three different eras, one not connected to the other. Then, in terms of the specific inscriptions, they said that Ciao Bella, they found some Groyper playlist on Spotify from a random user that had 5 followers and said that a remix of Ciao Bella is on that playlist. And then that went from being some obscure playlist from somebody nobody even knows to now that's a Groyper anthem. That's the Groyper playlist, and that is one of our anthems. And look, music has been a part of this movement for a long time. We actually had anthems. During the Groyper War, we had anthems. It was That's Life from the Joker movie. Because of all the Joker memes, the movie came out October 3rd, 2019, I think. And Jesus is King, the Kanye West album that came out in the same month. 2 years later, we actually had an official playlist. And there were no Antifa theme songs on there from the 60s in Italy. It was all like throwback Zoomer music, indie, alternative. It was Miley Cyrus. So it's like we had anthems for Groyper War. We had a White Boy Summer playlist. Anyway. But what was the most incredible about this conspiracy theory, it's not how, and I'm just going through some of the factual stuff at the outset. What's incredible about this whole narrative that was spun up, the reason we're talking about it is that you would expect that something so baseless, something so ridiculous would just be confined to an obscure corner of the internet. You might see it on Blue Sky. You might see a post on Reddit with 5 upvotes, spinning something like that. But this became like mega viral over the weekend. Posts on Facebook and X and Reddit were getting millions of views. It was reported in Reuters like it was the news. It was reported in Vanity Fair like it was a fact. There were memes about it. Like I said, I had a dozen people call me up and say, my mom found out what a Groyper is because of all this slop, and they're asking me if I knew the killer. And I cannot shake the feeling that that is coordination. Because something that baseless, something that ridiculous, it's plausible that some boomers, obviously boomers have no internet literacy. They have no meme literacy. They are tapped out. They know nothing. So they see some resistance liberals, some blue anon conspiracy account post. Did you guys know that Charlie Kirk has enemies on his right and they have Groyper and here's Squatting Slav? And these boomers that learned what a Groyper was 2 minutes ago say, I know all about you guys. That's plausible. But for that to get millions and millions of views, that stings to me like this was botted, like this was promoted, like this came from the top down. And it really makes you wonder. The right wing blames the far left for the killing. The right wing is blaming trannies. The right wing is blaming Antifa, the John Brown Gun Club. And it's not even clear, by the way, that any of that was involved. It's not factual yet. What we know now is that some liberal, cisgender white guy, and I say cisgender, he's not trans. He had a trans boyfriend, fair enough. So he's part of the LGBT community. What we know so far is some gay white guy did this. The right wing is blaming the far left. The left wing, somehow, implausibly, is blaming the far right. And I almost feel like, is there some kind of plot here? Is there some kind of, because wouldn't that make a lot of sense that the right wing takes out the far left? and the left wing takes out the far right. And even though the killer, we haven't heard from him. We don't really know anything about him. We don't even know if he acted alone. Some say he's not even the gunman. Both the far right and far left are being implicated and are being attacked. Will they be taken out before we even know any of the information? Was that all part of the plan? Maybe was that a pre-existing plan to frame the far right for this? Did they think that, and think about it this way, this is interesting. They say that the suspected killer, Tyler Robinson, was going to commit suicide. What if he committed suicide on Thursday? We would now never know. What if he committed suicide on Thursday? Dead men tell no tales. Would the far right be blamed? Would the Groypers be cracked down on? Would the government shut down the Groypers? Would I be implicated? Did someone intervene to save his life and deliver him to law enforcement? Now he's on suicide watch in the prison. If this guy gets killed in prison or kills himself, I repeat myself, there's going to be a big problem. And I said this last week. This is why it's very important not to do anything hasty. This is why it's very important not to do anything drastic too soon. Because we are in the fog of war right now. We are in a war. And the fog of war is heavy and dense and thick. And in the fog of war, we find that the far left and the far right are being blamed for the same thing, the assassination of a center-right guy. I don't like it. It stinks to me. It stinks that something with no evidence like this was being promoted in Reuters by some Jewish researcher. And this narrative is being promoted on Facebook and X and everywhere. And you know who was the first person to push this out there? Milo Yiannopoulos. Milo was the first person to push the idea that it might have been a Groyper. Milo, who has also conspicuously gained 200,000 followers on X in the past 12 hours. Does that sound normal? Milo, who Elon Musk replied to on Twitter, framing me as a Fed twice in July. Who Eric Prince, who is in bed with all these people like Ehud Olmert and the Israelis and Palantir and all of it. Eric Prince replied to Milo on Wednesday when he said, we need to get Eric Prince to protect the president. We need Eric Prince to protect everybody. Why is this guy now conspicuously being promoted everywhere? And he was the first one to try to frame me. Here's the question. Was the assassination of Charlie Kirk regime change within the online right wing? Ben Shapiro said he's going to pick up the blood-stained microphone from Charlie Kirk's cold, dead hands. Milo says, I'm coming out of retirement. Was this regime change? By the way, Milo is a Jew. Milo is a pro-Israel Jew. And if you look into his lobbying firm, he's in bed with Karen Giorno, a Zionist creature from Florida, who's tight with Susie Wiles, the campaign manager of Bibi Netanyahu. He's working with Ron Coleman. He's working with the top rabbi in Omaha, Nebraska. Those are the people in Milo's lobbying firm. This guy's gonna, so Charlie Kirk, a goy, Charlie Kirk, a questioning, disgruntled goy, is now going to be replaced by either Ben Shapiro, the Jewish Zionist, or Milo, the gay pedophile Jewish Zionist / drag queen. Anybody find that a little conspicuous? That narrative framing the Groypers came from him first, right before his conspicuous botted surge in following, his promotion by Elon Musk, among others, that now he's going to do the campus tour. And Who's going to help him do that? Where's the money? Where's the sponsorship coming from? I think that's something very interesting to watch. Something very interesting to watch and pay very close attention to. Who is promoting Milo? I'd also ask the question, and maybe this goes a little bit further. Earlier in the year, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Milo, and Elon tried to frame me as a Fed. It didn't work. They said I was some federal operative. I'm the real anti-Semite. I'm a creepy Jew hater, blah, blah. That's what Tucker said. That didn't work. That backfired immensely. Charlie Kirk gets shot in the head, in the neck. And then there's this narrative coming from the same group saying it was the Groypers. Now step aside, Nick and Charlie Kirk. It's time for Ben Shapiro and Milo to take center stage. Tucker and Candace reassure us with Max Blumenthal, the Jewish leftist, and son of Sidney Blumenthal, that Charlie didn't hate Israel or the Jews. He just didn't like Netanyahu. Something's not right here. Something is not right here. Something is. And then, by the way, when I tried to defend myself, I said this on, I think, Sunday. On Sunday, I said, I'm being framed. Reuters, which is one of the preeminent newswire sources in the world, Reuters said, the guy's a Groyper. I said, hey, I'm being framed right now. Candace Owens is in my reply saying you're making it about you. You're a victim. Well, hold on, Candace. You think the Israelis did it. If I'm being framed for it, you don't think I should be refuting that? I can't defend myself? So Milo pushed the story. I defend myself. Candace attacks me for defending myself. The whole thing stinks. It stinks. And I don't like it. And I don't know if something more is going on. You know, a plausible explanation is that, look, a power vacuum opened up and everybody's fighting to fill it now. Everybody and their brother recognizes the opportunity. The king has passed, and now everyone is rushing in to claim the crown. I get it. That's plausible. But this whole blaming it on the Groypers, yeah, that seems like the definition of a psyop. It doesn't seem like some... If this was organic, you might see one unhinged leftist say that and then everyone forgets about it. But for this to gain as much traction as it did, such that the plurality of people believe a Groyper killed him, that stinks like a psyop to frame me. And then you kill two birds with one stone. You get the disgruntled normie Charlie Kirk, and then you get the far right, you know, the real deal opposition, Nick Fuentes. And who fills the void? A new dialectic, the Jew Ben Shapiro and the gay Jew Milo. And these are going to be your options. So the old dialectic was the goy Charlie Kirk and the goy Nick Fuentes. Kirk is dead. Fuentes is framed for it. New dialectic, the Jew Shapiro, the gay Jew Milo. And I guess we're supposed to watch that show ad infinitum. By the way, that was the same show that we got in 2016. Both Breitbart alum, Milo and Shapiro, both came from Breitbart. Do you remember that? Ben Shapiro was at Breitbart until Michelle Fields got pushed over by Corey Lewandowski. Milo was a creation of Breitbart. Do you know who funded Breitbart? Rebecca Mercer. Rebecca Mercer provided the seed money to start Breitbart. Rebecca Mercer is the sponsor of Candace Owens' husband, George Farmer. Rebecca Mercer handpicked Candace Owens' husband, George Farmer, to run Parler. And she and Farmer were like this with Nigel Farage. And how did Steve Bannon wind up running Breitbart? And I like Steve Bannon. I like what he's been saying lately. But, you know, they call it Breitbart. Who is it named after? Andrew Breitbart. But did you know something? Andrew Breitbart never ran Breitbart because he mysteriously died right before it was created. Go figure. Almost exactly like Charlie Kirk in some ways. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Dangerous times, cloak and dagger stuff, shadowy stuff. I don't like any of these people. I don't trust them. And you know what else? Milo, not fucking American. You will never be American, you Jewish cocksucker. You will never be American. Candace Owens' husband, not American. Go the fuck home. Elon Musk, not American. None of these people are American. I don't like them. I don't trust them. They're trying to frame me now, all of a sudden. Trying to get us to fight the left, trying to get the left to kill me. Elon said it was attempted murder that people are posting people's addresses on Twitter. Where was that energy when my address, which was spread by Milo, was all over Twitter for weeks and got 50 million views and someone tried to murder me? Where was that energy then? Now it's attempted murder. These people have been trying to kill me and frame me and discredit me for the past 15 months. And this Groyper framing, this Groyper frame job feels very similar to all the rest of it, and I don't like it. So be on high alert because there's a lot of misdirection, a lot of deception, a lot of dishonesty. So that's the Groyper angle. As far as the Charlie Kirk database, we'll have to get into that tomorrow because we're out of time tonight. That's my message. Be on guard because I do believe, as I said, I don't believe that Israel killed Charlie Kirk necessarily, but he clearly was questioning. He clearly was chafing. There's no doubt about that. And at the end of the day, you know, he said something very important. And I loved what he said, actually. This one thing that he said I actually loved. He said, Megan, I'm an American. He said, what do they expect from me? He said, I love Israel and so on. He said, but I'm American. That's what counts to me, actually. You know, I did a collaboration this afternoon. I was talking to somebody. I said, politically, I identify as American. I don't identify as right or left, although I am right wing. Politically, I am American. I am an American-born American. And I like what Kirk said. He said, you know, at the end of the day, I'm not Israeli, I'm American, and it seems like I'm not allowed to criticize Israel. That's the same energy we should all have, and we should question any of these foreigners, foreign influence, foreigners that were not born here, that are not from here. I don't care if they're from Britain. I don't care where the fuck they're from. If they're not from American, they can shut the fuck up and go home. This is America. And Charlie Kirk, whatever you want to say about him, he was 100% real American. He was from Arlington Heights. I know that area very well. That guy was 100% American. He might have been pro-Israel, but he was born in America. Rest of them, I don't trust. British people coming in here. Russian money, Qatari money, Israeli money. All this foreign cash, you know, I don't buy it for 1 second, man. So anyway, something's not right there, but I do want to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say. The framing of Nick Fuentes. Well, they had us in the first half, that's for sure, but now it seems obvious that it's going to come out that the guy's a leftist and will be exonerated. But it doesn't mean they didn't try. It seems like they tried it, and maybe that was the whole plan from the start. Take out Charlie, then you get the Groypers, or maybe they capitalized on it and killed two birds with one stone. You knock out Kirk. Well, we'll knock Nick out at the same time. You thought you liked Nick Fuentes. How about this gay Jew? How about this gay Jew that brags about having sex with black men and wears drag? Yeah, that sounds awesome. Great, thanks. Got canceled for pedophilia. Awesome. He's coming out of retirement from what, being a pedophile or something? I'm coming out of retirement. Do people forget you got canceled for being a pederast, for being a gay pederast? Sort of interesting. But anyway, we're going to move on. We'll take a look at the super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say. Let's take a look, and don't make me bring the receipts, pal. Don't make me bring the receipts. I'll say that much. I'll bring them anyway. But let's take a look. We'll see. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this.
Commonwealth Grow I percent $50. Am I crazy in thinking this is the worst case scenario for Israel? When they couldn't find the shooter and Zios started wish casting about Grow Ips and the Muslim Brotherhood, I was nervous, but I failed to see how radicalizing his moderate audience and dispersing them among creators like Candace, Tucker, Dave, and yourself is going to win them the youth.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't believe they did it, because, you know, there's really no motivation there. Whatever comes after Charlie Kirk, I mean, they have to assume at the minimum there's a risk it's going to be worse for them. And there's probably a very good risk that it's going to be worse for them. You know, in other words, some people say, well, they took out Kirk so that they could plug in Shapiro. Yeah, but is that really like a foregone conclusion? Because, you know, what if other people fill up the space? Then again, maybe blaming me was the race in the hole. They take out Kirk, they suicide the patsy, then they blame me. Maybe that was the play. But I agree. At this point, it doesn't make a ton of sense.
Jolly Jenkum Jar sent $10. Are you in favor of unions? I would have thought they were the obvious political/economic counterweight to corporations, and apparently the church is quite supportive of them. But it's something I never see discussed, even on the left.
Unions are all very left-wing here and very cringe. In principle, I support unions in theory, but in practice, they are very politically left.
Quentin 5 sent $25. Forgiveness is not meant to offer the offender an escape from his or her actions. Forgiveness is an act of grace, but the law of consequences still remains. This applies to all celebrating this terrible tragedy and the others who made fools of themselves trying to justify anything about it. And that thug stealing the hats.
Well said.
Pretty Fly White Guy sent $10. Do you think the Fed should be cutting rates right now?
No, I don't actually. I don't think so. Because look, inflation is the real bear here. We might enter a recession. Some say a recession is imminent or we're already in one. But I think that inflation is the real opponent. So no, I think they should keep the rates high.
Thomas Cruz sent $200. A near decade of loudly and boldly calling out Israel, American/global Jewry, and Jewish conspiracy. Everything you've sacrificed for it. Everything that's been taken from you for it. Nearly being assassinated yourself with next to no coverage about it. Staying remarkably consistent through all of it. Not just in your opinions, but namely your convictions. Now suddenly you got the call? Lamau. Sur.
Even that I feel like is a narrative. But thank you for the huge super chat. Even that I feel like is another false narrative, because the people that were spreading that around were leftists. And they want to exculpate themselves. They wipe their Discord servers. They're in full-blown panic, lockdown mode. And so in order to deflect interest in their groups, they say, oh, it's Israel. Oh, you're blaming the left? You're a shill. So, Jackson Hinkle, you're going to jail, little man. Jackson Hinkle, you're going to jail. You're going to prison. You are going to jail. I can't wait until they put Jackson Hinkle under the jail, dude. Do they even make a cell that small? They're going to have to get the cell for animals. They're going to have to get the cell for midgets and women to put Jackson Hinkle away. Jackson Hinkle, Hassan, Destiny, you're going to jail. I don't know how to tell you this, but you're going to prison forever. Hassan is being deported. Destiny and Jackson Hinkle are being imprisoned forever. The world will be a better place.
Born Aryan sent $30. Sup Nick, need help. I'm German citizen, living in Canada. All my brethrens are silenced. No one speaks the truth. They are afraid of the government. Should I speak up? Speaking about the Jews will get me railed. Others are getting effed.
No.
They mainly do satire, but none speak direct opinion. I don't have dollar for legality fees. I feel useless.
No, there is no free speech in Canada. You are useless. Canada is over, dude. Canada is done. It just doesn't exist anymore. They are finished. They are cooked. Canada's like half immigrants now. It's like half Indian immigrants. There is a vehicular genocide being committed on the highways. Okay. It's just not a country anymore. So you just got to get out of there. You got to move to America. or some other white country, because that whole thing is just done. I wouldn't even risk it, because you're right. You have no freedom. You have no white people. You have no housing. You have no jobs. You got nothing going on. I mean, you're either on an oil rig or that's it. Stick a fork in them.
Thalos Cohen sent $100. My sister works for a university office that was the target of Charlie Kirk's campus activism a couple of times. Endless headaches for her. But when she heard the news, she sat at her desk and cried. Even some of his enemies are mourning. There is more hope for peace than it appears.
Hopefully so. Thank you for the big super chat. Faith in humanity restored.
Nerd drinking Groy percent $20. Body armor fun. Please be careful, King. God bless.
Dude, armor of God. Armor of God is free. We put on the armor of God and it's totally free, but I appreciate it.
Women for Fuentes sent $100. Can the ladies for Fuentes get some love tonight? Do you wear cologne? And if so, what kind? Chanel Egoist and YSL. YR quite nice if you need a wreck.
Is that real? Women for Fuentes. Thank you for the big super chat. What did I possibly do wrong to attract a female fan club? I feel like I did everything a person would do if they were deliberately trying to repel women. And then I see women making fan cam edits. I don't wear cologne. I'm not into all that kind of stuff. But thank you for the big super chat. Ladies for Fuentes, is that a thing now? What did I do to deserve that?
Adrian sent $55.
For that to be inflicted
your
on
knowledge
me.
on how criticism of Israel is almost exclusively misconstrued as anti-Semitism is priceless. Unpacking and establishing a difference in the two is a good starting point for uniting young moderates on both sides of the political aisle. Play to your strengths and stay safe, brother. Wang.
Oh, Adrian. Describe our friend group. Adrian, please do not describe our friend group here. You have no idea what you're talking about. Anti-Semitism? What is that? That's not real, okay? Criticizing Israel gets misconstrued as Dude, anti-Semitism is whatever they want it to be. Every criticism of Jewish power, by definition, is anti-Semitism. Because anti-Semitism is a rhetorical trick. That word is a rhetorical tool to suppress criticism of Jewish power. For Jews to feel safe, they need as much power as possible. Therefore, any obstacle to Jews getting what they want will be called anti-Semitic. How can Jews be the safest possible? They got to run the world. So if you try to get in the way of Jews running the world or killing their enemies or moderating public opinion, well, what do you want? You want Jews to be in danger? It's like, well, I don't want them to have power over us. And theoretically, that makes them more vulnerable. So anti-Semitism, that word, is just it just buttresses Jewish power. That's what it exists to do. So I don't even concern myself with that word anymore. Just not in my vocabulary. I don't hate anybody. I don't want to be cruel towards Jewish people, but I'm not really worried about whether they think I'm anti-Semitic. They can blow that out their ass.
Caligula sent $10. I find it concerning how many low-IQ conspirator grow wipers there are now. Entire threads on X analyzing why you won't blame Israel for Kirk's death. It's unironically getting to QAnon levels of schizo.
That's all a psyop. Don't even listen to that. That's all. There is a war going on for your minds, and you need to be willing to just shut off the gaslighting. If people start talking crazy, just turn it off. You don't need to be gaslit like that. Okay? And that's not to say to turn off credible evidence about Israel and things like that, but when people start to talk crazy, tune them out, because there's a war on for your minds. And there are foreign intel agencies, there are psychological operations. You got to be willing to tune things out. So don't get frustrated, don't get mad when you see psychos talking about palm pistols and blood packs and he got the call because he didn't automatically blame Israel. I just tune that right the fuck out. PSYOP, trying to make you dumber, trying to make you crazy, trying to prey on you. Don't fall for it. We need the strength and the fortitude and the coherence to deflect all attacks. We're at war right now. Deflect all attacks, all offenses will be turned away. We're tough. We're strong. We're not susceptible to brainwashing. We are not susceptible to psychological attacks. We're not listening. Something that you realize being in the media game is you literally just have to stop listening. Some people, when they get in your ear, they're like the evil wizard in Lord of the Rings. You know what I'm talking about? There are some voices out there. There's like this schizophrenia they're trying to induce. They try to talk in your ear. They try to get in your head. And the only way to prevent yourself from being corrupted is to destroy that entity. And by that I don't mean political violence, but I mean you got to get the poison out of your ear. Very important. So no, we're not falling for psychological warfare.
Nandance, UX Candace Owens, is officially the #1 ship for in your tagout L3, outnumbering all the gay ships. Everyone can see the tension between you two.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. I'm glad. And listen, can we be professional, please, Candace? Can we please be professional? Clean yourself up. Pack it all up. Get all your shit together. Pack it up. And try to be a little professional, okay? Big conflict of interest. This is a place of business, Home Slice. Hey, homegirl, this is a place of business. We're at war. We are not friends, girlfriend. So you can leave your affection for me. You can leave your desires, your fantasies, your perversions, paraphilias. You can leave that at the door because this here is a place of business. This is a serious place for serious shit. This is not The Office. I am not Jim Halpert. You are not Pam Beasley. I will not be making googly eyes at the camera, okay? We will not have a will they or won't they vibe. I will not cultivate that. I will not entertain that. I will not be glancing over at you when you answer the phones. This is not The Office. This is not a sitcom. This is real life. This is a place of work. Respect this place. So yeah, I don't know. It's totally out of control. We got to shut that down. We are never getting together. Okay. You are black. I am white. You are 10 years older than me. I am a cherubic, angelic, sweet, innocent young man. It is just never going to happen. I'm sorry. But it's time to get over me, please.
The Manzo sent $10. So Netanyahu paid 45 mil to Google/YouTube. Thoughtful face emoji.
Interesting, isn't it?
Islamic Caliphate sent $25. Some of you who are saying Muslims are celebrating without any reason are retarded. While I personally do not like seeing this, the reaction by some is understandable. Make no mistake, this was a man who laughed at reportedly 400k people who are mostly women and children dead.
You're
and I have
sick.
appreciated him for
You're a sick fucking person.
Islamic Caliphate sent $15. Still, I feel sorry for his little children left in this world without a father. The likes of the children of what he was supporting while he breathed. Israeli connection take was an L. The Jew guy wasn't saying arrest me and shoot me for no reason. What incentive? Only more will come out with time.
He's some crazy boomer. You know, you're a third worldist, okay? Obviously, some Muslim is going to blame Israel for everything. In America, we do have leftists, actually. So we're tuning third worldists out. We're tuning out communist third worldists. I'm only going to listen to far-right nationalists. I'm not listening to, well, I understand why Muslims are celebrating. Yeah, well, that's because you're not one of us, buddy.
Reese 636 sent $100. Telegram.
Telegram. Thank you for the big super chat. Telegram.
My coworkers keep asking who this Nick Fuentes is. Stay safe out there, brother in Christ.
They want to get me killed. They're setting me up for, Make no mistake about it.
Emmy 45 sent $50. Praying for you, Nick. I'm caretaker for my sick husband and I listen to your show each night. Feel like a reminder for us to align our intentions with God's perfect plan was so needed. God has you in his hands for this very important moment. God bless you. Light blue heart emoji.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your prayers.
Jessica Adams sent $30. Female follower. Real bitch here. Waving emoji. I'm trying to be your wife, sir. Where do I apply?
You identify as real bitch? I don't know if I want to marry a real bitch. What does that even mean? Huh? What does that even mean? You think I want to marry a real bitch? Why would you even say that? Application denied. Application denied. Get out of my sight. Next. I want to be your wife. I'm like a real bitch. Oh, sounds enticing. The mother of my children? How could you talk like that?
Barry Say sent $10. I'd like to know why the fuck I was muted when I've never been a troll in your chat in my life. I sent literally 2 messages in my entire life last night, none of which were inappropriate.
I don't moderate the chat. Are you retarded?
Era PR Grow I sent $10. Isaiah 54:17. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment.
I'm literally doing the show. Does that even make sense to you? How would I know? You are watching me doing the show. I'm looking at the camera. You can see my hands. How do you think I'm moderating the live chat? Why did I get banned in live chat? You mean the live chat of the live show that I'm doing right now that you're watching? How would that even be possible? I'm looking at you. My hands are not on the keyboard. How would I know that? What is wrong with you? Why did I get banned? Why don't you ask the moderator?
Barry Say sent
That's
$10.
crazy.
I'd like to know why the fuck I was muted when I've never been trolling your chat in my life.
That's a duplicate. Thank you for that.
Tyler Lee sent $10. Hi Nick. First off, God bless you, sir. I've only recently found you since the Tucker/Candace drama. I'm a 31 years old single father of 2 beautiful girls. You're the same age as my younger brother, but I must say I look up and think very highly of you. I hope to work/represent for you one day. God bless, bro.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Night Aaron sent $100. Whether Robinson is the guy or not, do you think there's enough momentum behind wanting the info on Kirk's killer that it won't be buried/forgotten like Crooks? I'm hopeful but not very. Thanks for being the GOAT, man. Praying for your success and safety. Av Christus Rex at Albe Maria.
Well, here's what I will say about that. That's actually a very good question. Thank you for the big super chat. Donald Trump is the president. Kash Patel is the FBI director. J.D. Vance is the vice president. If we wanted to get to the bottom of Charlie Kirk's death, we must implore the government to get to the bottom of it. Charlie Kirk was a personal friend of Trump, of the vice president, of many others in the cabinet. So when people say, I don't trust the FBI, what they're saying is, I don't trust the Trump administration. And yet, do you see people calling on the Trump administration to do anything about this? Candace Owens is simultaneously insinuating that Israel killed Charlie. Meanwhile, she's promoting the vice president. The vice president wasted no time jumping in front of the cameras for Charlie Kirk's transfer with dignity, his dignified transfer, hosting his show, making a campaign speech in the middle of it, and Candace promoted that. Hey, dummy. If you actually wanted to get to the bottom of Kirk's death, why don't you talk to your best friend, the vice president, who you're promoting all the time, and ask him to ask his attorney general and FBI director to actually conduct the investigation? Why aren't they doing that? Tucker spoke with Vance on that very show. They're tight. Candace is tight with Tucker. Candace promotes Vance. Why are you not coming down on the government to get to the bottom of this? I feel like me and Steve Bannon and maybe a handful of others, we're the only ones saying the administration has to do something here. It shouldn't fall on the shoulders of podcasters to get to the bottom of this. We elected Trump for a reason. Not I, but the country elected Trump to get to the bottom of things like this. And apparently we needed to appoint Matt Gaetz and then Kash Patel, or Matt Gaetz and then Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and others to get to the bottom of things like this. So where's Dan Bongino? Where's Kash Patel? Where's Vance? Vance gave a campaign speech. Vance jumped in front of the cameras. Why can't you give us the evidence? Why aren't you spearheading this? They're talking about going after NGOs. What does NGOs have to do with this? Give us the information. I don't see anybody saying that. It's like kryptonite to them. They will not say Trump. They will not say Vance. Why? Have you noticed that? They criticize Israel. They criticize this, that, and the other. Okay, but Trump is the damn ass president. Where's the criticism of him and Vance? I don't see it. So, if you really wanted to get to the bottom of it, that's the question you would ask. Somehow, though, I think it's really more about grandstanding and some weird psyop. This weird performance, this theatrical performance that she's giving day after day about, I'm gonna do all the receipts. This is unacceptable. The performance is disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. This theatrical thing she's doing, the faces she's making, give it a rest. Give it a rest, you fake ass bitch. I mean, seriously, get real. I'm so sick of her, I can't even tell you. I can't even describe it.
Socrates sent $100. No message.
Thank you for the big super chat. I
Pork Lobster
appreciate
sent
it.
$10. Nick, who would you rather be the president? JFK, Hitler, or Augustus? The JFK assassination was definitely Jews. Also, who is your favorite Roman emperor? And your favorite president?
Oh,
and your
come
favorite
on.
dictatorship?
Okay, this has just got to be bait.
Cookie Grow Hyper sent $25. I did not have Tim Pool doing multiple debunk videos to defend Grow Hypers from attack by the left on my bingo card. W Tim, I guess.
Dude, and that just goes to show, Tim Pool ran to my defense. Other liberals did as well. I appreciate their honesty. Matt Walsh did. Matt Walsh seemingly extended a truce. I don't know, though. He didn't say my name or anything. So I don't know if that applies to me, but I respected immensely that Matt Walsh stuck up for me. That was magnanimous. That was gentlemanly. That showed a lot of integrity. And especially because I am so shitty to Matt Walsh. I mean, it's such a one-sided beef. It's such a one-sided, basically, attack constantly. And so for him to stick up for me like that, that was walking the walk. He said the right should stick together, and he's setting aside the feuds and grudges, and that's easy to say. And then he walked the walk, and he defended me, truly, or at least my reputation against the attacks. And that showed a tremendous amount of magnanimity. That showed a tremendous amount of benevolence and charity and integrity. And it honestly, not just because he did something nice for me, but it made me think very highly of him because, and he's right about this, when Charlie Kirk died, everybody on our side mourned him, including myself, and I had no affinity with him at all. He said, in the left, celebrated that he died. And he said, really, that's the same for a lot of us. And although I think there's an important addendum there, if God forbid, something happened to me, I think that some on the right would celebrate, of course. But I don't think Matt Walsh would be one of them. And that changed my thinking a little bit, because I do believe that. I think that if something happened to me, I think Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh, they're Catholic. They're white. I think they would mourn. I don't know about their boss. That's a pretty nasty thing to say, but I don't know that their boss or their colleague, I'll say that now because we're in the spirit of congeniality, their colleague, Ben Shapiro, he's not technically their boss. I don't think he would feel the same. So that was enlightening, and I can't tell you how much that meant to me, actually. So I really did appreciate that. So I consider the feeling mutual towards him. And I'm not just saying this, because I think a lot about why Matt Walsh irritates me. This is like a common subject on my show. He's not my cup of tea, his style. But I do think that outside of the context in which we live, outside of the coconut tree, I do think, although we don't have the same personality, maybe we could get along. So I'm open-minded about that. So, but I did respect that a lot.
LCD
He
sent
seems
$10.
like a gentleman.
There's plenty of people on both sides of the spectrum that incite and celebrate violence, for example, domestic riots, Gaza and Ukraine. It's more of a human and cultural problem than an ideological one.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's
Emmett sent
kind
$10.
of true.
Ron or MJ.
Brother.
Robert of Fixham sent $50. The CNCIA stands for Crowder now. Crowder had niggas in the walls everywhere. Also,
Dude,
tried to unite with people I
seriously.
beat with, but when I put out my hand to squash it with Strucker, he told me no. If
Wow.
Strucker has no haters, it's because I'm 6 feet under. Next time I see him, DDT, RKO, 5-star frog splash, walls of Jericho, no holds barred. S.
The Mug Club thing is there's really 18 intel agencies. You got NSA, DHS, FBI, CIA, and then you got the Mug Club. Honestly, can someone tell me what's going on with that? That whenever there's a mass killing or an assassination, it's a Mug Club exclusive. Like the next day they got the charging documents on their desk. The Mug Club. Mug Club got word of an impending attack. Mug Club, Steven Crowder. To his credit, good journalism. He's got good sources. But what is up with that? Why is there a pipeline between law enforcement and Steven Crowder's and Louder with Crowder Mug Club? It's like what you'd least expect. You don't hear it on Alex Jones, although he's got good sources too. You don't hear it on Joe Rogan. You don't hear it on Tucker. It's like it's a Mug Club exclusive. They got the engravings on the bullets before everybody else. How? How did that even happen? They're like the invisible empire, invisible army, They're giving a nod to each other. remember Hale Mug Club, you know, like Secret Service, FBI, you know, they roll up their sleeve. They got like a Mug Club tattoo. I don't know what's up with that.
Wang07 sent $25. See a lot of people accusing you of supporting Israel because you think Kirk was killed by a radical and not some Mossad special agent. What would you say the likelihood is of each option, percentage-wise?
That's a stupid question.
Barry Say sent $12. Muting people for no reason, talking down to your viewers is all very cruel and unchristian. It hit me why you probably muted me now that I think about it, prob due to a comment that was Gnostic in nature and it triggered you. SMH. What a sissy. I saw you as the last truth teller, but I'm out now.
All right, bye. Bye.
Random Clicker sent $20. Check out the channel, Outside the Over.
I love when people get mad that like we're mean to them. That's always because it's like, dude, rule number one is you can't get mad online, okay? That's rule number one, don't get mad online. If you get mad, you lose. So we just laugh. Well, it seems pretty unchristian the way I got muted in the live chat. Well, that's a
Random
shame.
Clicker sent $20. Check out the channel, Outside the Overton. He's a retired scout sniper who breaks the shooting down in detail. His theory points to Kirk being hit from above and behind on his right at 4 o'clock.
I'll take a look at that.
Don't dox yourself in chat sent $100. Zionist and Shabbos guys leaning into the Israel killed Kirk narrative is a red flag. I'm surprised no one else is talking about it.
It's a good point. Thank you for the big super chat.
Anglo-Acadian
Good
sent
point.
$10. Tonight I overheard two troons talking. When one said to other, so apparently there is a segment of the alt-right hate women so much they force guys to transition because they don't think it's gay.
I like how it went from like liking women is gay to like we're forcibly transitioning men. That would be a twist, huh? Talk about horseshoe theory. See, we have to become trans ourselves. That would be something. Now that would be something.
Spice Mommy sent $25. Hey Nick, I'm also from Chicago, and I just wanted to say hi. My husband and I recently discovered who you are, and we're both huge fans. Thank you for having the courage to speak out against the genocide in Gaza. It means a lot to many of us. You have the support of the Latino community.
Let's go. I love the Latino community. I'm in one. I'm in the Latino community, and I love the Latinos. Dude, I have so many Mexican fans. It's unbelievable. I can't tell you. I was at a taqueria in a Mexican neighborhood a couple weeks ago, and I was there on like a Saturday night at like 2 a.m., and I'm thinking no one's going to recognize me. It's going to be this picnic. It's going to be all the Mexicans out. Literally, I sit down, and the most Mexican guy I've ever seen in my life. Like, he's got the cut, he's brown, you know. He's wearing like a 3-piece suit, and he has like a purse. He has like a designer, like, little handbag. And he's like, hey, are you Nick Fuentes? Man, I love your stuff. Funny seeing you here. I was like, thanks, man. My car broke down last year. I called roadside assistance. Mexican guy comes, fixes my car, and then he's like, you know, I saw your name pop up. It said Nick, and I was like, could this be? He's a fan of the show. He lives down the street from me. He said he saw the whole thing go down last year. I went to the gym a year ago. My annual New Year's resolution to go to the gym. I went once. I was like, man, I hope no one recognizes me at the gym. I pull up in the parking lot. The guy in the car next to me rolls down his window. Yo, I'm a big fan. Mexican. Mexicans love the show, and I love I'm one of you. And I love Mexicans. So, yeah, they're good people. Mexicans are good people. I don't want 100 million of them to move to America, but they're good people. You know? Mexicans are all right. So, yeah, so they love me. I support, it's our Mexican Independence Day. What is it, today, I think? 16th? So God knows the whole city's going to be up for grabs. But hey, appreciate it, Latinos for Trump, man. Latinos for Fuentes. The memes are going to go crazy. Nah, but they're good. They're solid. You know what's based about Mexicans? You know what's really based about Mexicans? They know what's up with blacks. A lot of people think, you know, they're all the same. Mexicans and blacks are all the same. They're not. Black people will, like, kill you for no reason. Mexicans have gang violence, but it's mostly kept within, you know, the family. And the other thing is that Mexicans do not fuck with blacks like that. And during BLM, you know the safest place to be during BLM? Mexican neighborhoods. Dude, it was like the Reich of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Like Cicero, Little Village, Pilsen, they were like establishing security checkpoints that looked like the Third Reich in Mexico. When George Floyd died, they were running that shit. They were on top of it. During the BLM riots, the city was up for grabs. You know, downtown was getting raided. My white friends in the city, they were hiding in their basement. Mexican neighborhoods were on fucking lock. They were doing like checkpoints, pulling people over for being black. Turning cars away. Nope. Not here, buddy. Not here, hombre. I was proud to be Mexican that week. You know, they had that shit on lock. Now, when ICE comes around, it's a different story. Then they're burning Waymos and they're throwing lime scooters through the window and shit like that. But you know, as long as it's a black riot, that's where you want to be, because they'll fight. You know, they'll fight. But anyway, that's I hope people don't. That's sort of a joke, you know. But it's also really true. It's also
Nip
true.
sent $65. Hey Nick, haven't sent a super chat since the YouTube days, but you really helped me pray for these sick people instead of wanting to hurt them. Love you, buddy. Hail Jimbo Zoomer.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Jimbo Zoomer will send the army. The
Say
goat.
Jackson Hinkle from Russia sent $50. Hinkle went from saying Kirk was killed for starting to barely question Israel to today saying Kirk was at war with Israel and was fighting aggressively against the Israel lobby in the first 10 seconds of this clip if you want to keep giving the ACP the most relevance they've had all year.
Dude, Jackson Hinkle should be put in jail for his lies. He first of all, he should be put in jail for being that short. It's just kind of embarrassing. Like Chad face, but like just total manlet body. I met him and dude, literally he was like up to here. It was embarrassing. I was like, yikes, guys. I'm kind of embarrassed to be seen with you. So he should be put in jail for being so dishonest and a tool for Russia, among other things. If I ever get any kind of power, I am putting Jackson Hinkle in jail. I have had it up to here with Jackson Hinkle. I have basically had it right up to about here with Jackson Hinkle. I'm done. I've had enough. So this Trump government is a failure if that twerp is not buried underneath the jail. It's enough already out of that little guy. It's enough.
Charles sent $20. I want to give Candace the benefit of the doubt, but everything about her immediate Israel finger pointing comes off as extremely insincere. Also, her pointing fingers at Bill Ackman and then mocking his response had the same tune as when she called you triggered. Really tough listen.
Totally agree. She's out of her depth, man. She's out of her depth. Macron, send the army. Macron will send the army. Okay, I am France. I am Paris. Macron will send the army, please. Bring it forth.
Sent $10. What are your thoughts on Max Blumenthal? Are you less inclined to believe him after his involvement in your hit piece as well as his family's pedigree?
Brigitte Macron, defamation. Bring it forth. Brigitte Macron, defamation suit. Bring it forth. And what was the question? No, jokes, obviously. Thoughts on Max Blumenthal? I don't trust him. I don't trust him even a little bit. He's just got a weird look. He's a leftist. He's Jewish. His dad, his whole deal. I don't trust him.
Sauerkraut connoisseur
Not
sent
even
$10.
a little.
Third Ryan Grimm first mentioned Grow Wipers plus 5 brand new accounts. Free saw the left saying Grow Wipers, commies included. Over weekend and up until today I've seen tons of commie accounts going after Israel and you over silence them disputing. Tuck/Candace/Max better show receipts or it helps Israel.
What did Ryan Grimm say? Thursday saw Ryan Grimm first mention Groypers and 5 accounts. Saw left saying Yeah, I don't know much about Ryan Grimm. I know he's on, what is he, Breaking Points with Crystal Ball? With Crystal Ball and Sanjay Gupta. He's on that network with them. I don't know that much about him, though.
First State Grow Wiper sent $75. Hey Nick, seeing the dark social climate we're in right now, would you advise more young American Christians to take on the political scene via debates, streams, journalism, commentary, etc., to push for better foreign policy, American nationalism, and Christian values?
No, no. Don't do anything until you understand power. No, we don't need any more streams or debates or commentary or quote-unquote journalism. You don't push for better foreign policy. You have to become a policy maker, which is actually a very specific process. So, no, I wouldn't do any of that. I would get involved in politics.
Boogly Woogly sent $10. Max Blumenthal is one of those Jews that doesn't like Israel at all. He doesn't even think it should exist because it's an ethno-state that makes people not like Jews. But that makes it all the more odd that he, not a retard like Candace, is staking his credibility on something so spurious.
I don't trust him. He's involved with foreign intel agencies and he can believe whatever he wants. Israel's not going anywhere. He's a leftist. I don't trust him. He's against whites. I don't trust him.
John 129 sent $25. I'm Catholic and live in Portland. You're right. If someone thinks they can unite with Antifa under the umbrella of anti-Zionism, they are sadly mistaken.
Yep.
They hate our values and Christianity no matter what.
Yep.
They're militant, and Catholics need to stick together.
Absolutely factual. Listen, the big tent thing, highly overrated. The strongest horse will win. Take your own side. The strongest horse will win. We need to band together, and it's not just in opposition to Israel. We need to band together as patriots, Christians, right-wingers on some level, whatever that means to you, nationalists, far-right, whatever, and commies, Antifa, the third worldists, that doesn't necessarily fit. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't work alongside them. It doesn't mean that we cannot create some kind of coalition with them, but we need to know who we are and what we're about and where the lines are. And we need to be the strongest horse. So.
Priest sent $50. I am a recently ordained Catholic priest. I admire your bold truth-telling. Young men flock to it. Parishes often lack such spaces for raw honesty. As a young priest, what's your advice to engage/preach gospel to America's disenchanted young men? What bold changes would you like in parishes today? God bless. Prayers for you and your intentions.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. That's tough to say. What should be the approach of a priest? I would say the question is, what do the young men need? How do you appeal to them? And I think what they really need is what I'm trying to get at here is there's a few issues with young men, young Catholics in particular. I think a lot of them are simps. I think a lot of them are too trad for their own good. And by that, I don't mean they're too pious. I mean, they're LARPers. And so but then there's another audience of people that aren't Christian at all. They're not even Catholic at all. They're degenerates. So I guess the question is, it's about the audience. You got to know your audience. I guess that's the biggest thing. And I would say that for people that are already with us, for Catholics, the message needs to be focused on Christ on the cross. I think, and this is me speaking from experience. You asked my opinion. I'm telling you my lived experience. I was a cradle Catholic. And I feel like all these Catholic converts have converted to Catholicism because of political ideology. And I don't, it's good that they're Catholic, but I think that maybe they need to unlearn some of that programming. You shouldn't be Catholic as an expression of your political ideology. You should be more right-wing because that is the arm of Christianity in a sense. That's sort of the political expression of what a Christian should believe. And I think other people have it twisted. And it's become traditional Catholicism has become another costume. It's become another part grafted onto a costume, how we express tribal affiliation or group identity, and that's not what it is. It should be Christ on the cross at the center of your existence. So it shouldn't be like, I have all the necklaces, I do all the sacramentals, I go to the ultra super trad mass to signal something social or political. And I think that's where people maybe get a little lost. I think that's where maybe people lose the spirit of the gospel. And they become judgmental. They become haughty. They become performative. They kind of lose the spirit. Because when I look at somebody like Bishop Barron, I disagree with him on a lot of things, but I see in him the spirit of the gospel. Because the spirit of the gospel is actually charity, benevolence, evangelizing people, meeting them where they are, being kind. And I don't so much see the gospel in people that are looking to use the trad Catholicism to fortify their fire and brimstone right-wing polemics. Do you understand the difference? Like, I agree with the right-wing person politically. I disagree with Barron politically. But in terms of the mode, in terms of the expression, to me, the kind of gospel orientation, I see that more in a kind and mild-mannered and compassionate and magnanimous Bishop Barron than in someone that is really just using trad Catholicism as a battering ram to make a fire and brimstone political argument, to be judgmental, to be cruel. People say things like, we need to learn to hate our enemies because that's what God would want, and we need to judge people. That's actually good. And it's like, yeah, I feel like you're doing a hot take. I feel like that's a hot take. You're leaning into something transgressive, and you're trying to make a hot take out of the religion to say it. People say, I want a masculine Christianity. I want a militant, muscular Christianity. It's like, I don't need a hyphen. I just want Christ. I don't want a muscular Christ. I don't want a militant. I want Christ. I want Christ's love. I want to imitate Christ's love. And that doesn't mean that you're going to be a liberal baby. Christ was stern. Christ was assertive. Christ was severe. But he wasn't emotional. He wasn't cruel. He wasn't some of the things that I think people fall into the trap of becoming. He wasn't even really legalistic in many ways. And so I think that's kind of, if I were a priest, that's what I would feel about our traditional Catholics. But if you're talking to a general audience, it's obviously totally different, because the general audience is amoral. They don't know morality. They don't know God. You got to get them to know God. And I would speak on the Trinity. I would speak on the Trinity. I would speak on the passion. To me, that's the center of it. You know, and I'm going to be honest with you. And I know I'm not going to win myself any favors from Christians or Catholics from saying this, but, you know, there's a lot of stuff in the Old Testament that it is actually hard to defend. And you assume that there's a reasonable explanation for these passages about Amalek and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, I don't know, sounds pretty like ad hoc to me. And so the older I get, the more I'm like, the center of it all is the gospel. That's what I'm interested in hearing. And it's not to say that the Old Testament's not valid. I'm Catholic, so I believe we're supposed to believe about that. But some of the, it's pretty tenuous. I mean, some of the stuff in there, it's like, I have my own questions about that. And I really believe that it is all about the gospel. That is all that it's about. Not to say it's the only thing, but that's what I would stress to other people. So that would be. But I'm not a priest, so I don't know. I'm not a
Kinetic Truth
seminarian.
sent $20. I find it highly suspicious that Israel seems to be taking the kill shot on Gaza right now completely under the radar due to the assassination. Could just be never let a tragedy go to waste. But I've learned that Israel is as efficient as it is ruthless.
Yeah, the timing is coincidental. I'll give you that.
James sent $55. Your Charlie Kirk episode brought my family to church and they are watching now. This is what winning looks like. Praise God, and bless you, Nick.
Good. I love to hear that, man. God bless you. Love to hear that. We need people to go to church, because there's things that are bigger than politics. It's really, and I was talking about somebody today about this. Charlie Kirk, as I've said before, when he was alive, I viewed him basically as a partisan hack. I viewed him as a Republican operative and so on, and I don't like the Republican Party. You know what's interesting, though? Now that Charlie Kirk has died, what will his legacy be? His faith. Isn't that interesting? His vocation was politics. He gave his life for political cause. But the reason that he has this impact, his legacy, will be the testimony of his faith. And there's something to be said about that, isn't there? That when all is said and done, when the curtains close, when the credits roll, people are not going to remember all the petty stuff, even these civilizational battles over politics. What they're going to remember is your virtues, your moral virtues, your testimony of your belief in God, your faith. That is what will be remembered. That is what will be impactful. People are not going to remember the shit-eating arguments about what is a woman? They're not going to remember, well, what about tax policy? They're going to remember those moral truths and the moral deeds. I said that last week, and that's to me what kind of changed my opinion of him, is to see, because I was actually surprised, the outpouring of support, because like I said, I looked at him as obviously politically extremely powerful, but besides that, kind of inconsequential. I didn't think he had such a passionate following. And to see how many millions of people that were genuinely touched, it's like, obviously, I wasn't paying close enough attention. Obviously, he was getting through on a different level maybe than I was even thinking about, which is his testimony. So that is what it's all about. But thank you, man. Appreciate that.
General George sent $20. George is in the first suspect of Charlie Kirk told authorities he killed Charlie to distract the police from the real shooter. He is a Jew in Utah. Also that a private plane left Provo Airport 1 hour after the shooting. Drops off the ads illegally and comes back on an hour later heading back. Derek Maxfield owns it. Jew.
Yeah, except the plane has no connection whatsoever to the shooting. A plane leaving the same city within 3 hours of the shooting is not a connection. And the owner of that private jet company released a statement. Did you look at that? The owner of the charter company said it was a pre-scheduled flight. It's standard practice to turn off the radar, not illegal as people said. And by the way, the flight left like hours after the shooting. So what, did they stick around and what were they eating? Peanuts on the plane while they were waiting to get caught? And they flew to what, Arizona? Why wouldn't they? Okay, so a plane happened to leave the same city within several hours of the events, and they flew to Arizona, to northern Arizona, to Tuba City. Okay, so if they're bringing the guy to fucking Israel, why doesn't the private jet fly to Mexico? Why don't they fly to the border? This is what I'm talking about. People make a preconceived conspiracy, and then they work backwards. Israel did it. Now let's look for everything that we could possibly draw a connection, even when there is none. So a plane left an airport in the vicinity of the attack must have something to do with it. There's no connection there. And the guy that was apprehended initially, that guy's insane. That guy was known in the community. He's like a weird political guy. And I agree, like, they should investigate that guy. But look, these are also things that happened. If there is a panic and a stampede in an event with thousands of people, yeah, maybe the cops arrest the wrong person. But then they let him go. They arrested another person, then they let him go. So now they have a suspect. If the suspect is not the guy, why isn't anybody saying anything? He's a 22-year-old. Does he have an alibi? Why did his dad turn him in? Does his dad hate him so much he's going to give his son the death penalty for no reason? You know, so this kind of conspiracy thinking is just false. I believe in conspiracies where there's evidence, where you have evidence, where you have motive, where there's connections. I don't believe in this like unfalsifiable conspiracy where it's like, basically we're looking for anything to justify a conspiracy. No matter whether it's one thing or the opposite, it somehow works in the theory. That is just not rational, and I don't engage in that.
Ushai sent $10. Kashali Patelu must have had outsourced the FBI script writers to Hyderabad. Christ is king.
Good one.
Roiper2324 sent $100. Online discourse is debating whether it was Mossad or left-wing extremism. Meanwhile, the government passes laws protecting Israel while trying to manufacture consent for hate speech laws to go after the left. Whoever did it, they're going to capitalize on it. But the truth matters. God bless, Nick. I appreciate your prudence as this unfolds.
Thank you for the big super chat. We are not going to... I'm going to have to start to filter these because we're not going to get... We have 130 super chats left to read. So I'm going to have to filter these a little bit. Or else we're never going to finish this show.
Sarah Stock sent $20. Qatar is not pronounced Qatar. It's pronounced Qatar. 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 Qatar.
No, it's pronounced Qatar. There's no vowels. If you pronounce it in Arabic, it would sound mostly like Qatar. It would sound like Qatar, but with that sound, which I'm not going to do because that sounds stupid. But it's pronounced like Qatar, not like Qatar. That's an Americanized thing. That's not
John
authentic.
Stavron sent $100. Hey Nick, new Groiper is a Thursday. Thanks for everything you do, man. Sam Hyde says that the only good and dependable friends you'll have are the ones you build and accomplish things with. I think he's right. The Charlie situation made me realize I don't have any friends like that near me. Do you know where I could begin to look now that I'm in the workforce? God bless you.
Hey, Nick, where can I make friends? How can I make friends at work? Thank you for the big super chat. Hey, buddy. Do you want me to hold your hand? Hey, he wants to talk to you. Say your name. Say hi. Say hi. How are you? Now tell him what you wanted to say. Do you want to play with the big kids? Do you want to play on the Xbox with the big kids? You want me to tell you how to make friends now? Should I host a mixer, a social mixer? You're like one of those autists on TikTok where they they turn down the like sunglass thing on the car and they have like a script at the drive-through window. Hi, I would like a medium pizza. Come on now. You can make friends on your own. I mean, I don't think you need help with that.
Nonchalant sent $30. Hey Nicholas, I think yesterday proved you were truly the moderate, fact-based position on the right. People said you got the call because you won't jump to conclusions over Kirk. I appreciate you making overtures to the left, but we have come to realize they are so radical it might not ever happen. God bless you, MJF.
Well, it's not, I don't think we should totally give up on, it's not about winning over the left. It's about sort of transcending the left, transcending right and left, which is how we need to think. I think we need to become a transcendent movement. I don't want to be a partisan right-winger. I want to be a transcendent national figure. I don't want to be a conservative dipshit. I don't want to be a conservative dude. You know, when people say he wants to be woke so badly, it's not that I want to be woke. And some people say it's cynical. He's just trying to trick the left. No, I don't want to be typecast as some conservative with the conservative opinions and the conservative culture. I want to be a transcendent national figure. I don't want to be a part of a conservative or liberal brand. I want to be a national brand like Coca-Cola, you know, like baseball, like fucking nuclear bombs. I want to be a national brand, a national transcendent. I want this movement to be a national transcendent movement that everybody wants to subscribe to. I want to be totalizing. And by that, I mean, we want people in it even that disagree. You know, we want everybody, we want even people that absolutely disagree to be able to say, you know what, I'm on board. People that would feel unwelcome or something, you know. We want liberal women to be able to say, oh, you know what, not so bad. We want liberal men, minorities to be able to say, you know, I don't agree with them on everything, but they're what the country needs. We want people to think in terms of the country. Everybody that's thinking about the country, we want to be for the country. Not for the right, not for the left, for the country, for the good of the country. And we need to be that. We need to live that.
Disputed name sent $20. You say that Israel could...
And the left will resist us. We will have to overcome the shackled thinking of both sides, but we have to be determined to break that. We have to be convicted enough to break the programming, but I think we could break through that. That's the goal.
Disputed name sent $20. You say that Israel couldn't benefit from this at all, but would it not create a Zionist martyr to distract from the rising anti-Israel and anti-war with Iran movement / narrative that's been growing in all political spheres?
No, because that doesn't make any sense.
Oni sent $50. Hey Nick, a female supporter here.
So first, it's Israel killed him because he was on the verge of a Nazi. Now it's he's a Zionist martyr to rally us to. So which is it? Heads, the conspiracy's true. Tails, the conspiracy is true.
Oni sent $50. Hey Nick, a female supporter here. Hello. I just wanted to say keep doing what you're doing. Hopefully we're heading toward an age of awakening. We got your back. God bless less than 3.
All right. What did I do to get women supporters? I don't understand. I don't understand, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the support.
No more money
W
Israel
women.
sent $20. I am Jewish and I support you. No more.
Rare women W. Rare.
No more money Israel sent $20. I am Jewish and I support you. No more blacks. No more Indians.
Okay, come on now. Let's relax, okay?
Agent of Light sent $111. If they pulled the trigger or not, Jews killed Charlie. Decades of pushing the communist woke agenda, while demonizing the right as literal Nazis through controlled media is why Kirk is dead. Robinson is a victim in his own way too. An American who was abused through Jewish brainwashing. Prayers for...
Oh, shut the fuck up. Thank you for the big super chat, but that is so asinine. Well, maybe he pulled the trigger, but the Jews did it because they made everyone trans. Come on, can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent
retarded?
$200.
Please.
Have you seen the work of Karlin Borisenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Carlin B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
Great
her.
Noticer sent $200.
I don't, she's anti-Christian though. I'm not a fan of that.
The Great Noticer sent $200. I love how Tim Pool, on his show he defended your good name. He brought up Roy Perangel by his own accord. He cleared her in the entire Groyper movement.
Yeah, that showed some integrity too. Thank you for the big super chat. Tim Pool, when is he going to have me on the show then? Tim, come on now. Let's put our differences aside. No, but I did appreciate that. That was nice of him. That showed a lot of integrity also.
1811 grow I% $49. Saw that bullshit Reuters article with your name in it. I and all my buddies emailed the two authors asking for evidence of a link between the shooter and you, while attaching images of the roommates' social media accounts asking why they omitted those details. Shortly after they updated the article and just removed the reference to you and grow wipers.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
07.
they did not publish a retraction. They just quietly edited the whole thing. Total, like, hit job, man.
Grow Hyper sent $30. Oh boy, another conspiracy. I guess Chief Rabbi of Israel offers his condolences to the Kirks. Dated September 9, 2025. Thoughtful face emoji.
Is that real, or is that just like the apology was cached from an earlier article or something?
Francesco sent $100. Wow. Reckless beyond words that various media can't resist, heavily inferring that the Nazis killed the Nazi after they initially dehumanized the Nazi and by extension were complicit in getting the Nazi killed. Now that the Nazi is dead, they're setting up the Nazis to take the fall. The gaslighting is unreal, and in such a
So
volatile
true.
situation. No shame. Sickening.
Thank you for the big super chat. The gaslighting is intense. But I cannot be gaslit because I'm a real no-go. I'm a real no-go.
CC Red sent $105. You the best, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate the
Weaver
big
Rising
super
sent
chat.
$100. Praying for your safety. Nick.
Thank you, man. Praying for you. I appreciate all your work. You're the
Callie
goat.
Groy sent $100. Far the left is real. Is real. Is real.
I think you just blew the lid on the whole thing.
Pragmatic Culture sent $50. Don't forget Jeffrey Martin, aka Captive Dreamer, was calling for the docs of Grow Wipers, and
That's
Red Eagle
true.
Politics was also framing Grow Wipers as equally responsible as leftists for what happened to Charlie. Everyone in that network was in on it until they didn't like the shooter being called right-wing.
That's 100% true. You're right. Jeffrey Martin was doing that. Jeffrey Martin should worry about his own situation, man. He should worry about his cuck dad.
Danielle Henderson sent $50. Last year, Our Lady of Medwar asked for a special novena due to a threat to world peace a month before Trump was shot at. This year, Our Lady gave a message to the Mission of Divine Mercy in Texas, said something bad would happen after August, and asked that we dedicate the month of August to her. I'm offering up my suffering for you. Danielle.
Wow, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. God bless you.
Brennan the Man sent $75. Nick, sorry to bug about this. My girl and I were the last super chat last night about the live vet saying he's training to shoot 400 yards for the next conservative, calling for the grape of Charlie's kids and wife. He's been reported to the FBI, but we know they won't do shit. Info on Igor Ninthman. Someone help get him out there. He is not viral.
Okay, thank you for sharing that with me.
Cortez Roy % $100. Tyler Robinson was very autistic. There is a video of him reading his acceptance and scholarship letter from his Utah college. This could explain his robotic text messages. Also, let's not forget the N.
I did see that. I don't know if that necessarily explains it, but it tells us a little bit more about him as a guy. It helps us build a profile. Thank you for that.
Callie Groy % $100. I will live and die for you. Christ is
Wow.
king. America first.
You should live and die for Christ, but I appreciate your loyalty.
Digital sent $100. Did you see what happened in Berwyn today?
I
Be careful out
did.
there. The world is getting crazier by the day. God bless.
I did, dude. It's getting crazier and crazier out there, man. It's getting crazier and crazier. The world is a mess. The world is a big, fat mess. It's not, yeah. It's a dark place. But thank you, man. I
Mr. Green
appreciate
sent
it.
$75. What's the roadmap on how to educate myself in politics?
You're hopeless. Just start reading, dude. If you can't create a roadmap for yourself, then you shouldn't be in politics. Listen, here's a little piece of advice. If you're the kind of guy that needs like a curriculum laid out for you, you're just not going to make it, okay? Like, you need to lead your own inquiry. If you have a specific question or something, that's one thing. But if it's like, oh, how do I learn about politics? It's like, if you're that helpless, you cannot be helped.
Johnny Shiba Bravo, sent $20. Dude, those messages about Robinson, it literally looks like the government wanted us to read it. God knows what the hell they're doing behind closed doors, rubbing their dirty ass hands.
Okay, well, I don't think it's that conclusive, but
916,601 sent $100. Why would Israel kill their top boy? Charlie was a mediocre talent who was losing Israel's PR war. Nick, you were the prize. With your talent and anti-Semitic street cred, people will believe you when you say Israel wasn't involved in something. Something Kirk never had. I fear Israel has won you through fear, and they set you up to inherit the right wing with that neat article.
they set me up to say that Israel didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Israel killed Kirk so that I would say they didn't. And prove what... We're going to cover the Middle East in the future. Do you think my next take on Israel is going to be, you know, after Charlie Kirk's death, I love it. What are you expecting to happen? Do you really believe that if someone doesn't believe that Israel's behind absolutely everything that happens on Earth, that they're a shill? Like, is that actually... What, did you watch my show last night? Well, what does it actually mean to be a shill for Israel? Because at this point, it seems like if someone believes that Israel isn't behind every blade of grass, they're part of Palantir, MK Ultra, Limited Hangout. Like, I've been blowing the lid on this for 10 fucking years. Charlie Kirk was my adversary for this reason. He gets killed. There's really no motive for Israel. I point that out. Now I'm the shill. That's the most ridiculous, like, low IQ. If you think that, honestly, just go watch Candace Owens. Go in Crazy Land. Honest to God. if you're one of these people that thinks like Israel took away the Cracker Barrel logo and Israel is behind shrinkflation and they're behind Impossible Whoppers and they're behind fucking, then hey man, you can go in fantasy land where the moon's made of cheese and everyone's secretly trans and, I'll tell you something funny. I got in a car crash a couple of years ago and I know exactly how it happened. I was driving down the street, came to an intersection, someone cut me off, turning left in front of me, and I veered left into oncoming traffic to avoid a head-on collision, and I hit a car. And I had people telling me it was Mossad. Israel tried to kill you. It's like, that's how bad it is. I got in like a car crash, and Israel planted the left turn at like 5 o'clock on a Thursday on a busy thoroughfare. Like, what? I had actual people saying they tried to get you. Now, if I don't believe that Israel was behind my car crash, am I a shill? Would they point out that a private jet left O'Hare Airport right around the same time? The second busiest airport in America, therefore. It's just like, we got it. That kind of thinking is just poison because it's not rational. It's not rational.
Raul sent $20. B-Day Cuto 7. Christian Anarchist sent
Birthday?
$30. Nick, I think you should try ashwagandha. I think you would really like ashwagandha. Alberto
Thanks.
Groy sent $25. Maybe a certain exiled gay Jew and black YouTuber with a looming lawsuit found out there's about $150 million in cash up for grabs and that's why they're wheeling. Don't make me spill means pay me off. Fast. Also please save me from Indian vehicular genocide. I want out. Alberto
Yeah,
Groy
man,
sent
I'm
$25.
sure.
Maybe a certain exiled gay Jew and black YouTuber with a looming lawsuit found out there's about $150 million.
Yeah, I guess they did it. Yeah, they're
Russell
behind
Richardson
it.
sent $20. Can you explain why Christians blindly support Jews when the only way to heaven is through Jesus? Adam sent $25. Big fan from Australia. Thank you for what you do.
Thanks.
Chicago Catholic sent $100. Hello from Elmhurst. New listener here.
Let's
I sent
go.
your Instagram clips to my fiancée and I find her watching your videos in the morning. Uh-oh. Thanks for the red pill. Because of you, I'm reading the catechisms. Be safe and go Cubs. We'll be
Good.
tuning in daily.
Love to hear it, man. Love Elmhurst. Beautiful neighborhood. Love Elmhurst. God bless you. You're the beautiful people. Elmhurst is like utopia. Paradise, Western Springs, Elmhurst. This Chicago suburbs, it's just like paradise out here. You guys have no idea. Everyone's like, Chicago is just like Iraq out there. Chirac, Chicago. Oh, you have no idea. Elmhurst, Park Ridge, Western Springs. This is as good as it gets. Maybe next to like Orange County or I don't know. There's some other nice places, but it's pretty good. Pretty good. But yeah, Elmhurst, love it. God bless.
African American source sent $500. So this is how the Jews could win. These new fags that recently got Jew killed are going to drag us all down and make us look retarded. After that, any discussion about the Jews will be overlooked, discarded and ignored. The Jews wouldn't even have to do anything.
Yeah, or maybe they're just dumb. I don't know. Thank you for the huge super chat, though. I appreciate it. Man, it's just like, it's just so hard. But I appreciate the huge super chat. So the false conspiracy about the conspiracy is also a conspiracy to hurt future conspiracies. Yeah, okay. Yeah, got it. Based on what? Well, who benefits, of course. Okay.
Average guy sent $25. Where does George Zinn fit into the
It
story?
hurts.
Some leftist boomer who acted alone, or was he a part of something bigger?
We've
Surprised
already talked about this 100 times.
Barely American sent $20. Yo, just want to say I appreciate what you do. Just started following recently and it's nice to see somebody being real for once. One question though, what would you say to somebody that is kind of Luke you? I fingered Fuentes sent $20. I'm a Scottish nationalist in exile. It is depraved what has been happening in the West. Good to see someone that cares for the white man even if you're America first. And America first, America is better for all Europe than the slop it is now.
True.
GD sent $25. Thank you for everything you do. The Jews have kept us blind for so long. I'm thankful I found you in these troubling times.
Thank
Praying for
you.
Hashtag the painter reborn. Invader X sent $20. Hello Nick, I'm a Hispanic American that's been really inspired by you lately and new to your channel. We'll be
Let's
praying for your safety.
go!
Stay up.
W Latinos.
Russell Richardson sent $30. Can you explain why Christians blindly support Israel when the only way to the Father is through Jesus? As a Christian, this confuses me immensely. I do not understand the blind support for Israel.
Yeah, it's these evangelicals. They believe in this, they believe that it has a lot to do with their eschatological interpretation, that how the world is going to end, that like Israel is going to play this role in the rapture and the second coming. It's all baked into that. That's the short answer. And so the Jews can do anything and they will still support them because based on this theology, they believe that we have to support Israel in this apocalyptic war of Gog and Magog and Armageddon. So it's all baked into that.
Christian Anarchist sent $50. Nick, you've really become an inspiration for a lot of young Christians, especially Zoomers. Your voice has been resonating strongly with younger audiences lately. Do you have plans for another rally anytime soon?
Yeah, we're going to get out there. Yeah, it's going to be at a wide open field. I'm going to be at the lowest possible point in the middle. And yeah, great idea. We're going to do another rally eventually, but now's not really the right time, I think. Just a hunch.
ATFK69 sent $20. Hi.
Not really rushing to get out there.
ATFK69 sent $20.
But
Hi, Nick.
eventually.
Praying for you in these trying times. Off topic, but I've noticed you wear a watch sometimes. Was wondering what kind? Thank you for the shoes and God bless.
Why do you care?
P. Sanchez sent $20. Appreciate you. God bless.
Hey,
Zachary
thank
Wilson
you.
sent $30. Real African American Nick, have you seen the guy out front with the palm pistol? Looks very convincing that he's probably the real assassin. Also, what do you think about Charlie being killed the same day the voting of the Epstein files to be released? Do you think this was intentional and planned to cause more division in our country?
Yeah, I think they destroyed the crime scene to hide all the blood packs and the energy weapons that were used, the palm pistols, the plasma pistols, the warp drives and the blood packs, the makeshift camera weapon. They had to discard the 7 or 8 murder weapons that were put together in various locations on the stage. They had to get rid of the giant sacrificial menorah that Charlie Kirk was sitting in the middle of also, because symbolism will be their downfall.
R sent $20. Mr.
Yeah,
Fuentes,
no, I
could you
agree.
summarize briefly why you don't think Israel is behind the assassination? God bless. Christ is
I
Lord.
think we kind of been doing that
John
all
sent
night,
$20.
though.
Thank you for lighting a fire under my ass. America first always. Agent of Light sent $111. If they pulled the trigger or not,
Ass.
Jews killed Charlie. Decades of pushing the communist woke agenda, while demonizing the right as literal Nazis through controlled media is why Kirk is dead. Robinson is a victim in his own way too. An American who was abused through Jewish brainwashing. Prayers for all involved. God
Okay,
bless.
thank you for that. Or maybe he was just a freak, you know? We got to get away from this idea that every time a white person does something evil, it's a Jewish person's fault. I know that's just like, I know that's what a Jewish shill would say. But, you know, there are like liberal white people. They're real. They exist. You know? It's honestly, it's a monster of my own creation, but like some of you guys really do believe that like Jews are responsible for everything, like literally everything. When Cracker Barrel changed the logo, it's because Jewish postmodernists changed art. And it's like, what? What are you talking? Maybe they just thought it looked better, you know? If a person became trans, it's because the Institute for Sexual Research in the 30s, Hitler tried to destroy it. You know, it's like, I don't know. Maybe some white people are just liberal. It's a little nutty.
JC Denton sent $100. Who do you see running in 2028?
Probably everybody that is obvious. J.D. Vance, Gavin Newsom, the usual suspects, Kristi Noem, whoever.
Kelly Moen sent $100. New listener, my favorite moments are when you break into stories from the Bible. You're a natural teacher. Doing a series focused on parts of the Bible would be a powerful move, both for the people and for your brand. Adds a layer of untouchable.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, it's an interesting idea.
Holly Awesome sent $20. Are you taking girlfriend applications?
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. I'm still working myself up to that.
Callie Groy sent $100. Mexicans and whites against blacks. One struggle.
Come on now. Thank you for the big super
The
chat.
Overdose Mod sent
No. We like some of the blacks. Some of the blacks are fine.
The Overdose Mod sent $25. I genuinely.
It's just the ones that want to hurt us and kill us and take our shit. That's really the issue.
The Overdose
That's
Mod
the
sent
rub.
$25. I genuinely do not understand how people were drawing the conclusion that the Charlie Kirk shooter was a trained professional. He got shot in the neck. No trained professional would aim for the fucking neck on a target standing still. The dude clearly didn't take bullet curvature, wind direction and speed, etc. into account.
Yeah, 100%.
Sent $70.
Agreed.
All my besties are beautiful Groy pets. We exist and we're not going away. Femcel supremacy. Keep hating Nick, but the girlies are here to stay.
Are the girlies hot though? Are the girlies chopped? What kind of girlies are we? You know, I have all these female fans. It's like, okay, but are they chopped though, or what? What's going on? Like,
Just Pity Marie
let's
Mix sent
be
$20.
precise and
Enders for Fuentes.
specific.
I'm 19 and black.
Let's fucking go.